Hello, friend. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy fantasy novels and short stories. It's been a while, but I've finally cobbled together all of our top five bard spells list into one long video, and this is that. So, without further ado, on to the show. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy fantasy novels and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we're gonna, in months past, we have given you our top five and one worst picks for every level of wizard spell and cleric spell. Today we're gonna start in on bards, and we are gonna give you our top five picks for the top five and one worst pick for our bard cantrips.
We could even say this is in honor of the new D&D movie that's been getting rave reviews from critics on its initial release for Rotten Tomatoes, featuring a man, what's his name? The guy from Star Trek's reboot with Captain Kirk. I don't remember his name. Christopher Pine. Got there. He's a bard. And this is in honor of Christopher Pine's bard, who might be funny. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, and I'm excited to.
I'm excited as well.
I don't know.
I think it's going to be good.
I'm hoping for it.
Optimistic.
I don't know if I want to be either really campy and bad or unironically really funny and great. And I don't know which I'd rather it be, but I'm happy with either result. So
I think we need a good D&D movie.
I don't know if that's true, Bob. I really don't. D&D is a vessel for creativity, not an IP.
Yeah, but I want a good D&D movie.
That's fair. Different assessment. I'm into it.
All right. What do we got? Bard cantrips.
Yes.
Say anything about the bard? I've always had a soft spot for the bard.
Everyone does. God, I love bards. I think bards actually hit the sweet spot when it comes to having the right amount of spells that they don't feel like they take over the game with their spell quantity, while also having other magical effects and mundane effects to sort of help it interface with the world. I really wish wizards, sorcerers, clerics were closer to bard as far as their niche avenue that they can do. I wish they were a little bit more. Bards are the social class. They are the ones that get known spells, not a ton of them, but also other magical utility alongside that. As you level up with a little bit of gish stuff, with swords and stuff in your subclasses if you want, you have a little bit more room. You get magical secrets down the road that we're going to touch on probably when we get to those levels where you can learn any spell you want from anyone's list, because you're a bard. You wander the world and learn new things from all kinds of people. I like that philosophy. I like the design of bards. They tend to be some of the most fun spellcasters at the table. They're known casters, so you have to lock your spells in as you're going. I think that leads to some characters that feel very defined, that feel like this is their thing, this is where they're in their element, this is how they're going to perform it. I love that. At the same time, you don't get a ton of spells. So you're a little bit like Sorcerer, going to feel constrained and not able to do everything, which is going to make the spell reviews focus on must-haves, like spells that are facilitating your objective more often than not. You have less room for niche options whenever you're playing a bard than you do as a wizard. You can't necessarily take a silver bullet for 1 in 10 encounters on your character sheet whenever you only have 2 spells total that you can take at the new level.
All right, that's going to come into play for your list. My list tend to be more like, ooh, that looks fun.
Sure.
Yeah. I guess it's worth spelling out the caveats now that Sam ranks his spells on his list top to bottom.
Yep.
Mine are just top 5 in any order.
It's true. As a bard out the gate, you learn 2 cantrips. It's pretty important. Bob, do you want to start us off?
I have to think we both have the top one as Vicious Mockery. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's the best bard spell in the game, and I won't be hearing any comments otherwise. It just is.
You will
It's
hear
hilarious.
no argument from me.
Yeah. Whenever I think Dungeons and Dragons, I think of a group of ragtag idiots way in over their heads, killing the evil, super edgy undead lich by making fun of his mother. Like, that's D&D. And that's exactly what Vicious Mockery facilitates. It does an amount of damage, that's good enough, and it does a meaningful penalty on a support character. I love that. It's hilarious. You're going to get great moments where a big evil dragon will have like 2 hit points left, and the bard will viciously mock it to death just because they don't want to kill the power barbarian, and it'll be tactically right, and that'll be great. But also on characters that are playing a little bit more, like trying to make the most out of their sheet, bards having a consistent way to fall back and say, that thing isn't as threatening anymore. We can reduce its incoming damage. We can take away some of its attacks while I give up Bardic Inspiration, while I'm doing the other core parts of my kit that are bonus action based. That's going to feel pretty solid basically throughout the early tiers. In the upper levels, it
While
gets harder and harder to
hurling
skip
an
those,
insult as well.
yeah, exactly. That's the best part, is getting
Yeah.
your players to improvise the worst insults you'll ever hear in your life, as far as like that has no teeth on it, and yet it killed him.
Oh, by worst insults, I thought you meant filthiest.
No, I mean that too. Depends on
Yeah.
who you're playing with, I guess.
Yeah, that's the case if you're playing with me.
Fair enough.
Somewhere on this YouTube channel, go click the shorts tab and you'll find 50 such insults.
Yes, they're delightful.
Be warned, they're pretty bad.
That's, I don't know if I was laughing with them or at them, and I don't know what's exactly the point, but I enjoyed them regardless.
All right, vicious mockery. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, they're great. I love it.
All right, you want to take the next one?
Sure. My number one was Vicious Mockery. And while my number two might be more applicable and might be more powerful, it isn't better than Vicious Mockery. And it's Mage Hand. Mage Hand is, for some reason I thought it was Wizard exclusive. It's not. Bards also get it. And that's really notable because I've seen lots of Bards use it. I should have remembered that, because it's one of the con man's kit. It's part of the Charlatan Bard fantasy at its core is Mage Hand. It feels distinctly different from a Wizard's Mage Hand for some reason to me. They're the exact same spell, yet in the context of the archetypes, they feel so wildly different to me for some reason, where a Wizard's using them to grab things and create interface with the world, like turning knobs and unlocking levers and doing clever things with keys from across the room. The Bard's using it to like slip a coin purse off of someone's belt. They're using it to like stick a card in someone's boot to make it look like they're cheating, right? Like,
All right, yeah.
in the context of
I was
Bard,
thinking peek at somebody's cards.
sure, that too.
Yeah.
That Mage Hand has all of these things in more. Now, it's not invisible. It'll often be treated like it is. That's the thing to keep in mind. But as if I'm a Bard, I'm getting two cantrips. They're almost always Vicious Mockery and Mage Hand, just because these two, they play so well together in so many circumstances. Vicious Mockery is great in combat. It can kill peasants on the road that look either wrong way. And Mage Hand is just endlessly applicable, usable telekinetic ability that is just nice to have access to as a magical character.
Yeah, I will agree with all that.
Do you have any particularly strong, fond uses of Mage Hand? Is it just the... Well, what about it speaks to you the most?
It just felt, like you said, it felt like a Bard kind of thing. It's, in a different way than a Wizard. Yeah, just more practical jokes or getting up to mischief. I don't know, lifting skirts, probably a bad thing, but a Bard thing.
Bards are the horniest of all characters, as we all know. That's their stereotype for sure. And creepy can also go alongside that in the right circumstances.
Well, that was a regrettable thing I said. Let's move
Sure.
on.
All right. What's your next one? What else you got for us?
Let me look at my list. I picked Friends. Did Friends make your list?
I hate to agree, but yes, it did.
Oh, it did? Oh,
yeah,
fun.
listen, I think of all the lists that I've ever made, they normally reflect how I objectively think powerfully a spell is, like how big of an impact it has at the table. Friends is just really funny. Friends is really, it's such a Bard thing to do. Why did you put Friends here?
Well, yeah, like you just said, it's such a Bard thing to do. And this Friends is it has a reputation for being a really bad spell. Is that correct?
Yeah, and it is.
See, I disagree. I think it does what you want. If this is what you want to do, Friends is the right tool for the job. If you just want to, start a bar fight, but in a bardish kind of way, that's the way to go.
So you're saying them immediately getting angry at you is the actual text of Friends. You're like here to say, I want to get a little bit of information out of somebody and then use them being mad at me to my advantage.
Yes.
That's where you're coming at from. I see this more as them getting mad at you is normally not intentional. Them getting mad at you is just a side effect for you using your charisma and charm here, right? It's the Bard who wants to get their way, even if the party thinks it's a bad idea. So they use Friends to get their way, and then there's immediately consequences after the fact for the Bard doing this persuasive thing to swindle a bartender out of his tab or whatever, right? There's
That's immediately
major consequences the whole party faces. And I think that's the most common use case of it, is someone gets way in over their head with some ballsy charisma checks that have repercussions for the whole party. The thing is, I love those kinds of circumstances. I revel in big scaling, nothing going to something big, scaling conflict is very fun to me, and that's definitely what Friends can do.
So yeah, I like the intentionally making a bunch of people angry after you've swindled them somehow and reveling in the chaos.
Sure. So we both enjoy reveling in chaos. We
Yeah.
just you want to intentionally do it for personal gain, and I just enjoy the chaos of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, either way, you know what the spell is going to do.
That's true.
If that is something you desire, this is the right size Allen wrench.
Yep. It's another consideration. This is my number 4. It's not better than the next spell I have, but it is very fun. Friends is going to play differently at different tables depending on how the world feels about charms and what level of friends fits on that scale, right? Some tables will view charms, and in societies that are like conceptually aware of and have to deal with magic logistically, charming can be one of the most horrendous like felonies to commit. Charming is a way to break laws and break rules in a way that a lot of structures just can't handle. So there can be a lot of major consequences for it, to the point where you might have some towns be like, this person has used a charm, you can never trust them, arrest on site, guard seize them, kind of deals. Alternatively, you might be in a world where charms just kind of are ignored passively. We ignore the implications of messing with someone's brain to make them malleable to our circumstances or make them malleable to our words, right? It's definitely not good, but it's a thing you're able to do in these D&D world and kind of not think about the ramifications of them, because we're in the fantasy world, we're ignoring some consequences here. Knowing where you're at will definitely vary how good friends is versus how heavy the consequences of the actions are. Because if you're ever at a table and you're like, I used friends the first time in this tavern, and then you can never return to that town ever again, it's probably good to know that ahead of time, because you may not expect that level of ramifications for the spell, but you should always expect some level of ramification from friends.
Yeah. And you should want it if you're going to use
agreed. 100% agreed.
it.
I love friends. It's so bad, but I love it.
That was your number. Now, going into this list, I thought this is probably going to be one of our widest varied lists, and so far we're 3 for 3.
I'm pretty sure I have one that you don't have.
Yeah, I'm probably. The other lists, I thought, oh, we're definitely going to have all the same ones, and they're totally different.
Mm-hmm.
So this is surprising me.
Sure.
All right, so that was your number 4, correct?
Yep.
And we've covered 1 and 2. So what's number 3?
Minor illusion.
All right, minor illusion made my list. We are 4 for 4.
Nice.
I love minor illusion. Why did it make yours?
Minor illusion is really powerful. Minor illusion is really good. So illusion spells are often referred to as the cheat codes to the game. You can make anything you want in the space that you want, and the DM has to sort of have the world react accordingly. And there are wide ranges of variance in how a DM handles illusions, to the fact that some people will automatically inspect everything all the time, always. 2, DMs will never check if something is an illusion. Where your table fits in the spectrum is likely somewhere in the middle. There will be DMs that will check it upon suspicion. There'll be DMs that check it pretty regularly, just with certain characters and not others. There'll be more scrutinous types and less scrutinous types. I find that minor illusion is a great testing grounds for figuring out exactly what you can get away with and exactly how powerful illusions can be. The basics idea of creating an illusory box around a creature you'd like to hide can feel like you're conjuring a crate into existence that may not even look out of place. That can be an easy way to hide a person, an object, a thing inside an illusory surface that feels and looks whole. It doesn't take up any space. So the minimum use case of this is creating a 5x5 object that you can sort of interface with the world with. That can be very powerful. Having an enemy or a competing objective see, maybe you got behind you what looks like a very tall Minotaur man turned to the back of the crowd that's negotiating with you. That can just be a means of intimidation that you have at your disposal willy-nilly. And if you're only seeing the bottom down, it can just be the upper or the lower portion of the Minotaur. The top might just not even exist because minor illusion's a fixed space. But you can use observation, you could use clever positioning, the basics of how even movie magic works, where perspective can make things look different. You can weaponize all that with illusions, to an even higher degree, and make things come to life in a way that the world reacts as if they're there, even if they're not. And that can be really powerful, but you have to be very creative with it. You have to be eager and quick on your feet, thinking how you can use it and how you can get the most out of it.
Yeah, you historically are a big fan of illusion spells. I'm not so much so, because I haven't really put that much thought into how they could be used effectively. This spell
can make anything.
I know.
Anything, Bob.
Yeah, well, this spell made my list because it feels like a bard thing to do, and I thought, maybe we could make some stage decorations or something.
That's my number 5, actually. My number 5 is stage decorations. We'll cover it shortly. But yeah, Minor Illusion does fit really well on Bard as far as performative goes. This is a great tool to give yourself. If you want to envision yourself as the rock star, minor illusioning a poster of the set you're about to do up on the board and be like, no, look, we're supposed to perform tonight, and then getting up on stage and just like, rocking out. That's super bardic, and I love that. And you should try it out if you haven't.
All right. Well, I guess it's my turn.
Mhm.
Let's see. We have one more. All right. I picked, excuse me. I picked Thunderclap.
That
was what?
Go for it.
Oh, I was starting to run out of Bard cantrips that I cared about. And thought, well, situationally, I could see this one being useful. What were you about to say?
That's probably my number 6.
Hmm.
It doesn't quite break my top 5, though. So you like it because it's a situational just damage spell that you want to have access to?
I like it. Well, like I said,
Better than the rest?
Running out of choices, yeah. But yeah, I could picture a Bard being kind of vulnerable. A bunch of goblins are gonna swarm him, and then whoa, everybody, step back.
Sure.
And I don't know, maybe strum that lute and destroy the crowd with the power of rock.
Yeah, you definitely go thunder and rah 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 when you do it, and it just blows out around you, and it's very metal. You bust out some Metallica or some I don't know, AC/DC or something. I think Thunderclap is fine. I don't think you need a damage cantrip as a bard. This might be a hot take. I think Vicious Mockery is good enough.
Yeah,
bards get great. They get weapon efficiencies that are good enough. So you'll often want to make sure on your bard you're carrying a short sword, or you're carrying a sling, or some usable ranged options. I don't have them off the top of my head, but they are generally speaking relatively. They get simple weapons: hand crossbows, long swords, rapiers, short swords. So at the very minimum, you have short bows and simple weapons and hand crossbows at your disposal. That's probably where you want your damage to come from. In the case that you are surrounded, though, that's a neat little upside trick to have. I don't know if it ever breaks my list of like cantrips I'm actually taking on my bard, especially up until like the 3rd or 4th. Still, at the 3rd or 4th, it seems not unreasonable. By that stage, you probably don't need it. You probably are just using your first level higher spells to do its effect, and you're definitely not taking this, I don't think, over any of the ones we mentioned prior. I think you would agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is my struggler.
Yeah, that's fair. It's, I think, a reasonable option later if you're in really grindy games to consider picking up.
All right. Well, what was your number 5?
I would take this over Thunderclap, but I'm biased. I love Prestidigitation. I love Prestidigitation so much, and especially on bards. It's on my wizard list too, but it's even better on bards because they're the characters that I want to ecstatically and emphatically do nothing. I want to have a character that does a phenomenal job selling themselves. I want to, if I'm playing a bard and if I'm playing a charlatan or a musician, if I'm playing any of the archetypes that can go under the high charisma, sort of master of magic and whimsy kind of personality, I think Prestidigitation does the most with the least. You can do flashes and flourishes and be the whole stage magician. You can make food taste however you want, so you're dining exactly the same way every time you need it. You can use the spell to all of its little nitty effects to the greatest here, I think. I think bards care about making sure their instrument, their guitar, it looks great. It always looks great, and it's pristine every single time you see it. Whenever you're doing prestidigitation things, you are selling the performance of your character. It as a cosmetic cantrip more than any other classes, I want it on bard to the point where even though I acknowledge I probably should be taking any of the 4 I talked about prior to this, I will probably put Prestidigitation on my sheet really early, even in my first 2 cantrips, just because of how much I love how much it feels to play with. It's not that great. It very much is all about how your character presents to the rest of the world. You're not getting good world utility out of this. You're not able to change a lot of how the game works. Not a lot of practical use cases for it, but I will always have little bits and ditties about how my bard uses prestidigitation to make the food taste like, however they want. I'll have little ditties about the sparklers that come up on stage whenever I rock out and land on my knees with the, final chord or whatever. All of that happens because of prestidigitation.
Yes. For all those reasons, that was a contender for my number 5 pick, and now I kind of feel bad that wasn't it.
I love
prestidigitation. I don't love it, but I will agree for a specifically bard list that should have been one of my picks. That is a very bardy spell.
Love bards. Love prestidigitation.
But alas, hey, at least because I chose something different, we got a few more minutes out of this video.
That's true. We were 4 for 5 though, still. It's not too bad.
Yeah, that was amazing. Was that our first time doing that?
I think we've done 4 for 5 before.
Not counting the clerics that only had 4 or 5 spells.
Those were 5 for 5s.
Yeah.
Well, one of them was. I think the other one
Worse.
we disagreed on worst. Yeah, I think maybe it's up there. You
All
ready
right.
to dive into the worst bard spells? Bard cantrips that you should never ever take?
Did you choose the same one you did for wizard? Because I
Maybe.
think I did. Yeah.
I don't remember which one I chose for wizard, but it's really bad.
Yeah. All right. I think I know what you chose. I chose True Strike.
Oh, I chose Blade Ward. We figured it out.
Yep.
We did
Yep.
it.
Yep. Yep.
Great.
All
Why
right.
True Strike?
What's that?
Why did you pick True
Oh,
Strike?
because it does nothing. And you know what? I'll double down on this. I think it's even worse for bards.
It's very bad.
Yeah.
Bards can make attack rolls.
That's true. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's worse for wizards.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I really don't. Bards
I mean,
have better ways to make attack rolls than needing to use True Strike. Wizards, like, maybe you want to hit once, and this helps you hit once.
no,
I
it
don't
doesn't
think it's
help
particularly bad.
other people. That's the part of the problem.
Yeah,
It's only usable on yourself.
like swords bards. They're never. I don't think swords bards can cast cantrips as bonus actions. If you can cast a cantrip as a bonus action, this is a lot better. It takes your concentration though, and that's a really big issue.
It does?
Like things that take your concentration. Yeah. You have to break concentration to use True Strike because it has concentration up to a round, which is hilarious. Which means you can cast True Strike, get hit, lose concentration, and you don't have the True Strike advantage anymore, and you waste a turn for no reason. It's horrifically bad.
Oh, well, if you cast True Strike, you already wasted a turn for no
That's
reason.
true.
All right, that was yeah. We've said all this on the wizard.
Listen, maybe they haven't seen the wizard video. It's good to
Well,
touch
they
on why
should.
True Strike really and truly blows.
All right, yeah, all right. We'll get into the nitty gritty of what it does. You cast the spell. It gives you advantage on your next attack. So instead of, what does advantage do? You roll 2 dice, you take the best one. Alternatively, you could attack and then attack again on your next round. You still rolled 2 dice, but this time you could potentially hit twice.
Yeah. That seems like a way better option almost always.
Almost.
There's the hypothetical where it's a fight's about to break out, so you True Strike somebody as a prep round. That's not worth your whole cantrip, and I'm never ever doing that. You could just hide instead. Hiding is free.
There's a couple of other things, instances, but I'm going to save that for the True Strike video.
Fair.
But yeah, generally pretty terrible.
It's awful, yes.
And Blade Ward.
Blade Ward is worse than the dodge action. It's awful. Blade Ward is terrible. Blade Ward is you extend your hand. It lasts a round. So this one doesn't take your concentration, at least. You extend your hand until your next turn. You have resistance against bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage dealt by weapon attacks, specifically. This spell, you could take your action to dodge and take conceivably no damage from the attacks, missing because they have disadvantage on their attack rolls, and you get advantage on dexterity saving throws. And you didn't have to spend a cantrip known to do that. So if we're comparing the ability to have an action to have resistance to 3 specific damage types for a round, or the ability to do all of those things with disengage or with dodging, they're comparable at least, and dodging is free. So you should never take Blade Ward unless you can, again, use it as bonus actions. But there are some niche subclasses that can, and you consider it on some of those, like Goliaths can get a bonus action. I think maybe not Goliaths, maybe it's Earth Genasi. Some UA had them a while ago. If you can make bonus action happening for Blade Ward, it gets a lot better. But if you can't, and bards certainly aren't doing that very often, yeah, you're wasting your turn for no reason. Because you don't want to take the dodge action. You want to take other actions than dodging.
What about with dodge? Do you have to pick a particular opponent?
No.
No? All right. Well, we must be thinking of something else. Okay.
You just things have disadvantage on attack rolls against you, and you have advantage on dexterity saving throws. And I need to reiterate this. I'm not saying to all of our viewers out there, go out and start dodging. Nope, I'm not saying that. Dodging is not worth your action. And if it's not worth your action, it's not worth a cantrip. This is not worth it, unequivocally. This is a bad action. Don't take it. Make proactive decisions towards winning a fight. Blade Ward is not a proactive decision towards winning a fight. At least True Strike enables you to have a slightly better chance of taking a proactive action towards ending a fight. Blade Ward is a defense-only option you don't want to take that is just equivalent to another action you don't want to take. It's hot trash. Hot trash.
All right. Well, that's it, huh? That was our. All right, you want to go through your list again?
Sure. Vicious Mockery, Mage Hand, Minor Illusion, Friends, Prestidigitation are my 5.
And the worst?
Blade Ward.
Blade Ward.
Terrible.
All right. My list, very similar, was Vicious Mockery, Friends, Mage Hand, Thunderclap, and Minor Illusion. And the worst was True Strike. Ah, people, let us know in the comments what your lists are, what you thought of our lists, and yeah. And if you think anything's better than Vicious Mockery, maybe keep it to yourself. All right, that was the top 5 and 1 worst bard cantrips. Tune in next time for level 1 spells. And thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our top 5 picks. No, what is it? Our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 1 bard spells. Yeah.
It's Bardic to me for some reason. It's also ushering in the returning knights from war. I don't know where we're at right now, but bard spells are pretty fine.
Yeah, you had something to say before we started recording.
Yeah, so okay, for specifically bards are not prepared casters and they're not wizards, which means they don't have an unending, at least a feeling of an unending quantity of spells. You get like 3. And then you're like, okay, well, we have to work with these 3 to do all of the things that I'd like my bard to do. It often going to make your bards feel very narrow and focused. So you'll have the bard that is the charmer. You'll have the bard that is the illusory deceiver person doing the illusory deception things. You'll have the support cutting words, sort of disrupting enemy ideas bard, or you'll have the bard that's a little bit of all of that. And I find those characters tend to be the most eclectic. They don't necessarily have a great theme. They can often feel frustrating to play because you don't feel like any of your stuff works in a particularly powerful way. But that's just something I will. Whenever we're talking about bard spells, I think quantity you get is important to recognize. Whenever you're going to go and do the bard things, you might have to forgo some large staples to make a larger swath or a larger strength in the pillar that you want to be good at. And there's just considerations whenever you're going through these lists. Like, we're going to pick 5, and out of the gate, you don't get 5 spells as a bard. Out the gate, you get 3. So you're going to be 3 or 2. So you're going to be really, really initially out of having to work with little to go a long distance.
All right. Well, what I was going to say is that this is one of my easiest list to pick from.
Oh, really?
Because yes, it just like there are a lot of good options.
There are a lot of very fine options,
but there were some that just felt, all right, this is really bardy.
Oh, that's fair.
And that's kind of, yeah, I say easiest to pick because that's how that was my criteria. It's like, ooh, that's perfect for a bard.
Does it
that
feel
fits
bardic?
A bard theme. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, mine aren't necessarily the best because there's some good options. Like Healing Word didn't make my list, and
I respect that.
That's there were other ones that I felt like, oh, that's good. That might even be better than some of the ones I picked. But if I'm playing a bard, this is what I want.
One other small note: bards are ritual casters, which means anything that has a ritual tag automatically is better, but it's not gonna ever be normally the spells you're taking first or second. They're gonna be like, oh, I've got a spare spell alert, I don't know what to get. If you want more things to do, ritual spells are your easy avenue. So like things like Detect Magic and Animal Messenger and all the ritual spells out there that are mediocre. I mean, Detect Magic's pretty good, but all the mediocre ones out there, you're like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll just take a ritual spell here if I already am happy with what I'm already casting.
All right, caveat. Sam ranks his like best to worst or best to 5th best, and then worst. Mine are just the 5 that I like most in no particular order.
Love that.
With that,
ready to dive in?
What do you got?
All right, my number 1. No one's going to be surprised by this. It's a spell that probably should have only been printed for bards, and I will die on that hill. This should not be a wizard spell. It's Silvery Barbs. Silvery Barbs, not only does it feel like the bard of class, like it's doing everything a bard is supposed to do, it's doing it in an obnoxiously powerful way that will affect the entirety of the game. And if just bards did it, I'd be all for it. I think that's a great pillar for them to have. Wizards have shield, bards can have silvery barbs, and you're like, okay, everyone's got powerful reactions that are for their own classes. And then they gave it to wizards, and I got really annoyed. But as a bard only, in the area where you only have a bard, not a wizard, I think silvery barbs is a home run. If it's not one of the first 2 spells you're taking, it's going to be one of the first 4. It's going to be with you the whole game. It's always going to be good no matter what tier of play you're in. It gives you a person advantage and imposes a disadvantage for a reaction, which is just so obnoxiously cheap. You can't not take it.
Yeah, well, that certainly made my list. That look over the listing, and was that the most bardy of the bard spells that I picked? Because I did pick that one because it was excellent, but it's also, it's like an upgraded vicious mockery. You're still relentlessly mocking this poor beast, but this time it's doing other things, better things.
I think is actually an interesting place to point out. There are like vicious mockery is a bard exclusive cantrip. There are no bard exclusive first level spells. None.
Oh, is that right?
And that's stupid to me. I think this game would benefit a lot from having some better class distinction. I think having more spells that differentiate the classes to like these are what they're good at, that could be good for the game, I think. So maybe
especially if it's limited to bard and wizard. Wizards get everything.
Wizards already have all of the bard spell list and then some.
All right. Well, yeah, Silvery Barbs, excellent. There's no question that was going to be on both our lists.
It's an amazing spell. It's a problem for some tables. It's that good. The spell is it's busted. What else you
got? Next on my list was Hideous Laughter.
Made mine.
Oh, did it? Okay. That again, felt like something bardy. I'm up on a stage. I'm gonna do some stand up or something, but I can take some of this material and use it in a fight too.
This is another spell,
and it's another option for opportunity for role play. You can go two ways with this. You can either make good jokes, and that works, and then they're laughing at your hilarious joke, or you can say something lame like people named Karen like to talk to the manager or whatever, and then and they're like cramping and laughing and falling on the floor for that.
And everyone looking at them like, what is wrong with that person if they didn't know you just casted cast Silver or Hideous Laughter. Yeah. I think Hideous Laughter has so much room to be it fleshes out what kind of comedian you can have your bard be. So you can even do the driest of bards, the bard that is straight-faced all the time with just cutting sarcastic remarks, plays really differently, like appearance-wise, with Hideous Laughter than the very typical suave, got the lute in hand, flirting with everyone bard that makes regular, a below brow or jokes that are not necessarily, they're more commonplace than necessarily the super sarcastic. I think you could take Hideous Laughter and just make a whole character out of it. Just how does my character make things hideous laugh? And it might be like, maybe you have a character that is so stupid and doesn't recognize how dumb they're being that they think they're being funny, but they're actually, what's making the magic happen is people laughing at the attempt. I think all of that could lead to really fun, silly character moments. And it's also just a ridiculously powerful spell. It's my third best here. Another bard wizard spell that should just be a bard spell. But I think it's great. You pick somebody, if they fall prone, everyone got to have advantage on attacks against them, and they're incapacitated. They get to make up saves in the end of turn, but this is about as good as a save or die as you can ask for a first level spell slot. It's incapacitating, it has a meaningful condition stable to it, it's really, really cheap. Excellent.
How do you think the target's feeling during that time? I mean, they're laughing. So
have you been tickled before, Bob? As a child?
That's it. Yeah.
I think it's pretty close to that.
Tickling while getting beat.
Yeah, someone's got a guy with a mace over top of you smashing your head in. You got the rogue behind him just kicking you, and then you just can't stop laughing.
I'm thinking like Uncle Terry's tickling me while Dad's beating me. That's oh, don't feel good.
All we can do now is laugh.
Yeah.
On that horribly sad note, my next is Sleep. Sleep is my number 2. I love Sleep.
That's 3 for 3.
Oh, we're 3 for 3? Nice.
Yes.
I think there are more powerful spells in other classes than Sleep on this list. So if this were not in the Bard class, I don't think I'd rate Sleep this highly. I think Sleep is pretty solid, but it's a very average spell. It's a spell that you take to do some cool things, to be both flexible and utility, out of utility, especially in the early tiers with acceptable HP. On bards, though, bards are deliberately hamstringing the damage department. They don't have Burning Hands, they don't have Magic Missile, they don't have the big bursty damage effects that a lot of the other full casters get. Even compared to Druids and Clerics, where you get things like Spiritual Weapon, you get the summon stuff in Druid, bards are pretty pretty above board whenever it comes to we do support things, period. We do the condition spells, we put things on people. Sleep is the damage spell for bards, in that you incapacitate things based off carrying on hit points, and the incapacitation being an AoE sleep gives you a lot of interesting decisions as to when you want to use it, and it also will feel like you're dropping low-tier fireballs in the early game whenever you make 3 things fall asleep and then just go around and coup de grace them, right? It'll feel very powerful in the early tier as a way that you feel like you're contributing damage-wise, even though you're not really damaging anything, you're just putting them to sleep. Plus, out-of-combat exploration, drop the guard to sleep, it's got 10 hit points, and you can mosey on by without any issues. It's got a myriad of opportunities of using it outside of combat, but I think sleep is excellent. I think more people should sleep on their character sheet and cast it more often.
I like it also because it can give you, in a fight with a bunch of different people, it can give you like information that you wouldn't otherwise have. Now I know who has the fewest hit points. But this is one, Hideous Laughter, Silvery Barbs, Bard exclusive all the way, should be. This one I don't have a problem with being on other spell lists, but I picture the spell differently, A wizard casting sleep is not the same as a bard casting sleep, singing a lullaby, strumming lightly on his harp, or playing pipes or something.
Whereas with like wizards, I'm envisioning fey magic clouds sort of enveloping and inhaling more like a gas attack almost, right? I envision there's a lot of different ways that seems to come across between the classes. I think it's pretty fun.
Yeah. All right. So we are 3 for 3. This let's see if we can keep this streak going.
We're definitely not gonna be 5 for 5 based off your initial point, but we might be 4 for 5. What do you got?
I got Dissonant Whispers.
Dissonant Whispers did not make my list just because it's not that good, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, it made my list for the whole bard thing. Smooth Talker.
Oh, I might have been wrong. That might be a bard exclusive. I got D&D Beyond pulled up. Let me see. Is Dissonant Whispers a bard exclusive spell? I think I know the Great Old One Warlock subclass gets it, but that doesnn't really count. But anyway,
it's still exclusive to the list. Yes, I'm looking it up on D&D Wikidot. Yeah, spell list bard. All right,
nice. So this is a bard. There is a bard exclusive spell. Huzzah! I'm glad it made your list because otherwise we wouldn't have talked about it.
Yeah. Well, like you said in your written review, it's a save or die that always does something. Even if they make the save, they take half damage. That's not nothing, especially for first level. But full damage, 3d6 psychic damage. That's first level. That's pretty good damage, right?
Yeah, I think this is probably a little bit better than Guiding Bolt.
Have to run away.
Yeah. Having to run away is quite powerful. If something ever does fail this, you'll often eat its turn for like a turn or two. That's really, really, really good. 3d6 damage is fine. I think it's a worse save or die than Hideous Laughter by a pretty large margin. Incapacitating something is a way bigger deal than just making a turn and run. It gives you the situational advantage of it being prone. It keeps things where you want them sometimes. There's lots of advantages to Hideous Laughter over this. At the same time, this is stable to 3d6 damage. This is a effect that I think you're going to have a really easy time wanting to cast. And if you are in the market as a bard to say, I want a point-and-click damage option, I want to be able to actually do 3d6 damage to something, in the early tiers, yeah, this is pretty solid.
Yeah, you say Hideous Laughter is better, like that's the definitive objective truth, but
it's not always better.
It depends on what you need out of your spell.
Absolutely. So if you need 3d6 damage right now, and if you can't risk it passing the save, this will be at least half of 3d6 damage. That's pretty solid.
All right. Dissonant Whispers also feels kind of bardy. I'm still what are you picturing when the spell is cast?
I picture the bard whispers something horrible under his breath, points at somebody, and they hear this ringing echo of it in their brains. But it can be any other number of things.
Okay, I'm picturing just some silver-tongued, guy, whispering something, and I don't know that they hear something horrible. I think they hear what he said.
That's the horrible thing.
All right, all right. Yeah, okay. I guess we're picturing it pretty much the same then.
To be fair, I also love the imagery. So games like Pokemon have Uproar, where it makes a bunch of music notes and sound waves come out of the Pokemon. I think that as Dissonant Whispers is very funny to me, where like you would see physical music notes or physical like lines of dialogue over top of paper just wafting through the air and bashing someone's head in. I think that's very funny. I like magic that looks cheesy like that, and also the kind of bards that I enjoy playing are ones that actually hit people with books. So that's the kind of direction I would often take my Dissonant Whispers.
So I see it a lot more subtle, like
That's fair.
a wisp of smoke escaping the
Oh.
lips and entering the ear, and then
If I'm ever playing a bard, subtlety is the last thing on my mind. I'm going for as loud and obnoxious a bard all the time.
Not usually,
possible.
but this is a whisper.
Sure. This absolutely does play on a whole variety of bards. There are bards that are rogues in disguise, that are cloaked figures using their magic to sort of sneak through life and cut deals and steal things from people and deceive their way through reality. And those bards, this is an easy inclusion on making that character feel evil, and not necessarily evil, but shady and cutting and deceptive. And it's pretty good for them.
All right. We are 3 for 4 now.
3 for 4.
What else do you have?
I love Detect Magic, so it's my number 4. Detect Magic is, I think so far we're 3 for 3 for me for classes, first level spells with the option of Detect Magic. It's showing up on every single list. It is really useful in the early game. It's a ritual spell, and Bard's a ritual caster, so you can take this and just feel like it's a feature. And it's a pretty good, meaningful feature when it comes to engaging exploration. It's pretty useful to be able to point at something and know out the gate if it's magical. It makes it so magical traps have to be a little bit more involved than just stepping on magical trap, right? You have to actually have engaging mechanisms for the players to interface with. Otherwise, the players can just go around what they deem as magical. And it asks your DM to not use the really crappy design traps. It asks your DM to use a little bit more complex encounters with their magical devices, with their magical objects. It lets the players know this is a shady object. Let's investigate this. It gives them sort of a jumping off point to go in a bunch of different directions. I've talked at length about this spell, and I will continue to talk at length about it because I think it's worth taking. I don't know if on a bard I'm taking it at level 1, but probably around 3rd or 4th level, I'm going to try and find room for most games.
Yeah, I regretted not putting this on my wizard list. I made sure to put it on my cleric list. However, I did give it some consideration for this list. At first I thought, well, that's more of a wizard kind of thing. But then I thought, a bard, probably, traveled around a bit, learned some things. Detect Magic can fit into that.
Yeah, I kind of envision where the wizard, like, their vision changes and they see the schools of magic and they get like arcane runes floating around in space, beautiful mind style, right? I envision bards just kind of know, right? They look at that and they go, oh no, yeah, I heard a story about a guy that touched one of those runes and it exploded in his face. It's probably evocation magic in that, right? Right. Like that's how I envision bards interfacing with Detect Magic a little bit more of just word of mouth, a little bit of just like I have a hunch, and that hunch just happens to be right. And I think that's a really fun flavor difference you can make for the spell.
All right, well, let's see what else I've got. We no sleep. We did sleep already. I guess that leaves me with just one left.
What's left?
I picked Charm Person.
That was close to making mine. It did not though. I like Charm Person a lot. I just find it, the longer I've played, the less value I find it has.
Yeah, I picked it because what's more bard than that?
That's really true.
Yeah,
that it? Just very bardic?
I think so. I mean, I don't know why. That was my thinking when I chose the spell. But have we done a Charm Person video?
I don't think so.
No, we probably should.
So the charmed condition is pretty good. It being something to use as a saber die in combat is fine. Although it'll get advantage if you're fighting it, so you have to kind of like prep the combat with it. Be like, okay, wait, we're about to go into this fight. Don't wait for my signal. And then you go and you go, hi, everybody. And they give you kind of like what it looks like. Why are you entering into this dungeon? We're going to stab you in a second. And then you go, great, Charm Person, the bugbear. And now we fight. And the bugbear leaves you alone. And that's fine, right? I find that happens almost never. And more often than not, this is used to sort of get advantage on all your charisma checks out of combat with the target. But then you have the friends problem where they'll know that you charmed them. And that's
well, yeah. See, I'm seeing it as utility. You charm somebody, you get what you need out of them, and then who cares later on? You're never going to see this guy again.
You say that, and then you return to that town 2 weeks
Well,
later, and
that's
this
what I'm
big poster
thinking in the
that's out,
moment.
don't deal with this human. This human charms people. It's very illicit to control my brain kind of deal.
Yeah. But, I'm a bard. I'm not thinking about the future.
That's fair. And maybe you don't come back to this town. And it's also going to vary table to table. There'll be more situations where some people will be like, oh, you charm me? That's just how this world works. That's fine. Whatever. I'm not that bad out of shape about it. We had a great night anyway. Right? Like, your DM, it's definitely going to vary based on DM. But I think that there's plenty of room for you to get some decent social with this. I find that if I'm doing social encounters, Most of the time I have information I want my players to end up with. And how they get that information normally doesn't require charisma checks to actually successfully obtain it. And it ends up being more charisma checks to see how they're sitting in the world goes, how the world around them is sort of engaging with them, if they're trusted, if they're wanted, if other people are overhearing, right? That's where I tend to lead. The more I GM, that's the more I find that's how charisma checks end up functioning. And it makes charm person a lot worse because it's just sort of, you don't need it for the interrogation. You don't need it for getting something out of somebody. Most of the time I want that information because it's where they're going to head next to get to them, get to the players, which makes it less important, I think. But there are a lot of tables that do have barriers that you got to get this out of this person to move forward. That's how they get it.
Well, it sounds like you cut the balls off charm person in your game.
Listen, a little bit, but there are many tables out there that function in a similar vein, and the spell gets harder and harder to cast at those kinds of tables.
All right. Am I right? You're down to one more?
Yep. My last one is one that you said did not make your list, and the only reason I made my list is because it's the only healing spell you'll ever take on bards, and that's Healing Word. It's useful. You love it for action economy. It's a bonus action. You bring somebody up and you fire your short bow shot. You bonus action, bring someone up and viciously mock the thing attacking them. You get someone off of 0 when you need to get somebody off of 0, and that is useful. If you're a bard, you're often going to be expected to have some amount of healing because you can have some amount of healing. If you pick this up at 2nd level, you'll be exactly as efficient at healing as you'll ever need to be, and you won't have to ever look at a healing spell ever again. And you'll be really happy with that. And then it'll be efficient. It'll give you the action economy you need. It'll make some unwinnable fights winnable. And that's all you can ask out of healing magic. And that's all it needs to do.
Yeah, somebody in the party needs this.
Yeah.
And to be on the safe side, 2 people probably should have it just in case the one that has it goes down.
I would say most parties will want to have a person that has access to healing magic to some variety. This is the best version of that healing magic. So if you have a paladin, it's probably good enough a lot of the time. Unless it'll vary on your DM. If you're playing with super lethal DMs, 2 people with Healing Word is more important. But for the most tables where you're not playing with super lethal encounters, if you have a paladin and another healer in the group with any access to healing, Healing Word usually is it, you're good.
All right. Well, we've talked about Healing Word enough on this channel. I guess
if you want to hear more about it, I would point to I think it's our Cure Wounds video. I talk at length as to why that spell isn't good. I have a whole monologue. I'm proud of that monologue, and I stand by it. Check that out.
Yeah, if you want, you can also check out our Healing Word video.
Also that.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the Cure Wounds is probably more entertaining.
All right. I feel like I was a broken man, just like, all right, we're going over this one last time.
All right, I guess that brings us down to the worst.
I struggled with my worst. Did you?
A little bit, yeah. There were some other contenders. I ultimately wound up choosing Distort Value.
Oh, I didn't even see that. If I would have seen that, I would have picked Distort Value. You're absolutely right. Okay, yeah. Talk about why Distort Value is bad.
It doesn't do anything.
That's the greatest answer you can ask for.
Yeah, people are gonna say, they're gonna comment, oh, I pulled this thing and pulled this this ruse and whatever. I don't think it's ever really happening, and I mean, I'm calling them liars right now, so that's probably not nice.
Here's the bigger point. If it is happening, what's actually being accomplished in the game state? And the answer is nothing of value. The answer is you're spending 45 minutes shopping where you should have spent 5, is what the answer to that question is, right? So your gold doesn't matter almost ever. It's a random gate for some spells, but you really don't care if it does that. And then if you care to do the effect where you want to cut someone on money, you want to wear down their goods, or you want to sell something for more, Charm Person is a spell that we didn't even touch on that use case, but that's a great thing that Charm Person can do if you, for some reason, value that. Friends can do that better than Distort Value can. Distort Value lets you do one kind of negotiation, and that's price adjustments. And then it's like illusory, so they can tell what's happening with it. You're not even affecting their mind. You're not affecting the object. You could just use mundane means to say, hey, this is mixed.
I mean, there's role playing.
Yeah. Any amount of deception checks will do what Distort Value does better, and it won't make you look like a con man in doing it. The only reason I defend Distort Value is it'll teach new players this is how I get to play this character. And I think as a new player learning tool, it's not the end of the world. If I were running a one-shot with the Charlatan character sheet, I'd probably have, if it was aimed at new players, I'd probably have distort value on that. If I knew in the one-shot there would be a bargaining scene, there would be a scene where they needed to go shopping for something, then maybe distort value makes that list. That is the only instance where I think that spell has any value whatsoever, and that's not very high value. That goes off that character sheet the moment they hit second level. So,
I saved 15 silver pieces on turnips.
Okay, this is actually a moment I will talk about. So there's a game system called Blades in the Dark, and Blades in the Dark is great in that it has a fairly complex system that narrows down complexity into much more manageable topics. So it's opposed to having currency like gold and silver and platinum. They have coin, and you get instances of 1, 2, 3, 4 coin, and the rest of it is assumed that your character scrounges together enough, has enough little loose change in their offhand, is doing work that gets them a little bit of money here and there, right? D&D kind of has that with lifestyle, but basically it just says, if it costs less than a coin, ignore its cost. And that is so valuable. I would recommend everyone in Dungeons & Dragons, if it costs less than a gold, it's free. That's my general recommendation. And obviously you don't want players to go, well, I'm going to go get an infinite amount of rope because it's free. No, they can get a little bit of rope. You have some regular boundaries, but if you're dealing with gold economy, if it costs less than a gold, don't worry about it. That's a waste of everyone's time.
All right. Well, what's your worst?
Oh yeah, that was really off topic. My worst is Illusory Script, which was the one I thought of before you told me Distort Value was on this list, which definitely is.
That was definitely one of the contenders.
Yeah, it's a ritual spell, and I have a really hard time giving ritual spells worst ever, especially on ritual casters. But Illusory Script really doesn't do anything. Like, it is again, it's another one of those spells where you could do this in a mundane way and probably have more fun with it. You really want to be like a rogue with Thieves' Cant doing these kinds of things. You want to make like ciphers and codes and stuff. You can do that without Illusory Script. You don't need to have any spells to do that. You don't need to waste the 10 gold pieces to do this. There's no really great reason to put this on your sheet ever, I don't think.
I mean, I think it's fine, but I just don't foresee opportunities to. I mean, just the types of games I've played using that, I can't think of the mechanics of how it would work at a table. Like,
you get this like weird moment where you want to make one specific person get specific information, but you want it to be in the public space. So then you like illusory script something onto a bulletin board, and then the one person sees it and they see it as different than other things. So they get the intended message. So there's like some subtlety there and there. But then I'm like, if your goal is to get a message to a person, there's gotta be a dozen different mundane ways to do that doesn't require illusory script. And that's such a niche situation where you're in a situation where you can't be seen with the other person. You can't be within message range of the other person, right? You can't have any of these other mundane means of getting this information to this individual that you would need illusory script to do it. Maybe you're going out of town, but like if you're going out of town, do you really care? In 99% of D&D tables, I don't think so. I don't know.
I find it more like, what if it's like an official document, like a will or something, and you want it to say something different, like I left Bob the Barbarian all my money. And
so to the judge, it says, I left Bob the Barbarian all my money, and to everyone else, it's just the regular will.
Right.
I'm sure there will be no problems with that plan whatsoever.
Again, you leave town immediately.
I'm just envisioning like, you get there and you're like, I've done this illusory script. Had I been able to spend the minute or 11 minutes if you don't want to spend a spell slot on this with the will. So you had access to the will. You cast something on it, and then you're like, here you go, judge. Yeah. Everyone else has to go. That everything's above board there. Nothing fishy going on there.
You have to first get a job as a bailiff and then work a few years so you don't arouse any suspicions. Yeah.
Sure.
I'm grasping at straws here. I don't ever foresee this spell being used at any table I play at.
To be fair, though, you did point out there are some instances where it can be used, whereas I think Distort Value really, no. There's where illusory script, there are cases where it does something that nothing else can, but they're very few. There are very few cases. It does do that. There's no situation where Distort Value does something that nothing else can. None whatsoever. Right, it's a mundane effect on a spell for no particular good reason. So I think you're right. I think that's the worst part spell.
Before we close out, did you have any other contenders on here? I felt like I had a few.
I wanted Silent Image to make my list, but I couldn't in good conscience do it because it gets outclassed really fast, and Minor Illusion does its job well enough.
I was talking about contenders for worst.
Oh, for worst? I think Bane's quite bad.
Yeah, but Bane does something.
Yeah.
You could use that every now and again.
You can play a character that wants to weaponize Bane and have it feel fine. If you, as long as you're getting at least 2 things to fail it, which you are most of the time, it'll be whatever. It's still worse than Bless, but they don't get Bless. So
yeah, I mean there are a lot more contenders for better ones. Like I'm sad I didn't have room in my top 5 for Disguise Self. That
was literally my next honorable mention was Disguise Self. I really wish could have made my list too, because it's also it's a spell I definitely prioritized on bards because it's really fun.
Yeah. Identifies good, but not super bardy.
It's another spell again, ritual. You take it down the road as I've already had with the spell list. I'll just take another ritual on my character sheet. That seems fine. The bard spell list isn't particularly robust, but they are consistently quite good. Even things like Unseen Servant and Speak with Animals, again, they're ritual spells. It's harder on bard to find the space to take those, but if you do have room and you really want to be the bard that communes with the squirrels, and you want to have that eclectic character that's outside that loves dogs so much they just talk to dogs, you can do that with Speak with Animals if you want to. And that's definitely fits a lot of the bard playstyles. It fits a lot of the bard personality, force of charisma that is the bard class. I think Thunderwave's one you might want to steer clear of. I think you don't really need damaging spells if you're playing a bard.
Yeah.
If you do, take Dissonant Whispers. Otherwise, for the most part, I think understanding what your lane is, understanding that you're signing up to play a charisma out of combat character that is a support in combat that does some pretty devastating, debilitating effects with stuff like Silvery Barbs, going into the class with those expectations, I think you're gonna have a good time. And most of the spells on their list fit that well enough that you can get some good utility out of most of it.
All right, you want to go over your list again?
My number 1, Silvery Barbs, crack spell. If you're gonna take anything away from this list, take that one. 2 sleep, 3 hideous laughter, 4 detect magic, and 5 healing word.
And your worst?
Illusory script.
Okay. Let me find my list again. I had Silvery Barbs, Hideous Laughter, Dissonant Whispers, Sleep, and Charm Person, with the worst being Distort Value. As always, we are interested to know what you thought of our list, and we'd love to hear about your personal picks. So let us know down in the comments, and like and subscribe and all that. This has been Level 1 Bard Spells. Stay tuned next week for Level 2 Bard Spells, and go watch our Wizard and Cleric spell list as well. Thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst Level 2 Bard spells. Almost had that one.
Yeah. We did that one already. You can go check our Level 2 Cleric spells video somewhere on this channel.
But yeah, we have moved on to Bard now.
Indeed. The superior class in only flavor.
Oh, as opposed to Bard? Or as opposed to Cleric? Or just I thought I meant in general?
No, just compared to Cleric. It doesn't matter much. They're both very fun for different reasons.
Yeah. Whoa, how did you feel about this list?
It's a lot of overlap with some other existing classes, and a lot of they're not really Bard exclusive, but a lot of the more Bardy stuff here I think are quite a bit worse than the first level variations. So I didn't love most of what I saw, but the top 5 I'm pretty comfortable. I'm pretty confident in what I'm working with here as far as doing the Bard thing.
I am not confident at all. This may be the least confident I am with any of these lists I've made.
I feel like this top 5 is just 5 we've talked about before in other top 5s.
Perhaps we'll find out. Well, no, I think I might have some new ones, just because there are better spells that I didn't choose, for like combat and stuff, but they didn't feel very bardy to me. Bardic.
So you're here picking the most bardy of bard spells. This is your top 5 defining bard spells.
Not this list, no. But I'm trying to work in a balance. I don't want to pick something terrible just because it's bardic. But I also, yeah. Anyways, let's get on with the list.
Sure. You want to start this time?
I guess.
Hit me with it. What do you got?
What do I have? All right, I got perhaps the least bardy of all the spells,
Mhm.
invisibility. I couldn't
Yeah.
not put it on the list because, it's so good. But
Also,
what does a
hold
bard
on.
want? To be seen.
I think to say invisibility is the least bardy spells whenever bards routinely run out on the check and get way in over their heads and need a quick escape plan is disingenuous. I think of the classes that get invisibility, the one that uses it the scummiest way is Bard far and away, and I love that for them, right? The Bard fantasy with invisibility is very different than what the Wizard's using invisibility for. It's very different than what the Sorcerer's using invisibility for, right? Invisibility in the Wizard class is like tactical infiltration and sneaking past the guards. The Bard one is getting out of the house before the husband comes upstairs and finds they've been sleeping with his wife, right? Like, that's the use for invisibility in the Bard's repertoire, the Bard's playbook. And I love it so much more for that. I think it's a really, really fun tool to have on a scoundrel character. I think it's a really fun tool even to have on a performer character who, like, whenever, you see the concerts with the big epic, Metallica leads or whatever, fans getting on stage is horrifying. And they're like, I would like nothing to do with that, please. Invisibility seems like a really useful tool to have in that moment, right?
All right. Feel a little bit better about it now.
Yeah, invisibility's busted. It's really gross. Yeah. It's really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. I guess it's got a little bit of bard flavor, but it's also very practical. Yes.
It's incredibly practical. I would say if you're going to take anything away from these lists, is that invisibility should go on almost any character that can take it. So invisibility is really good.
Was that your number one?
That's my number one, yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, what's your number two?
Suggestion.
I almost put that on there. And actually, did I? Let's take a look.
Nope, if you're talking about spells that feel bardic and suggestion isn't on your list,
I know.
That was wild.
It was a contender, but yeah, it probably should have made it over some of these. But I felt like I'm giving away one of mine now, but like there's suggestion, enthrall, and one other one, calm emotions. All felt kind of similar. I didn't want to put all of those on my list, so I chose the one that
is worse.
Yeah, probably.
Suggestion is really great because it's an 8-hour duration and you can get a lot of juice out of it, although it's not going to always work exactly the way you want. This is a saber die that's like an out-of-combat saber die that can be really just useful. This is a way to get what you want once, and that's pretty handy. I've loved suggestion on every character I've had it on. I've found it's one of the most castable spells on my sheet at any given moment, even if we're like prior to a combat session, even if we're in a combat encounter, even if we're out exploring a dungeon and there's 3 things that speak common in all of the dungeon, suggestion is readily a spell. I'm like, oh, I could do something with this right now. I think that makes it pretty excellent. I have very little complaints about suggestion whenever I'm casting it. The concentration duration is a little bit awkward, but bards surprisingly don't have that big of a problem maintaining concentration on something like this for a long duration of time because their concentration slot feels a lot more open to the later tiers. So,
what kind of thing are you using this for?
Anything and everything, Bob. If I need a favor, if I need someone to go get me drinks, if I need a goblin to get out of the encounter before it starts, if I need the goblin to go report back to its boss that there's an intimidating horde of monsters coming down to kill him, if I need anything that I want to have said by an NPC, this can compel it to happen. And that's very useful.
Yeah, I probably should have made my list over. Well, I guess I'll just say this one now. Enthrall.
I have read Enthrall so many times. Why is Enthrall on your list? Why are we talking about Enthrall right now?
Because it felt like a bardish thing. All right, I need to distract this crowd. Well, I'll just get out my loot and start strumming while my friends go rob the place or something. I don't know.
Now, hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
Could that not be done with just a really good skill check?
Well, yeah, but why not juice it up?
I think that Enthrall is a disservice to the Bard class in the way that Distort Value is a disservice to the Shyster, the Conman characters, right? I don't think you need Enthrall to do what Enthrall does. And I think in a game that's as loosey-goosey rules as written as D&D 5e is, where it's trying to say, this system is fundamentally kind of broken, it's up to DMs to figure things out on their own. Enthrall is something that I would, if it didn't exist, is probably how I would rule some elements of bards doing big scale performances to draw attention, right? Is give people disadvantage on perception checks to see notice other things because they're so captivated by the bard's performance. It being codified as a second level spell, I don't think is that useful.
Yeah, I guess it depends on your DM or something. Like if I tried that, with the regular performance check and said, "All right, I want to distract everybody," and he
With
said,
some sick ass tunes.
and he said, "No."
It's like, then what am I doing here? It's the one moment where the bards can use an instrument effectively. Other than combat, we're whacking things over the head with it. Which, side note, since we're talking about bards, we didn't do all of our disclaimers with like learned casters and stuff. That's not as
Oh yeah.
important here. What is as important is if you are a bard and you're using a short sword or long sword or a regular weapon, I would highly recommend asking your DM if you can reflavor it as you're hitting people with your whatever your instrument is, because it's way funnier and a really, really good time just to be like, yeah, I take my lute out and bash this man over the head. Oh, delicious. I love it so much. That's all
Even
I want my
better,
bard's doing.
even better, you got a trombone and you're
Yeah.
just punching people while you're
You know?
playing it.
And that while giving out bardic inspiration with just the sickest, like Flight of the Bumblebee on trombone while you're just bashing people over the head. Oh, yeah. 100%. Get a tuba in here. Give me a sousaphone. Run around just whacking people with the bell of that thing. Oh, yeah. But yeah, Enthrall to me is not my worst. I don't think I've seen it cast more than once. And the one time I saw it cast, I was like, yep, everyone's got disadvantage on perception checks. And then someone else cast invisibility and they can move on with their lives. And it didn't matter that everyone had disadvantage on their perception checks. So, yeah.
Yeah. Ah, man. That and even if like you got a big enough crowd, everyone's got a disadvantage. Somebody's going to make the check.
Yeah.
And, all you need to screw everything up is one person to notice the whatever they're not supposed to be noticing.
It's only got a
So
minute duration too, so like it has to be a very short plan for the disadvantage to matter. And also, like, if we're talking about like effects, status effects, a second level spell for disadvantage on perception checks, that's a saber die. This could just say creatures with that can sense you have disadvantage on wisdom perception checks, and I still wouldn't be that high on it. But there's a save attached to this. Yeah, I'm not overly thrilled to ever put this on a character sheet.
then again, it is let me see what the I don't have it up yet. Enthrall. Just a second.
You're all good. I'll keep talking about what instruments can beat people over the head with guitars. You can do it with trombones. You can do it with tambourines. You can do it with drums, with the drumsticks and the physical drum itself. That's going to be a great time, especially whenever you like break it over somebody's head. That's really fun. It's always iconic whenever you do that kind of stuff.
Okay. One thing Enthrall has in its favor is that it's 60-foot range and it's all the creatures of your choice that can see you. That could be a lot of creatures.
Is a lot of creatures good enough for a bad condition? If I said
I don't
all
know.
creatures can talk to or can't talk to squirrels for the next minute, I wouldn't be thrilled with that spell effect on any spell level. And that's where I kind of feel Enthrall lands for me. It's like, but disadvantage on wisdom perception checks just isn't that good. Notably,
Yeah.
I will say,
I think it's better than the squirrel thing.
yes, it is better than the squirrel thing, undoubtedly.
Right.
I'm pretty sure imposing disadvantage to perception checks also reduces passive perception. Let me double check that, which is a real point in this thing's favor, just because I was going to say, like, if you're running passive perception, which a lot of groups sometimes do, sometimes don't, but I believe it adds a -5 penalty, if I'm remembering correctly, to passive perception checks. So, like, that is something. It does something. It's just, I don't think that high impact. You have to think, like, what are the number of situations where you standing in the middle of a crowd for a minute to give disadvantage on wisdom perception checks is actually usable. And I just think the window where that's good is very small.
There could be situations where like you can't do what you need to do against the entire crowd trying to stop you, but you could hold your own against a few that notice you.
Mm-hmm.
That's something.
What if instead we just cast invisibility on the person sneaking around doing the job as our second level spell as opposed to casting Enthrall?
Well, maybe it's a more than one person job.
Okay, maybe this is a way that the bard gets to feel like they're helping. It's whenever you give the kid the controller that isn't plugged in and they pretend like they're playing with you. Is the bard casting Enthrall?
All right. I still don't. I told you going in I wasn't confident about this list, but I don't know. I still think there's more to Enthrall than, well, more potential that even I cannot think of right now. But I'm not 100% ashamed that I picked it.
That's fair. I don't think it's the worst by any stretch.
No, there are a few contenders. I had trouble picking that one as well.
I picked a new one because I didn't want to talk about what everybody's talked about before, so
I think
I'm excited
I might
about
have
it.
picked one that you already talked about, but
Exciting.
all
Next
right,
up, I'm going next, right?
Yeah, this is your number 3, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one, I don't know if I had put it on any spell list that isn't a Bard's, as far as like top 5 worthy. But I think Bards that Detect Thoughts are really good. I think Detect Thoughts is a rare instance of a utility sort of infiltration information gathering tool that doesn't really have a lot that exists like it. It's a way to probe minds and sort of get the general consensus of what people around you are thinking of in a really cool way. It, to me, on a bard, feels like you're so egotistical that you have to know if people honestly think you're good or not, which I think is hilarious and can be definitely on characters that think they're the greatest gift to humanity that's ever been given a loot, and then they hear people and go, wow, this guy kind of sucks, and they just get unreasonably irate and start throwing things. I think the character's hilarious and very fun to
Yeah,
play.
it sounds a lot like me, going on Amazon to read my reviews for critical failures.
Exactly that. It's I think there's a lot of fun to be had on that front. I also think it just, as an information gathering tool, like I said, there's not a lot in the game that does what this does. This lets you probe into people's brains and figure out what they're actually thinking. This lets you get a surface level thought concept of what's going on in people's general minds. All of that's pretty interesting. It's going to ask your DM to answer some weird questions, and I love spells that make my DM answer weird questions like this. So I put this on a lot of bards. I would recommend you do the same.
I looked at it, briefly considered it, but it did not ultimately make my list.
I think
it's no enthrall.
Have you seen Detect Thoughts cast? Do you like it all?
I don't think I've ever seen it cast.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's super
and
fun.
I've never cast it because I typically don't play spellcasters, but that
maybe after reviewing every single spell in the game, as we're doing, you'll figure, maybe it's time. Let's try it
there
out.
are some I'm excited about. Yeah. All right. Is it my turn?
Yep.
Yeah.
Next up, what do you
What
got?
else do I have? Have we chosen anything this? Oh, invisibility. All right.
Yeah, our number 1 is the same.
Yeah. Let's see. All right. Again, I'm not even sure why I picked this one. There were
For the audience at home, I'm going to take a little peek behind the curtain. Bob prepped this about 3.5 minutes before we started recording.
Don't tell people that.
If you couldn't tell.
All right.
I did too, but
I chose Crown of Madness.
I like Crown of Madness. It didn't make my list, but I like Crown of Madness a lot.
Yeah, but for a bard, I guess I'm thinking like just a really maybe sadistic kind of bard that wants to cause a bunch of mischief. Which I didn't pick Nether's Mischief, but
Nether's Mischief is number 1 in my heart, and it didn't even make my top 5.
Yeah.
I love Nether's Mischief. I think it's a really cool spell, and I would put that on a character sheet probably before any one of these, because I haven't tried it yet, and I'd like to. But anyway, Crown of Madness.
The only thing I don't like about Crown of Madness is the actual physical crown that appears out. What I would like it to be is just some rando starts attacking people for no reason.
Sure, you don't want to have a visual indicator.
But I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But in this case, we know somebody cast Crown of Madness.
That's fair.
But they don't know who. Is there a verbal component? It just I guess there probably is. I don't have
there is a verbal somatic component, so whenever it gets cast, people will hear it.
Yeah, well, I guess that kind of screws up the reason I like it. I was thinking about
multi-class sorcerer.
Yeah, but yeah, in my mind I was thinking of the bard anonymously casting this on someone and having him attack evil, or not evil, but just his enemies.
I think that
perhaps during a performance.
So I think that as far as Saber Dice goes, I like Crown of Madness a lot in that it's a really fair Saber Die because it makes you keep eating your actions, but you're getting your opponent's action in a cool way. I think that's genuinely pretty solid, especially as characters like bards that don't have big damaging options. This being their damaging option, I think is really sweet. Again, I would love if this was like a Bard exclusive, because that is very in the wheelhouse of this is how Bards get to function, is they get to, mess around with people's brains and have them go crazy a little bit and kind of turn enemies into allies and allies into enemies and negotiate on the social level more so than the physical, I light things on fire wizard level. I think as far as Bard spells go, this is, if you're in the market for a decent damage option and you're pretty comfortable saying all of the rest of what I'm doing is supportive, this is a great route to have, because it's both being supportive in that it's debilitating the enemy to the point where it doesn't take actions against you anymore, and then also gives you a damaging option as you now have whatever the best attack roll the enemies have is, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah, but still, it's for a damaging spell when you've got other options like cloud of daggers and heat metal. I love heat metal. Just it doesn't feel very bardy to me.
I think heat metal is fine. I like heat metal enough, but it didn't make my top 5, nor did Cloud of Daggers. I'm even more lukewarm on Cloud of Daggers than I am on heat metal. It's just 44 damage in a sphere. Like, sure. No. I wish it did 2d4 and was a first level spell, and I'd be like, yeah, okay, it's baby's first, that you put the damage area down and it stays there and damages things, whatever. And probably really good as the first level spell, but that's not neither here nor there, because we're talking about Crown of Madness. You think both those are better damage options though than Crown of Madness? You like it for the conditional stuff more?
I mean, I guess it depends on who you use the Crown of Madness on.
I'm just gonna say a fire giant with a greatsword is gonna hit a lot harder than a Cloud of Daggers is.
Yeah. In my mind, I'm thinking I'm a bard on stage casting this on just some random peasant watching the show.
This is how you start the mosh pit. Is you oh, hold on. For everyone at home, I need you to picture this. You do have like the metal rock star bard on stage who looks for volunteers to get Crown of Madness, and then they're all like, yeah, me up in the mosh, and then they're like, and they jam out to it, and this crown of jagged thorns goes and just wailing on people, and everyone loves it. Oh my god, I love that. I love that so much.
All right, justified.
Listen, it has metal potential. If anything has metal potential, it has bard potential. And most things that are angry and or killing things have metal potential. So.
Well, then, in that case, if we're looking for metal, then the crown absolutely counts.
Absolutely, it does.
Yeah. All right. Well, good for me. Crown of Madness.
Yeah, Crown of Madness is sick. We're going to talk about a lot of spells here, and I actually think it's pretty meritable. It's just like there's a good variety of decent options here. I like my top 5 as like really excellent top tier. You're always having to put these on your sheet. Detect Thoughts might be a side grade to Crown of Madness in a bunch of different ways, but my next one is Silence, and I don't think Silence is close to some of the other ones. I think Silence is really good.
Silence made my list.
Nice. And that feels bardic to you? This one actually feels probably the least bardic to me.
See, that's how I felt about Invisibility. Silence, I'm thinking, all right, I'm the bard. I want all the attention on me. You shut up.
For the pettiest reasons only. Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I love that for it. That's a great point.
That's where I was thinking from the bard perspective, but then like the actual practicality is gravy.
The practicality of Silence, I think, is pretty solid too. Just shutting off verbal component casting is really useful if you can lock someone into a space or put them in a spot where they don't want to go anywhere else. That's quite good. And Silence definitely does that. On top of that, it's also just a great infiltration tool to be like, we're going to not make any sounds whenever we're going through this corridor, whenever we're opening this door, whenever we're blowing up this bomb to get through this wall. It's going to happen silently. That's a really useful tool to have that will always be good at all tiers of play, which is why I think it ultimately, like, if I'm a 3rd level character, I don't know if I'm taking this yet, but if I'm like an 8th or 9th level character, I definitely want to have access to it. So I think Silence it's one of those spells that gets better with age, that is ritual castable, that is a spell that you can just be comfortable always having access to for a variety of excellent use cases. I think it's a super sweet ability to have on almost every character sheet I can get it.
Yeah. You're talking about making spellcasters ineffective, and I was talking about telling people to shut up. Best of both worlds.
Yeah,
you silence the bard and the other party.
Mm-hmm. And they can't bardically inspire people because they can't hear them anymore. I guess I think it's visual too, but still, yeah, it's super cute.
All right, that was Silence. My turn. What do we got? All right, I guess we're down to my last one. And I picked Shatter.
Wow, I think this is the lowest we've had overlap for.
Well,
we've had one of the same.
No, 2. We had Silence.
Oh, you had Silence? You had Silence. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Silence.
All right. 2, that's still really low.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. This was a hard list for me. I think last week we had the level 1 spells that was so easy. Like I felt so confident in that list. This one less so.
I,
Shatter, I feel like, you know,
sure.
playing a high note, smashing windows, and creatures made of stone.
Sure. As far as like spells that do damage that feel bardy, this definitely is top of that list. I've known a lot of bards that take it. I'm never impressed with it. It's 3d8 damage in a decent area, and that's like good enough. So yeah, sure. It's probably like as good as the damage you're getting for this tier for a bard specifically. And it's fine. The area is not enormous, but it doesn't really have to be enormous. It's big enough. Next level, you're getting 8d6 damage with fireballs, which are worlds away from where this is. But I
And
think
listeners at home, we're using that as a damage standard. We know
yes,
bards don't get fireball typically.
correct. They eventually can if they want to, which I
Yeah.
would recommend a lot of times. Because fireballs are really good as far as damage goes. But like Shatter is in the context of Bard, in the context of being just a big chunk of damage, it's sort of as good as you can ask a Bard to do. I don't want to ask Bards to do that though. I like Bards being the supportive and helping win fights with Crown of Madness effects, helping win fights with suggestion or hold person kind of effects. I like bards playing the supportive role and really leaning into it for the maximum value out of it. That's where I like my bards to be. So this just doesn't really suit my personal fantasy of what I want my bards to look like. But I get that this is a reasonable option to put on bards.
Yeah, I'm saying like this yeah, I don't need my bard to be the super damage dealer, but if they do get an option for an area of effect adequate damage spell, then that resonates with the whole bard shtick, then yeah, have at it.
Especially if you're the only caster in a party of otherwise full marshals, Shatter is a pretty useful resource to have access to. Like if you're the only one that can do area of effect damage like this, you probably want Shatter on your sheet. I like it. It's fine. It didn't make my top 5 because I don't think it's party enough for me. Party playstyle wise, but
if you're the only one with access to magic, that also makes you the healer.
we put healing word and Shatter on your sheet. Easy
yeah.
peasy. You just take the I do the magic caster thing spell checklist. One healing spell, check. One area of effect damage spell, check. One save or die, check. Just go down the list.
All right. Are we down to your last one?
Last one for me. This one I think is excellent. And again, at all tiers of play, usually it's Hold Person. I think Hold Person is really yucky good. I also think it is, like I said, when talking about why I didn't like Shatter, this is a bard way to say save or die. You're going to be paralyzed and my friend's going to kick your ass if you don't pass this save. And that to me is like, yeah, that's what bards do, is they set up their allies to not like hit the ball out of the park. That's
one way to look at it. I mean, it didn't make, again, it's one of these, one of the best second level spells perhaps on the list, but it didn't feel bardy to me.
That's reasonable. I think this very much feels like my version of the bard fantasy of I would use Hold Person as they are so stunned by how amazing I am. They are like, wow, that is the hottest person on planet Earth, or that is the coolest person on planet Earth, or oh my god, what are these sick tunes? Just staring mesmerized at the bard. That to me all feels Hold Person. I love that you can upscale to hit more things.
That to me feels like Enthrall.
Sure. But this does an actual good effect. Whereas Enthrall is disadvantage on wisdom perception checks. I think Hold Person's sweet. I'm pretty sure we talked about
it. It absolutely is.
Yeah.
And I think it made both of our wizard list.
Yeah.
My
list overlaps a lot with my wizard list.
Is Hold Person available for clerics as well?
Hold Person is a bard, cleric, druid, sorcerer, warlock, wizard spell. So it probably also made our cleric list.
Yeah, probably. But I couldn't bring myself to put it on the bard list.
One thing I will say about it that I don't say about it usually is save or dies are really fickle. If they pass, you're like, wow, I just spent a second level spell slot and nothing happened. I, as a player, personally hate that, and why I tend to steer away from these effects basically always. But as a DM, I've seen them be debilitatingly powerful, and people get a really huge amount of enjoyment from casting them successfully. So,
yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's a higher risk, higher reward.
Absolutely.
You might do nothing, but if you do something, that creature's dead.
Yep, it's a death sentence. Those are our top 5s.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that was it for my list. I guess it's time for the worst.
I'm excited. There's a decent chunk of options here.
Yeah, before I commit to this, I'm gonna take
a gander one more time, look it
yeah,
over.
'cause
I could
there.
I
Or I
think
just
I
want to
could
look at the other contenders I'd like to talk about.
I think there are like
Ooh.
4 I'd put as contenders for worst.
Oh God, yeah. I almost feel bad, but all right, I'm gonna choose borrowed knowledge.
I hate borrowed knowledge. I hate borrowed knowledge so much. Why
It's
is borrowed knowledge this bad, Bob?
because I don't care about the effect.
Fair enough. It
It,
wasn't
it
anywhere.
probably shouldn't be the worst 'cause with what this is competing against. But
Yeah, my
yeah,
worst is definitely worse than this. I'm gonna let you know that right
yeah.
now. So for those of you who don't know, this is from the Strictly Curriculum Chaos book. It's an hour duration. You get a skill, and that's it. You just pick a skill and you're proficient with it until spell ends for an hour. And I think this is unbelievably lame. I think this is a way that you make all of the charisma checks now, is what this kind of reads as. This is a way that takes away any character individuality, as even though they have a 1 lower strength, they're proficient, so they make the athletic stack checks instead, right? There are windows where characters will get to do their skill proficiency stuff. The borrow knowledge just goes, oh, or I can spend a second level spell slot and get a +1 to that, and then you don't make the check anymore, and I make the check, and I get to be the center of attention more of the time, and I get to have all the skills accessible to me, and can be better at you than all of them, and that's lame. It also doesn't help that bards get jack of all trades, which means they already had half proficiency bonus to everything. So like you
All
don't
right, that's
you don't
where
need this.
I'm looking at this, from a bard perspective. You you hate that it exists. I
I
just
hate that this exists.
don't care enough that I'll never use it.
Yeah, adding +1 to 2 to things is about as good, especially in the early tiers. In the later tiers, it is a lot better to get the proficiency than half, but like I hate it.
um, yeah,
I don't think
well,
it's the worst. There are gonna be moments where I would
no,
probably
no,
cast it.
there are going to be, yeah,
Not I
it's going
personally,
to be
but I would
useful at times,
imagine
right?
it being cast. Yeah,
It's castable, just not by me.
that's fair.
All right, but yeah, since the reason I chose it is because I care so little about it, I don't really have anything else to say.
That's fair. I have we
So,
talked at length about borrowed knowledge? Do we have a
yes, we
video on
have.
it?
I think we
So
did.
you should go watch that video. I'm pretty irate in that video, as I
Yeah.
normally am.
Sab the spell hater.
That's my nickname, as we all know. My worst is probably the spell I'm most. This is probably the worst spell in D&D that I'm most regularly preparing, and it's Skywrite. I think
All right,
Skywrite is so
that was certainly
useless.
a contender.
Yeah, it's a second level spell. It's a ritual at least, but like, it's only flavor. This is a cosmetic cantrip levels of flavor that is attached to a second level spell slot for no particularly good reason. And it's just like, yeah, you could write, "Will you marry me in the sky?" using a biplane, or you could cast Skywrite and do that. And like, that's never mattered.
Or I mean,
Ever.
what if you know, I'm lost in the woods or something?
That's so
Help
very
me.
helpful. So everyone around will go, "Oh no, someone within several miles of here is lost in the woods."
All right.
Oh
No.
no.
All right. No. All right. What about as a signal? Like, all right, when I get to when I get in position, I'm gonna write something in the sky. Potato. And when you see the word potato in the sky, that's when we strike.
Because I'm sure. I guess there'll be a funny moment where all of the people around will be like, "Why is there potato written in the sky?" And then they'll be
Exactly.
like,
So nobody's expecting to be attacked.
"Obviously not. No one's seeing this enormous signal in the sky and not thinking anything of it."
Well, no,
Uh,
they're just saying they're up there. What's potato? Now, if it said
what is
attack,
potato?
then that's different.
This has several big asterisks. Number one, it's daytime and people can see it. Number two, it's not stormy or raining. The weather has to be clear. And number three, you're above ground. You're not in a dungeon or doing any other kinds of kind of categories. But if you're in the exact situation where you're like, all right, everybody, I'm gonna cast Skywrite whenever I'm ready to go in. Sure.
I'm
Coordinated
just
attacks
trying to
on the
throw
minute
stuff out.
probably is good enough, right?
This no, I'm not arguing that this is a great spell by any stretch of imagination.
Skywrite's pretty awful. I love it though. This is I put this on bards just to make fun of people. I put this on bards just to be like, X person smells funny and just write it up in the sky for an hour. Just whenever they like offend me or beat me in a game of poker or whatever. It's the really petty messages that you can write with Skywrite. Now, great, you only get 10 words, right? Or it's 10. 10 words. So you have to be concise with your messages. But like, if you want to play the bard, that is just the pettiest. Oh god, I love Skywrite for that. But that has nothing to do with power level. That is entirely flavor enhancer. That probably has no business being one of your like 6 prepared or known spells. Like, there's no reason you should put this on your sheet over any of the other options.
No, even for coordinating attack. I mean, you can do that with dancing lights. That's
just send them up.
Yeah. What other contenders for the worst are there? I'm seeing
Locate Object is pretty bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Animal Messenger's pretty bad. We've talked about that one, I think.
Yes, we have with the squirrel that doesn't know where their target is, and pyrotechnics. I forgot what
pyrotechnics.
That does. Is that
I have it on D&D. It should show up for me on D, even though I don't have any books on D&D Beyond. It should still show up because it's from one thing. I remember the spell is bad. I'm pretty sure it's like a similar level of cosmetic. It gives you fireworks or smoke. Smoke is bad fog cloud, and fireworks is a 1-round blind. Is that more castable than Skywrite? It's not a ritual spell, so I'd go with probably not. So like, it is quite terrible. I think See Invisibility is also really bad, but it's really bad for different reasons.
It's useful, but you just hate that it exists.
I hate that. I never want to be the game where I am expected to cast it, and thus it doesn't have a purpose to exist.
All right, well, I think we've beaten this one to death.
There are a lot of bad bard spells. I think our picks are quite bad, but there are other awful ones too out there. Steer clear of any of those. There are also a lot of bangers, though. We talked about a lot of spells today that I was like, yeah, that's a really solid option. And even spells like Nathier's Message didn't make either of our top 5s. I think it's an exceptional bard spell that I would put on a lot of bards.
It almost made mine and probably should have. And I will say over Enthrall. Yes.
There we go.
All right. Well, I'm already locked in. So what were your picks?
Number 1, Invisibility. 2, Suggestion. 3, Detect Thoughts. 4, Silence. 5, Hold Person.
And your worst?
Skywrite.
Skywrite.
I love it. It's just really bad.
Oh, dear. All right. My picks were Silence, Invisibility, Crown of Madness, Enthrall, and Shatter. And my worst was Borrowed Knowledge.
And like, unlike Cleric, I definitely think this is a situation where you will not be embarrassed to put any of our, even though we differed so much, I think all of our top 5s are entirely reasonable, except maybe Enthrall. But like, you'll be happy on almost all the characters with those access. So
I think you might even be happy with Enthrall every now and again.
Every now and again, maybe.
All right, that was level 2 bard spells. Stay tuned next week for level 3 bard spells. And we've got full list of wizards and clerics, so go check those out and watch our other stuff in the meantime.
If you're in the mood for like an hour and a half long binge, Bob uploads the full all 9 level and cantrip reviews.
Oh Sam. 5-hour binge.
Oh, sorry.
Those videos are 5 hours long.
Just all you gotta do is whenever you go to work in the morning, put it on your computer. Whenever you leave, when you come back, Bob will get that sweet runtime and that sweet view time. It's perfect. This is the strat. Or just actually watch it falling asleep, and then you won't even know that you didn't finish the whole thing.
Yeah. All right. Way to game the system. Thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. Let us know what you think down in the comments. What are your picks for the top 5 level 2 bard spells, or what do you think of our list? Until next time, bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 3 bard spells.
Trumpet.
Yeah. I thought it was a flute, but yeah.
One of those two. This is flute, right? This is trumpet.
Yeah.
This is euphonium. I played the euphonium. Anyway, bards are baller. We love bards. They know not many spells. You get at 5th level, 8 total, and 4 of them are probably 1st level. 5 of them are probably 1st level. 2 of them are probably 2nd level, which means you're getting a 3rd level spell slot or a 3rd level spell at 5th level. Like, you can replace ones down the road. If you're like, I haven't used this 1st level one, I'll take a 3rd level one here if you want to. But generally speaking, bards don't get a lot of spells, which is pretty important in the context of these lists, because, like, well, you're going to pick one, it better be a good one. On top of that, they're ritual casters, so ritual spells are a little bit better because you don't have to spend spell slots on them, and that's pretty great. But again, because your spell list is so narrow, that's kind of a higher cost because you're losing access to more powerful features, and that's kind of more comparable. This is where, like, ritual casting feels fair, whereas on wizard, it's just 3 extra features you get because you're a wizard, which is way better than this. But that's okay. Bards are still pretty baller.
All right. How did you feel about the level 3 list?
I don't think I've seen such a ragtag band of mediocre effects in my life. I was looking down and I was like, God, I have to put these on a top 5 list. Only a couple of them are like offensive to the senses, but
level 3 is when things are supposed to take off.
Yeah, where like clerics get resurrection magic and wizards get fireball and sorcerers get fireball and druids subclasses get fireball. Clerics or bards are just in here like, we've got half of what wizards can do. One of these broke the top 5 wizard list. Let's do it.
Yeah. All right. Well, you want to kick us off?
Sure.
Disclaimer, caveat, whatever. Sam picks his spells in the top 5 order: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mine's just a hodgepodge of 5 of what I think are the best spells in no particular order. And was there another caveat or? Oh no, I think you just said it with the. Yeah. Also, Sam pays a lot more attention to things like whatever he was talking about before.
Class context.
Yes.
All right. My number 1. I don't know if it's made my wizard list. It probably should have. I love this spell. I think this spell's really great. I think we talked about it recently, or I wrote about it recently. One of the two. It's Dispel Magic. I think Dispel Magic is a superb spell. It's like the detect magic to me of the mid tier, in that it's just a really good effect that every character is going to eventually want on their sheet. And why this might not be like it might be, but it might not be the first bard spell you want at 5th level, like this 3rd level, or the 3rd level spell you want at 5th level. God, why can't we call them spell ranks? Wizards, please adjust this. Please. Just the nomenclature has to change. It's so annoying. Anyway, this might not be the first 3rd level spell you want to pick up whenever you get to 5th level for the first time. It's a really powerful, good effect that just is a nice, clean. That spell effect is causing us problems, not anymore. It's conjuration magic is throwing us into disarray. Go away. It's this, our paladin's kicking our ass because he's been in Crown of Madness or dominated. Stop it. All of that makes Dispel Magic really, really good. It's just useful to have at all tiers. It's a cheap solution to really expensive problems. And because bards don't really get any of the big, this is the 3rd level or 5th level tier, everyone's getting huge busted bonkers things. Dispel Magic is like I have an answer to many huge busted bonkers things. I have an answer to haste. I have an answer to flaw. I have an answer to a myriad of other problems. I think that justifies it being probably my number 1, specifically on bards that don't have a great roster after this.
Now, another thing I consider when choosing my spells, especially for bard, is how flavorful they are for bards. And when I picked 3 or 4, and then I started considering Dispel Magic, but it just doesn't feel too bardic to me.
This feels like the nerd pulls out the runes and be like, oh, this is the exact calculation that I have to do to break this enchantment, is what it feels like, right? It feels like you've pulled out the magic calculator and you're like, and the spell effect ends. That doesn't really feel bardic to me. This feels like something the bards would make fun of. I absolutely agree with that.
I didn't consider what it does feel like. I just consider that it doesn't feel very bardy.
That's fair.
So no, it ultimately did not make my list, though I considered it.
I'm genuinely excited to hear what did then, because there are some real wacky options here. This is what commenters down below. This is definitely a list that I'm not confident in even a little bit. I think I like my top 2. After that, I'm like, this is okay. I would put this on my bards, so that's why it's here.
I mean, listen, I couldn't go all in on this. There are some, like, motivational speech sounds like the most bard spell there is. Didn't make my list.
Then you read it and you're like, never mind.
Yeah. No, I couldn't go strictly on that. You know,
Mhm.
I had to pick better things over that.
Such
But
as.
well, all right. Let's see what's on my list. All right, where's the list? There it is. All
Hit
right,
me
I
with it.
picked Enemies Abound.
That's a weird and interesting choice. Sure, enemies abound is fine. Why'd you pick it?
I'm a sucker for these kinds of spells. I
Oh yeah,
just, yeah, any kind of game, like in a video game or something, when you can take an enemy and make him start beating the other, his friends,
Mhm.
that's just super satisfying for me. And I feel like it would be especially so from a bard point of view.
This is most certainly a really bardy save or die. This is all of your friends hate you, and then they just go like, I can't believe you'd say that about me, Bob, and punches Bob in the face, right?
Yeah.
It's the kind of like you mess with their brain to get them to do some pretty wacky nonsense. It is definitely up Bard's alley. This is a reasonable saber die. It can sometimes be a dud whenever you're like, we're against two big bad things and they're somewhat separated, so they're just going to continue crushing us. And then this doesn't really all that useful, right? Like casting this on, if three of your allies engage a hill giant and there's 4 hill giants, you don't really want to cast this on any of them most of the time because they're just going to go and start keep hitting things. And most of the time it's going to be your friends, but there will be some encounters where they're more inclined to just start whacking on each other. And that's probably pretty good. There are going to be instances where I think the save is very excellent. I think it's a bit narrow for it to be making my top 5, but I'm not proud of my top 5. So maybe it's right to be here.
Now, all right, you say all that, but with any spell, you cast it when it's appropriate.
Sure. There are spells, so like if we compare this like banishment. Banishment, I think, is going to be better in more situations by the nature that removing something from a fight entirely means anytime there are multiple instances of creatures, it's decent. Enemies Abound requires a lot of context around that, which makes it a bit more narrow. Still pretty applicable, but a bit more narrow. And I don't love it being a saber die that's a little bit like this much more narrow than something like Banishment. Now, granted, Banishment is higher level, but still. You've got Hideous Laughter and stuff that are also saber dies that are fine too. I don't know.
Yeah,
Crown of
to
Madness
me,
feels similar enough to this, right?
yeah, this is more fun than Banishment.
I 100% agree with that. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm putting this on my sheet way further ahead of Banishment. Banishment's like, if I never cast Banishment again, I'll be happy with that because I've seen what the spell does. I've seen it be powerful. I'm good. Not that exciting. It just puts something in a pocket dimension. Not for me anymore. Enemies Abound, though. All right, you've sold me. In the situation where enemies,
I'm genuinely shocked to hear that.
listen, I thought I made it clear at some point in time. I like bad spells. I like spells that I don't necessarily know are going to be great. It's why I like Lightning Bolt more than Fireball, right? I like to work a little bit to make my magic more powerful. I like the more circumstantial, the niche effects that are like, if I can get this one instance to come through, this goblin's going to kill all his friends. And it's going to be awesome. And that's kind of what Enemies Abound does. It
Yep.
just sometimes doesn't. And that's fine.
Yeah, and it also makes his friends have a choice to make. Am I going to kill Ted or wait for this spell to wear off while he's beating on me?
Yep.
Ah, good
It
times.
also, I really like that if an enemy provokes an opportunity attack from the affected creature, it makes the attack evadable. So, like, if it has its reaction and someone's like, why is Ted kicking my ass? If it tries to run away from Ted, Ted hits him. He just does it. And that's great.
uh, all right. Well, that
This
was
might have
Mhm.
deserved a slot on my top 5, but we'll get to it.
All right. What's next on yours?
My number 2 is Fear. I think Fear is excellent. Fear's on my Wizard top 5. It's a big AoE. Everyone run away from me now. And this feels different than Wizards using it, but it definitely still feels like Bards can use it,
Oh,
right?
absolutely. Yeah. This, I
And
mean, this made my list.
I know why it did,
I
because then the
yes.
Bard goes around and picks up all the loose coin purses that they dropped on the floor
Well, I'm
when they were
thinking
all disarmed.
no, you pick up the weapons.
I'm sorry.
You can pick up the coin purses after they're dead.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. After you killed them with their own
And
weapons.
I mean, they're not carrying around their coin purses, in their hands. If
Maybe
you're
you're
going
the
into a
bar and
fight,
everyone's like,
that's
bartender, waving around
that's
dollars.
another thing. Fear in a crowded marketplace. Then they're dropping their coin purses.
Yep. That's fair.
That feels very Bard to me.
100% agreed. It's also just like a giant cone saver die makes a bunch of things run in the opposite direction, and the few that save are now in a worse position by quite a lot. This is a great crowd control tool for a class that doesn't get much crowd control. This made my wizard list, and in that I remember somewhat speaking of like, it's probably not better than damage, but it doesn't necessarily always need to be. Bards just don't get the damage option. So this is excellent on the Bard class. If you're looking for a tool that is good at handling large amounts of creatures, Sphere is probably the number one option you should be looking to in the Bard class to be like, this is how I can answer this problem. This is a tool that I can bust out to say, all of the kobolds run away, all the goblins run away, all of the swarm of bats run away, right? It's just very applicably useful. And then you can take all their stuff and poke them to death with them later down the road if you want to.
And I mean, anytime there's a area of effect, save or die, that always goes up points in my book because it's almost always going to do something. It's not really save or die, like in that it could do nothing.
Yes.
And like you said, getting a fraction of the enemy party to flee and drop their weapons is going to leave the ones that save in a really bad spot. Yeah, I think it's enormously impactful.
The fact that they have to sprint the other direction too is really good. Like, yes, they only have to sprint until they can't see you anymore. That's often going to be 2 rounds. That's if it's ever more than a round, you're eating more actions on the way back too after they pass their saves, which is just buying enough time. And because it buys enough time for a large quantity of creatures, it does something that a lot of other spells can't, and that makes it pretty high on my pick order on those classes.
And I mean, I can't say this enough. If they're holding weapons, they drop them. You pick them up. They're now
your weapons
far away, disarmed, and hey, maybe you didn't have any weapons for some reason. Now you do.
I just love conceptually that Bob, no matter how many times we talk about this, you're always going to be like, but don't forget,
yes,
it says right there, they drop their stuff.
That's my favorite part of the spell.
The spell could be mass disarm, and Bob be like, yeah, that's all it needs to do. Who cares about the fright?
Absolutely could.
Love it. All right, that's my number 2. What's your next one?
All right, this probably made both our lists. Hypnotic Pattern.
Hypnotic Pattern's my number 3, and I was kind of ashamed to put it here, but it's my number 3. I don't love Hypnotic Pattern, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's was a 30-foot cube?
30-foot cube, charm incapacitation.
Incapacitation
is really good.
Yeah.
It ends on damage, or if someone shakes them awake. It eats a lot of actions. There'll be some encounters this can probably utterly decimate. That probably justifies it being on top 5.
I mean, incapacitation, that's the same, the hold person thing, where you get advantage on attacks and auto crits?
No.
Is that? No. Oh, that's paralyzed?
That's paralyzed. Incapacitated is you can't take actions or reactions.
All right. Well, still pretty good.
I mean, it also charms them, and so you'll have advantage on charisma checks, and they will not target you with harmful things, but they're not going to do that anyway because they're incapacitated. Yeah. So like those two conditions overlapping don't do a whole lot because they're incapacitated. But like this doesn't give crits. This doesn't give the paralysis stuff. At the same time, it doesn't need to. This is, I think, probably there'll be encounters where this will be way better than Fear in that you can lock down 2 or 3 things for a good chunk of time where Fear can allow them to save out of it once they can get out of vision range. Fear is a bit better, I think, against a lot of the masses where you still want to be wailing on stuff, where you still want to be punching things, and you can sometimes want to be punching the things that are frightened. If you ever want to attack the things that are being crowd controlled, this gets substantially worse because it ends the effect immediately. So if you want, and you don't get any bonuses, right? This doesn't give you paralysis if hold anything does. That being said, still, I definitely have heard stories where DMs have begun. The Bard cast Hypnotic Pattern, all of the bandits stopped and stood there while they killed the bandit leader, and I didn't know what to do. And that is a giant debilitating effect that can occur sometimes. That's a real reason. There's like, if a large group all fail, it takes 2 or 3 rounds for one creature to be able to start waking everyone up. And that takes a lot of time. That eats a lot of actions in combat is quite good. If being in that direction, that means it's not really that great out of combat, but it's still fine. It's probably better than like we had a 2nd level spell that was you distract everyone for a minute. Hypnotic Pattern's probably better than that for that situation. It's a higher level slot, but it's like, everyone look at me for a minute, and they're all just stunned. You're like, this is going great. Go do your thing. Go steal from the whatever place that we're in. That could be a situation where Hypnotic Pattern meets as well, but like,
yeah, that could be. I'm thinking of it more in combat though, and like, what do you say if and and you'll have options depending on how many people it affects. You know, if it affects everybody, but one guy whose job it is to go wake everybody up, that's the guy you attack.
Yeah. And then you just
Yeah.
systematically get down the line and be like, this one dies next, this one dies next, this one dies next.
Yeah.
This is another spell that should just be a bard spell, but here we are. It's a bard, sorcerer, warlock, wizard spell.
Went all in with that one.
Maybe I'm just jaded by it. It's undoubtedly going to be powerful. I've never been super hyped with it. Maybe I just don't love the fantasy of it. But I get that it is a powerful effect. Maybe it should be my number one. I don't know. I think it's a giant AoE incapacitation. That's got to be it, right?
That's why it made my list as well.
I don't know if my next one's going to make yours. You don't like illusions as much as I do. Major Image is my number 4.
It's my I don't number these, but it's also my number 4.
Nice. I love Major Image. I love Major Image so much. I take it on a lot of bards that I have no business taking it on, though, because again, you get like 1/3 level spell, so you probably should be taking the higher utility options in combat that we talked about prior to this. But like, if you don't give a shit about combat, if you're like, I'm playing a bard to do the out of combat stuff, which I would recommend doing, I think those are very fun characters.
Yeah,
Major Image is a house of a spell. 10-minute duration. It mimics some things, like it mimics more than just sight-based stuff. It mimics smells, it mimics temperatures. It doesn't mimic touch still. You can't physically feel the object there, but you can get a sense of its presence. There's a lot that can be done with a 20-foot cube of visible phenomenon. And that is going to lead to some really memorable moments. Some big intimidation ploys, some moments of going with a ridiculous gambit, like trying to sell the hotel, right? The con men that are like, we don't own this. We know they're renovating the 3rd floor. We're 100% selling this like we own it. That's the kind of grandeur that this spell tries to facilitate as far as like selling ridiculous cons, where the bigger the lie, the easier it is to believe, right? And that's absolutely the kind of thing where it's like, that is a real fire giant. You do not want to make him angry and he's on our team. Fire giant angrily nods, holding flaming sword, and the other team's like, well, if that is a real fire giant and we don't believe him, we're screwed. So I guess we're going to deal with you. And that's kind of the situation that Major Image puts you in a lot of times.
Yeah, I'm usually not a huge fan of illusion spells. I just can never figure out how to use them effectively. But that's on me. This felt, I know they can be used effectively by other people. They're powerful. And this one in particular feels super bardy, and that's why it made my list.
True. I
was running out of good ones.
That's fair. One of my favorite bits of it is you can just make conversation with people. You can just put an illusory person in the room, stick them in a relatively like a chair that they don't have to push back to get out of. That's a very important point. Or they're just standing. You have to make sure you consider the circumstances around where you put these illusions to make them get the most juice out of them, so there's less chance of them being quickly figured out as illusion. Also another fun thing we didn't touch on. When you upcast this, it lasts until the spell and you don't have to concentrate on it, which is super cool. If you cast it as a 6th level or higher, it just lasts forever. And it's just a thing that you can stick into the space, which is super cool. I'm a big fan of that. I will say, it's not that much better than Silent Image. It's the being able to make sounds out of it's pretty good, but like, you can get a lot of the mileage out of Silent Image that you can do the illusion thing with. And Major Image, while it is a much larger space and can do a little bit bigger of stuff, still has most of the illusion problems. So like, I don't know if I think I overrate this, but I do really love playing with it. And if you like playing with illusion spells, I highly recommend it. If you haven't played with illusion spells before, or you don't know if you can like come up with good ideas like Bob, you don't know if you can weaponize them well, I'd probably steer clear of it, just because it's a really high cost. You're spending a really large amount of resources for this kind of very risky, prone to failure kind of play. Anyway, all right. That's Major Image.
All right. Now, Major Image was one of my strugglers.
Nice.
But not too bad. I didn't feel bad about putting that on the list. My last one, though, didn't feel great about this. Almost embarrassed. I put Bestow Curse.
Bestow Curse is not anywhere close to my list.
No. I mean, I was trying to think. I'm trying to stick with the bard theme. It's like, what? I got to speak with plants? No. Um,
I like Speak with Plants more than Bestokers. I would be laughing at you less if you'd put Speak with Plants on your list. There was a brief moment where I was like, am I putting Speak with Plants on this list? And I didn't. But like, Bestokers isn't my worst for what it's worth.
yeah, I mean, it's not mine. It's in my top 5. But what
What'd you put this here for, Bob?
because I mean, literally, I was running out of ideas.
Mm.
Let me look it up again. Bestow curse. Where the heck is it? Just look it up
It's like
again.
a 3rd level touch. You have to touch them.
Yeah, you have
They
to
get a
touch them. That's
save.
not great. All right, but here's what I was thinking. It's got a somatic component, a verbal component, but I'm thinking with the bard, you can get kind of sneaky with that. Someone
Sure.
who you're not engaged in combat with yet, but you see the writing on the wall, and you shake hands and say, and your incantation is, well, have a nice day, and or something to that effect. They don't necessarily know in that instance that you've cast a bestow curse on them. I'm probably way off on the rules, but
You are, but that's okay. Keep going.
yeah. Anyways, that's the only way because the touch thing is kind of rough.
It's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
So the other thing that I don't love is that all of the curses kind of suck. So there's like disadvantage on ability checks
Let's
and
see.
that's Hex. And Hex is a 1st level spell. Disadvantage on attack rolls is just a worse version of the feared poison to any of those conditions. Cost fear does that. Fear does that. Lots of the spells do that. While cursed, the target makes a wisdom saving throw at the start of each turn, and so it sometimes does nothing. That's worse than like a hideous laughter. That's worse than like most of the other saber dice. While it's cursed, it takes extra d8 necrotic damage. That's fine for big cursed targets, I guess.
That's the one I was mainly looking at, and then the I don't know, the ways to turn doing nothing. That's always fun.
This also eats your concentration less a minute and requires you touch the thing. So like,
yeah. Listen, Sam. I didn't have anything else.
I will say, when you upcast it indefinitely, it is one of the pettiest things you can do. So I get it being a bard fantasy of being like, I cannot believe he didn't clap at that number. That was the funniest joke I've ever told in my life. Curse you and your family as you touch him on the forehead. And then just for the rest of his life, half the time he gets fans going like, and then just keeps going on with life every 6 seconds. That sounds awful. That sounds like a really awesome bard fantasy is to be the pettiest, most horrible person
good.
ever.
You just saved it for me. Thanks.
Sure. I'm glad pettiness can come in here and make the Bestow curse worth it. When you upcast it to 9th level so it's indefinite. Don't do that. That's a waste of a spell slot. There's better ways to torment people with 9th level spell slots.
I'm not proud of that pick.
My pick.
I don't, you know, whoa.
Okay,
there are better ways. Yeah, you could kill them. You could feeble mind them.
Yeah.
Horrible things. I don't necessarily call those better. It depends on what you want from this.
That's great. If you want to slightly inconvenience them for the rest of their life, this is the way to do it. If you want to be like, wow, you used to be the best swimmer on the track team. Now you're going to have disadvantage on all your athletics checks. They're like, why is everything slightly harder now? Why is it that I keep getting so unlucky whenever I make these charisma checks? Do people just hate me all of a sudden? Just these little inconveniences. If that's what you want, Bestokers can do that.
Yeah.
When upcast. Yeah. Not a 3rd level.
All right.
So 3rd level to minute concentration.
Expensive? 9th level spell? Yeah, but that's one day. You'll get it back tomorrow.
That's true. If you're doing this kind of petty things
with it, you're not fighting the Tarrasque every day.
Yeah, that's true. This is the kind of thing where if you see a really high level bard that's like a legendary folk hero bard kind of deal going around towns, you should just expect to come across a couple of people that are bestowed cursed regularly where they're like, it's 2 a.m. I'm not using my spell slots tonight. Screw you. Touches the bartender. That's the kind of gist that I get from that means of bestow curse.
This should have been my number 1.
Absolutely not. This spell is utter trash. It's not worst trash, but it's pretty bad. My number 5, I love this spell. I get that it didn't make your list because it's not even remotely bardy in any way, shape, or form. It's plant growth. Plant growth is pretty great. It's a giant area of super difficult terrain that'll lock down a big amount of space. And when you're playing the support character bard archetype, this mechanically fits a support character really well is just to be like, I lock down the area, everyone wail on everything in the area, and you've done a pretty big, meaningful, impactful effect. That's what I kind of want my support characters to have access to. I want them to have access to ways to impact the battle map beyond just damage area, beyond just attack roll, attack roll, attack roll. That's where plant growth comes in a pretty meaningful, major way. It's enormous too. 100-foot radius around a point. All plant becomes big. Now, granted, if there's no plants, it doesn't do anything. But if there are plants, it's pretty excellent.
Yeah, I had a really difficult time not putting plant growth on the list. I love the spell, but yeah, like farmer is the opposite of bard as far
Not
as
even a little bit bardy. Like the least bard spell I think I could have put on this list. It's like it's less bardy than cure or curse, instant bestow curse for sure. There's an honorable mention I quickly want to touch on. Although, have you done all 5 of yours?
Yes.
So I think Tiny Hut might have deserved this spot. I think Tiny Hut is a spell we haven't really touched on much in any of our videos, but it is a really annoying little tool that players can bust out to get instantaneous cover from danger in an impervious way.
Yeah.
A lot of monsters are going to camp outside of it, but I think as like for doing the bard utility thing, I think the ability to create a tiny hut is a pretty high utility option that I would probably consider on a lot of my bards. It being a ritual spell also helps a lot. So you can spend 11 minutes instead of 1, and you just have access to this extra dimensional little space to hang out, play your loot, chat up some babes, whatever it is you want to do with it.
Chat up some babes.
Hey, want to head back to my tiny hut?
In the wilderness with in danger. Or I guess yeah, if you're using it recreationally, I suppose you could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking using it practically, but yeah, that's fine. And yeah, you made a bard argument for it too. Good job.
That's what I'm here to do. Time for worst.
Yeah, I guess. I wonder if we'll have the same one. Let me check out, see what mine was again. No, I think I know what yours is going to be, and mine's not that. Let's hit us with it, Sam. What's yours?
Non-detection.
Yeah, that's what I thought yours was going to be.
I hate non-detection. I hate this spell with a burning passion. It doesn't have any place in this game. It's stupid. If you ever have to cast that, don't be playing at this table. It says divination magic doesn't work on you specifically. It does work on your neighbors. It does work on the barbarian to your right. It doesn't work on those other people. So you either are mass casting this, you don't want to ever be mass casting this, or it just doesn't really do anything. In the instance where you need to use it, it means you're being scryed on by big bads that are like specifically targeting these specific characters. I want nothing to do with that. That's a lot of headache. It's a lot of effort. Doing it as a DM is a pain in the ass. Being a player on the receiving of it is so demoralizingly like, we can't do anything without being scryed on. I guess I spend a spell tax on this garbage spell that does nothing else. It doesn't satisfy any fantasies. It's stupid and I hate it. Non-detection is the worst bard spell. Although I have a runner-up. What you got? Unless you want to touch on why non-detection blows.
Oh no, you covered that pretty well, and I'm not as passionate about hating it as you are. I chose Feign Death.
Oh, Feign Death is also pretty bad. Yeah, I didn't. That doesn't make my runner up. But why is Feign Death so bad?
This doesn't do anything.
It does very
little.
What are you using? You could just choose to Feign Death. Like that's an option that's always on the table.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Spells just do absolutely nothing.
I mean, it is indistinguishable from death. So if you want to have Feign Death without making an ability check, and want to spend a 3rd level spell slot on that, you can. I love that it exists.
I don't.
It's a ritual spell too, so like I would see if they ever give us College of the Dirge, which was a college in a bard. Dirge Singer was a prestige class for bards, I think, or not necessarily even for bards, but it was a prestige class, I think. I could be wrong. Commoners, tell me what Dirge Singer was back in 3.5. It was a eulogy-esque bard that's got the macabre, grim fantasy to it. They're the ones that sing the songs of funerals and dance with the dead at midnight, right? That's the kind of gist of it. I think if you want to play that genre of bard, the super super grim, you wear like the Day of the Dead face paint and stuff, you have a really fun time reveling with the dead. I think Feign Death kind of goes on that sheet in a way that it's a utility option for you that uses a ritual spell, which is very important, Bob. It's a ritual spell. You don't actually spend spell slots on it, but you get what? To get not have to make an ability check to Feign Death. Okay, you might be right. You might be right. You could be right, and this is close to uncastable even as a ritual. It is pretty bad.
I mean, there's the only thing I'm thinking of is Romeo and Juliet, and that
didn't end well.
They tried up. It.
Yeah. If the target is diseased or poisoned when you cast the spell, it suppresses it.
All right, that's something, but no, that's not ever happening.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, Slaying Death is pretty bad, huh? I don't think it's allowed to be the worst just because it's a ritual, and it's a ritual that does a skill check. And a ritual that does a skill check is what? No, it's not. It's not worth the spell you put. It's not worth the bard spell, no. Probably.
Well, absolutely not.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's
I
probably
mean, the only reason you get this is because you took the ritual caster feat or whatever, and you want to fill
just
up your
have the book.
pages.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
just sticking more stuff in it.
But
And even then you're like, when do we ever use this? Just
if
pretend
it
you're dead.
costs a silver piece to get, then no, thank you.
Maybe you need to specifically break into a morgue.
Yeah, all right, that's something. There are gonna be super niche uses.
Yeah.
But again,
I'd like you take that feeling, Bob. Take that feeling of like, I guess you're technically right, and I want you to apply that to every time you play Devil's Advocate with your really dumb ideas. That's exactly how I feel whenever you do it. It's great. I love it.
some of my ideas are brilliant.
Sure. Some of them are maybe you're trying to break into a morgue.
Yeah, that's true.
I have one runner up. So I can't ever just talk about 6 spells whenever I talk about this. I think Tongues is also pretty uncastable. I think Tongues is really bad. Tongues it doesn't give you a ritual spell, so you have to spend spell slots on it. I put this on characters with the intention of being the translator and just never run into things that don't speak common, or if they don't speak common, they don't speak language, period. And that makes it like, oh, we just never need this because no one wants to jump over the language barrier. It just does not something people want to do.
Yeah, well, generally, but I think there are going to be some kind of like tables that I wouldn't want to play at that are gonna have that sort of thing. The kobolds are speaking and they're gonna make yip yip noises, and this is gonna come into play.
Listen, I don't hate that. When are you spending a 3rd level spell slots to listen in on the kobolds making yip yip noises?
Or whatever.
Like, is that worth a 3rd level spell slot? I think where it would make the most sense is like some kind of political intrigue game where you're in the deep reconnaissance of like, these are the huge factions and the dwarves and the elves, and they're all their own political alignment and thing in this hyper intrigue game. I'm not convinced D&D is a good system for that kind of game as it stands. I think the tools for it, I think the spells do more of a disservice to that game than actually help it facilitate it. I think you are better off seeking out other systems to do that kind of thing, or even just like Vampire the Masquerade or something. Probably, I've never played Vampire, but it's good for that kind of thing. Tongues, then, if it's not doing specifically that, I don't think it has a place basically anywhere. And it's, if it were a ritual spell, I'd be like, this makes sense, but it's not, and that's why I needed to say this spell's also bad. It's not as bad as non-detection. It's probably not as bad as Feign Death. I think it's about as bad as Feign Death, actually. I take that back. They're around the same level of utility.
I just think there are going to be tables that are playing like that. The political intrigue thing, where not being able to speak a language is going to be a detriment. And I'm not playing at those tables.
I also think there will be
the
same amount of
tables.
I do.
Sneaking into morgues.
Not specifically morgues, but sneaking into a location where being a corpse is a notable difference than being alive by any way. I think there will be tables where they'll check the bodies and you can use it as an actual entry point to cities and stuff. Or use it as an exit point to cities and stuff. Yeah. Being like, is he dead? And being able to say, yes, he's dead. We checked his pulse is notably different than making an investigation check, right? Disguising somebody after a loss.
We cut his head off to make sure, absolutely sure.
If they know Feign Death to say that definitely will happen. But, maybe it doesn't. I think there are as many use cases for Feign Death in hiding, for Feign Death in other means. It does have some very, very niche applications. I think they are as niche as the quantity of tables that will be both in the political intrigue setting and have a deep need without having a diversity of races as is, right? They have to already not speak the languages, have a deep need for tongues.
Whoa, that sounded dirty.
A deep need for tongues?
Yes.
Sure. With that, our lovely Bard video comes to a close.
Yeah.
With a need for tongues.
There's never been a better end to a Bard video.
I agree.
All right. Well, thank you, Sam, and thank you, everyone, for joining us today. We would love to hear your opinions, your list, and your thoughts on our list. Leave them down there in the comments. We did level 0, 1, and 2 bard spells. We've done cleric spells. We've done wizard spells. We'll do more spells in the future.
We're gonna get through
So
all of them one day.
one day, yes. So stay tuned
I can't
and
wait
go
for
look
the
at all the
30
other
hour
crap.
long. It's gonna be longer than that. The 120 hour long every spell from every class top 5.
That's a challenge. Perhaps. Well, until next time, goodbye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 4 bard spells. Well, this was not a particularly robust list.
I was genuinely shocked with how small it was. I was like, there has to be more stuff here, and then there just wasn't. So that was a bummer.
And
But in 3 levels, you get magical secrets, which gives you 2 spells from any class. So that if you want different 4th level spells, you can get them from other classes once you hit 10th level. And because you're getting 4th level spells, your 7th level, you're getting close to that tier. So, if none of these necessarily speak to you, or down the road you decide that you want different ones, you have that option.
there are a few of these that didn't speak to me.
Most of these didn't speak to me.
I had because the list was so small, it was really a matter of deciding, all right, which ones most don't belong on the list, and then a little more difficulty deciding which one of these deserves to be worst. But
the worst one, I was like, there's kind of like 3 options. I don't think any of them are. None of them are going to be as bad as like Find Traps. None of them are going to be bad as like Astral Projection. But there are some stinkers in here for sure.
All right, well, we'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
But for the best, and caveat, Sam puts his list in order.
1 to 5.
Best to 5th best. Mine are just a random hodgepodge of what I think the 5 best are.
Also, it's important to note, bards they're learned casters. They learn their spells as they go, and they get 1 per level. So very, very few, which means I'm going to give you 5. If you want to pick from only best top 5s, you're going to pick 2 out of these top 5 that are going to best fit your character sheet. That's kind of where they tend to sit. So because you don't get a lot of options, normally you have to like really pick the ones that speak to you the most, that let you live the best bard fantasy you can, and lean on those pretty heavily.
And yeah, this one I did try to lean into which ones I thought were, I always try to strike a balance between good and bardic.
Sure.
Had a little bit of trouble with this one. There were some that I felt were a little more bardic, but I couldn't justify putting them on the list. But we'll get to it. You want to kick it off?
Sure. I'll start with my number 5. Let's go bottom to top. Just setting my number 5 is the most interesting I picked. It was printed in His Treasury of Dragons, and whenever I reviewed it, I was like, this is pretty fine. It's Ralluthim's Psychic Lance, and it's an outrageously silly spell. It's you touch your head, and a beam of purple energy like a unicorn shoots something, and they take 76 psychic damage, and they make a save, and if they fail the save, they take 76. If they pass the save, they take half that, but if they all fail the save, they're also incapacitated for a round. So this is like a big single target damage option for bards, which don't have a lot of these. This is like the only meaningful damage option in the 4th level spell repertoire for bards. And it also incapacitates, which is like right in the bard wheelhouse of being the, battlefield control-y, supporty kind of debilitating stuff, while also helping your friends and buddies and doing a little bit of damage along the way.
Yeah, I considered it. I very much considered it. It ultimately didn't make the list, but just something about it bothers me. I mean, yeah, it's I guess a good enough damage spell. You got a shot at incapacitating your target. But I don't really like the flavor.
It looks nothing
you
like
know
a
what?
bard.
Well, shooting a beam out of your forehead, and you could reskin that. Yeah, the beam could come out of your instrument or something, whatever. But I don't like that they have that alternate text. Alternatively, you could just say somebody's name. You don't have to see them. It bothers me that exists.
I think that could just be flavor. I think you could have worked it out with your DM that if you wanted to do the flavorful thing of like taking Ralluthim's Psychic Lance's text and making it the edgier, darker psychic damage with brain Professor X moments, you could still do that without looking like a pink unicorn. But like, I don't know. I think looking like a pink unicorn is part of the silliness of D&D. I like whenever the super edgy dark characters have to shoot pink things from their forehead. I think it's hilarious. I keep saying pink. It doesn't say that it's pink, but I think of it as pink for what it's worth.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, well, I don't know. Something about that rubbed me the wrong way, and ultimately I decided, no, this isn't making my list.
That's fair.
But it
What
was a
did?
far cry from last place, so
That's
it's
good.
also not my worst.
I'm genuinely like, I would only consider 6 of these options for top 5s, so I'm curious to
Well,
what your next one is.
let's see if I can surprise it. I don't think any, or one might surprise you, but it's not this one.
There's only like 10 here, so
Yeah, I know. I picked Charm Monster.
that was my number 3.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think it
Bard,
is.
Charm, there you go.
Yeah. It's charm. I've never considered the spell on anyone that isn't a bard before. Like, just ever. It's never crossed my mind as something I've wanted. But the text is pretty fine. It's charm person, but for anything. And it's got the upcasting multiple targets. No concentration like charm person does. Like, it's got decent text. I don't hate this spell.
It's an alternative, like when you have like a random encounter, you come across I don't know, a displacer beast or some such thing, and
Perhaps an
you know,
owlbear.
or an owlbear, and you could say, all right, guys, we could slaughter it and or get killed by it, but maybe I'll give this a shot first, and if it works, well, you can probably if you're gonna fight it, just fight it straight up. If otherwise though, maybe send it off to go kill somebody else.
That was a perfect time for my camera to freak out, is whenever you were on a great monologue. I heard all of it, and we're excellent. We're good to go still.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that this opens up those fun bonding moments where you're like, look at that horrific evil monster that's definitely going to eat us. Or the bard then says, what if we were bros for the next 16 hour or next hour? And then they charm it, and everyone has a giant excited cheer, and everything is worst.
Could you charm your camera?
Uh,
All right, I guess we're gonna pause this.
yeah, this one
Wait, oh,
unfortunately has to have a break here.
all right, that's fine.
Sorry. Okay, so we'll pick up right where you finish your little bit about charming monsters. Sound good? Where my camera freaked out.
Yeah, all right.
Your text is still good there. Yeah.
All right, so I'm finished. So
Okay.
did you say something that you're gonna repeat or?
Sure, I can now.
Okay.
I think that having the monsters and the monster like is coming to kill you all. Everyone looks at the white and goes, "Oh my god, how can we ever possibly survive this thing?" The bard goes, "I know how." And they pull out a bucket of popcorn, they sit down in front of the movies, they charm the white, and everyone has just a wonderful little time with this evil undead monstrosity that's been charmed by Charm Monster. That's kind of the fluff and flavor of it. It's so deeply and richly a bard thing to do, to say that fight that right now. Let's just be bros instead for an hour. And it's deeply satisfying to me as a bard player to like have this kind of tool in my toolbox. Now it's not that much better than charm person, because a lot of the things that you want to be charming, like there's not much of a big practical reason for it, or like you're gonna be wanting this reactively. Like things are starting to go south. If you start fighting it, it's a lot worse, and that's whenever you'd like, okay, well, I really would like to not be fighting you anymore, and Charm Monster doesn't really work that well then because of the advantage and stuff. But I think as far as like mitigating encounters outright and finding weird little ways to get the bigger sentient monsters out in the world to like you a bit more, this is a super fun, flavorful spell.
All right, yeah, I agree with that. That's why I made my list. What else you got?
My number 4 is one that will range in its power and utility table to table. I wrote about it being kind of mediocre, but if we're going to be honest, there are not a lot of other great bard 4th level spells. I put Compulsion here. It's a bard exclusive. I think it's the only bard exclusive for this level, which is dumb.
I
And
did not know it was Bard exclusive.
yeah, we need more exclusive spells in this game to like help classes feel different, because so many of them, all my top 5 lists, I get a little bit sad whenever I'm like, oh yeah, this is just 3 of the top 5s of wizard, or this is just 3 of the top 5s of cleric, or whatever, right, of the same spell level, because these are just really busted spells that we see all over the place. Compulsion is at least interesting. So you pick any number of things that can hear you, or sorry, that can see you. They make a whiz save. If they succeed, nothing happens. If they fail, though, you get to use your bonus action to command things to run in a horizontal direction. Everything that fails the save, you pick a direction and it runs that way. Additionally, that movement, because it's not it's not forced in a way that you've pushed them, but in a way that they have to move, provokes attacks of opportunity, which is, I believe, is one of few things in the game that do this. Notably, if I'm wrong about this rule, this spell goes down quite a bit, so I would double check the rules.
This made my list too, and for that reason, I looked it up.
Great. Muy bueno. So we've got rules official Bob and Sam guarantee that this does work this way. Whenever you run away, whenever the thing is forced to run away, it provokes the attacks of opportunity. And if you're in a group, like with rogues in the melee range, with fighters in melee range, with paladins in melee range, giving them extra attacks for forced is really good. And then forcing those things to spend actions running back at you eventually after they take their first action to attack or whatever before they flee is genuinely pretty solid. Maybe not 4th level spell solid, but any possible number definitely raises the value of it to me quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up again just to double check.
Just to be sure.
Yeah, I thought I already had it up. Here it is. Yes, the target isn't compelled to move into an obviously deadly hazard, such as a fire pit, but it will provoke opportunity attacks to move in the designated direction.
Oh, it literally is baked into the spell description. Muy bueno.
Yes. What I like about it, in addition to that, is that all right, you charm as many people that it can you said see, but it is hear you within range that can hear you.
That so you can see within range that can hear you.
Right.
So you have to see them, they have to hear you.
Right.
Got it.
So that could be a large number of people or a large number of creatures.
Huge amount of creatures.
Yes. And all right, so until the spell on a failed save, yada yada yada. All right, so after moving this way, they can make another wisdom save. What I like about it is that, you know, when they start making their saves, some of them are going to make it, some of them aren't. The spell can keep going.
Yeah, I mean, it's concentration, right? So I don't think I would expect to get more than 1 or 2 major movements out of this that are relevant to you. It taking your bonus action also means you're not like particularly inspiring things. You're not doing bonus actions in your subclasses. So there is, I think, some pretty real downsides to this that make it slightly more clunky and really only kind of finding homes at the tables where you get a really huge amount of value off those opportunity attacks. It can be.
Yeah, that's when you want to use it.
Yeah,
but also if the majority of your foes are running away in the direction that you choose, some of them are getting hit, some of them are making their saving throws. I mean, if this started off as a fair battle, I don't think you're all that sad about not being able to use your bonus action for the other things while this is going on.
Sure. It's still going to be gated by the 30-foot range, right? It's still any number of creatures that can hear you that you can see within 30 feet of you, or all the caveats for it, but that can be a gigantic swath of creatures still. And there will be encounters where it'll be like, okay, taking the 60 orcs down to 20 orcs that we're actively fighting next round is pretty great.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of saves that do that. At the same time, that's a fairly niche situation, but you could have situations where you are okay using this on a big bad just to get the 3 opportunity attacks on it, to get 3 extra rounds of hits on it. That's all pretty valuable. So I think this is a spell you're going to want to have a coordinated group to play well with. I think this is a spell that is not going to be a perfect fit on every bard, but on the bards where it is good, I think Compulsion will be quite excellent.
When I put this on the list, I was choosing between this and Confusion, and it only took a short look at the descriptions to pick this one and not have Confusion. That's Confusion didn't make my worst, but I do want to complain that if they fail their saving throw, and they still roll a 9 or a 10 and act normally, I don't like that.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be. If they're going to act normally, that's called making a saving throw.
Yeah. Basically, it's a fifth of the 2/3 of characters that fail it also succeed it enough that they'll get the extra save anyway, and they'll be passing things, and it just feels bad and not that great. Confusion also has the downside, right? Where, like, if they're engaged in melee combat with your fighter, they might just keep punching your fighter. That's just a real outcome. And that sometimes that leads to Confusion really frequently feeling like it's just doing nothing, which is why it also is not making my list. But it also didn't make my worst.
It makes me sad because I do love effects like that.
I just wish they were more
this particular one.
Let them be a little bit wilder, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my number. I got my 5, 4, and 3 done. So what you got?
You already did 3 of them?
Yeah, my Ralthum's Psychic Lance, Compulsion, and Charm Monster was my 3.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Let me see what's next on my list.
There are 2 big ones we haven't touched on yet.
All right, well, here's one. Greater Invisibility.
That's my number 2.
Yeah.
Does this feel bard enough for you?
Well, not really, but
Mm.
yeah, after our last talk on level two, well, not last talk, but our talk on level two spells, when I did not include invisibility because it didn't feel bardy enough for me, this is kind of the same, except A, I like it more because
You can
I
do
do,
stuff.
yeah, and B, there weren't as many other options here.
True. I think this is going to be one of those spells that like bards actively want to maintain. Oh, pardon, concentration on in combat, which are kind of rare, believe it or not. There are the saber dice that are like hold monster. It's only going to be up for like a round or two. You only need it to be up for a round or two, so the concentration on it doesn't feel that bad because when everything's critting, it doesn't matter a whole lot. Greater invisibility is something you're going to be like, okay, greater invisibility to the fighter. The fighter gets advantage on their attack rolls and stuff like that, right? And then you want to maintain that concentration of the bard safely. This is probably a concentration spell you want to have dedicated for your combat slot because it's only a minute. Still, out of combat, you can do the bardy things with it. You can still do the, sneaking off of not paying a tab or getting out of a bad venue as things start to go belly up or, any of the number of
That's
shady,
all stuff you
scandalous
can
bard
do
things.
with invisibility, though. You don't
Yeah,
really need greater invisibility for that.
agreed.
What I'm picturing this as is the bard casts it on somebody else,
Mhm.
and he's doing like in a combat, and he's doing bardy things, singing a song or whatever that's having some kind of effect, but being not very threatening, where the enemies are just wondering what's this invisible guy who keeps stabbing us, and they're trying to look for him. They're trying to kill all the people they can see, but they're not too worried about the bard. They don't know where the concentration is coming from. They don't know who's
Sure.
casting this, and I'm not going to waste my my turn stabbing this guy with the loot.
I think there's also going to be a couple of encounters where there'll be a scuffle and the party will be separated in that you've got the bar, everyone's like infiltrated like a tavern or something, for example. And you've greater invisibility the rogue immediately as the bard, and then you go back to performing, right? You just like slip over, touch them on the shoulder or whatever, do your incantations real quick, and then turn around like nothing happened. And then they go around when the bar fight starts and start causing mass damage and havoc, and you're just not even a threat, right? You're just you're the entertainment. You're like, oh, I don't know about that, but could not be me, and then you're not getting attacked at all, and you're particularly inspiring things discreetly or whatever.
Right.
Maybe vicious
That's
mockery.
pretty much what I was saying, but in a different setting. Yeah.
Yes, in an actual in a placed environment, if you will.
Right. Right.
That's still probably not going to be the most encounters. Most encounters things are going to try and kill the bard because it's a magical user, and monsters tend to figure out quickly that they have to kill magic users. But the bards are backline characters. They're relatively easy to protect from your frontliners. So make your rogue invisible, make your fighter invisible, have a paladin and barbarian to soak the hits for you. You'll have a fine time.
All right. What else you got?
My number one, polymorph. Polymorph is busted. Polymorph is really, really good. It's modal. It turns things into squirrels that you can stick into baskets and carry around with you so they're no longer that threatening. It alternatively turns things into like giant apes and whatnot and beats the crap out of them, or beats the crap out of things, which is pretty cool. It's a saber die that can remove something for up to an entire hour with no subsequent saves once it fails once. And that's really, really backbreaking for a lot of encounters. So being able to just take something and say it's going to be that challenge rating or less can lead to so many powerful outcomes. And the utility and flexibility of it being anything based off of the CR just opens up wild opportunities for things with familiars, for things with any number of allies and or enemies that you're just, regardless of your class, you're going to be happy to have.
Yeah. It didn't feel super bardy to me, especially compared to some of the other options, but I couldn't pass it up. The versatility, you can use it on enemies, you can use it on allies. It's amazing in both instances. So I try to think of a scenario when that befitting a bard, and I'm thinking like he sets a trap. He's alone, sitting on a tree stump, strumming his lute when the bandits come by, and they're gonna bully him, take his lunch money.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Then I don't
Very
know,
PG.
all the it could be a number of different things. His friends have been hiding out as worms or something, and now they show up and beat the snot out of the bandits.
This is not the situation that I thought this was going to be.
Or they were just hiding in the bushes, and now they come out as giant gorillas.
There you go. That's more of what I had envisioned.
Yeah, it depends on how threatening they look normally.
Sure. I'm envisioning more the bard again, because I like the petty bard look, the bard that's like super egotistical. So this is the kind of deal where someone's heckling you, or you see like a another performer that's like a vocalist or whatever, and you call them the name like, oh my god, she sings as poorly as a scratchy raven or whatever, and then you polymorph them into the raven, and that's a cute little like jab banter kind of petty attack to make as a bard. That's pretty cute. That's about as bardic as I think this gets most of the time. It's just gonna be a really powerful spell,
Yeah,
so that's where I
not
think it'll
bad.
end most of the time.
Wow, we're flying through this one, dude. So you're done with your list.
My 5 are done.
All right, I think I've only got one more,
Hit me
and
with it.
yeah, because yeah, all right, I don't feel bad about this one. I picked Dimension Door.
That was my runner-up. I was
Yeah,
going to pick Dimension Door, and I picked Psychic Lance just because I think it's a little bit. I haven't talked about Psychic Lance that much, and I think it's worth talking about.
yeah, all right, go for it.
I talked about Psychic Lance already. So Dimension
Oh,
Door,
all right.
you pick this one.
No, I thought you wanted to talk more. I thought you were dissatisfied with how much you talked about Psychic Lance earlier.
Oh no,
If you
I think
wanted
we
to, all
covered
right,
it pretty
no,
well.
all right, that's fine then. Dimension Door, I picked because yeah, again, this is my struggler. But I thought, if any member of the party needs to get the hell out of there when things go south, it's the bard.
Normally, yeah. It helps they can bring a friend.
Mm.
I find that this is better on wizards specifically because it's pretty niche. It's a really cool high utility teleportation tool, but because you only are given so many spells known to work with as a bard, making one of them be Dimension Door is a pretty tall order whenever you have only so many other things to do, right? You've only so many spells that you're allowed to possibly cast, but wizards having such a robust book to prepare from, being able to stick rituals in it, being able to do all the other things to just feel like they have more access to more spells, makes Dimension Door's utility definitely worth the cost. With Bards, I think it's a little bit more pressing, but still, it's a gigantic teleport that covers a lot of interesting situations. It puts you in all kinds of environments you don't necessarily expect to be. And that's definitely Bard-y in a way where it's like I don't know where we're going, but anywhere's better than here. 300 feet or that wall. And you just are now somewhere else. And that's going to often be like, you're teleporting out of the manor as you're, surrounded by guards as you're stealing the thing. And you teleport into the local tavern, slam into a table, drinks go everywhere. And everyone goes, what is happening? And you go, don't worry about it. And you like scamper out the front door. Very roguish, very scoundrelly, very Bard.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say about it. Like I said, I picked it because for lack of better options.
Fair. I like Dimension Door. I put it on a lot of wizards. I don't know if I put it on a lot of bards, but if you do really like this kind of effect as a bard player, I think you can get a good chunk of mileage out of it.
All right. Yeah, I've got nothing else to say about it.
Yeah.
If you want to see more about Dimension Door, we've covered it on a different video. Go watch that. All right. So the worst. I think I know yours. Let me check and see if I. Oh crap! No, I picked that one too. All right, I think we picked the same one for the worst.
What you got?
Locate creature.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I have two worsts. I'll have locate creature as my worst. That's fine. We'll talk about my other one in a second. But yeah, locate creature is pretty awful.
Yeah, I mean, you take this one. You talked me into not liking it.
So locate creature. Okay, it's an action to cast, and it's got a concentration of an hour. You have to describe a name of a creature that is familiar to you, which means you have to kind of met them, you've had to interact with them, you've had to get a good description of them. You then sense the creature's direction as long as they're within 1,000 feet of you, which 1,000 feet is like 3 blocks, if that, right? So you're not getting a particularly large distance to actually locate the creature. Like if you're in an average-sized city, this just doesn't really do anything unless you are already on top of the creature, unless you already kind of know where they are. And any number of other spells and abilities will be way better at getting you that information and also do other things. The fact that like the use cases are locate a specific creature known to you or a nearest creature of a specific type, which almost never is applicable. You have to have seen the creature up close, but within 30 feet of it to have any amount of text for the first half. And if that's been the case, you need to know then also you're within 1,000 feet of it for the spell to have any text whatsoever. I just think the window where that is good is almost never. I think there's almost never circumstances where you will know you're within 1,000 feet of something and then want to, for an hour, be able to locate it this way. It just doesn't work great. Plus, for no particular reason, it also has you can't locate creatures if there's running water between you and it.
Yep.
So if they're across the stream, sorry, chump, this doesn't work.
Yeah, that's that. There were other contenders. You had another one. With you tied for worst, or
I think so. I think this is only tied for worst because I've never seen a cast in all my years DMing. It's freedom of movement.
that one. That almost made. Well, I thought about it for worst. It didn't almost make the list, but no. Yeah, and here's the problem I have with it.
What is your problem with
Of all the spells that should not have a somatic component,
it? It's a really good point. Yeah.
that's it.
It also it requires a leather strap that is bound around the arm or a similar appendage. That's a very specific material component, which I mean, like you can replace with a spell focus, but still, that's a weird thing to have on this spell specifically. Yeah, freedom of movement just doesn't do enough to justify casting. The thing is, like in the upper tiers, if you've got 30 spells lying around, you're like, I'm not gonna use most of these. Just 2 freedom of movements for an hour, no concentration, go nuts. You don't have to worry about difficult terrain or whatever. Fine. It doesn't seem good though. I've never seen a cast. I don't think I'd ever see a cast just because ignoring difficult terrain just isn't important. Reducing the penalty of speed reductions just is so niche it almost never comes up. The target can spend 5 minutes movement to escape grapples and restraints. Sure. And like,
yeah, if you know you're going to get captured and restrained, okay, but that's never the
Misty
case.
Step.
Yeah,
Right? You could Dimension Door out of these.
but I mean, if those not have somatic components? Because that's the thing. I'm talking about being restrained.
Mhm.
You know, to keep you from doing your spell casting. This freedom of movement should be the spell to get you out of the restraints.
Which it doesn't do. Yeah.
Unless you know beforehand that you're going to be restrained.
Correct.
And that's
or we say the somatic components are such that you can do it while restrained, which seems like a weird. Seems like a
no. That's not. I mean, restrained keeps you from performing somatic components. That's the thing.
That's the rule?
I think so, right?
Let's find out. Let me brush up on my conditions once again, shall we? The restraint condition doesn't specify that exactly, I don't think.
Oh, well.
Listen, I think if you're restraining magic users, it would make a whole lot of sense to make it so their hands are like this the whole time so they can't cast spells, or their hands are like this the whole time so they can't cast spells, right? Like you should restrain them in such a way that they cannot cast spells with somatic components. That makes sense. But the restraint condition on its own just it's great. Its speed is 3. Can't get any bonuses to speed. Attacks have advantage against it. Their attacks have disadvantage, and they have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws, which ultimately means not a whole lot.
Oh,
so they can still use somatic components stuff. But again, your mileage may vary based off competent enemies and DMs ruling things differently.
Whatever. Didn't make the list for me.
I think it's quite bad. I don't think it's like as unusable as locate creature, as in like I can envision a situation where you would want this prepared. As a bard, you don't get to prepare this, and it becomes a whole lot worse on bards. But on like wizards and clerics and stuff, it's not as abysmal. And for that reason, like, okay, fine. I can envision this being on slightly more characters than locate creature.
Yeah, I also gave a little bit of thought to putting a hallucinatory terrain there. I'm sure this has uses. No, I'm not sure it does. I just don't know what they are, if they exist.
I think hallucinatory terrain is complex and weird. I've never really seen it come to do anything that powerful, especially given this delusion spell. But I think there's more use cases. Like I could envision me wanting characters with that spell on that sheet, whereas I could not envision the same for locate creature or freedom of movement.
I'm gonna double check real quick.
Another bad one is Phantasmal Killer. That spell kind of blows.
Wait,
but
that's not a bard spell, is it?
It's optionally a bard spell thanks to Tosh's Cauldron of Everything.
Goodness, I gotta rework my spell list now.
Listen, I hate that the books did this to us too, Bob. Don't worry.
I mean, yeah, I'm all about having more spells on more lists. That's fine.
But, I just want to be able to find all the spells in one place. Whatever the most recent version is, that's all I want. I just want whatever the current standard is. That's what I'd like to see.
Well, that's what I aim to do on the Caverns of Creatures website.
Well,
maybe I'll have done that by the time you watch this video.
Huzzah!
But I might not have yet.
Phantasmal Killer is really awful. It's another one. We talked about 4/1s so far, so there are a lot of bad 4th level spells here. Maybe Listener Torian's another one. The other ones are.
All right. Well, I guess that's that. You want to go over your list again?
Sure. Number 1, Polymorph, 2, Greater Invisibility. 3 is Charm Monster. 4, Compulsion. 5, Raluthim's Psychic Lance.
Did we get 4 out of 5?
I don't know. What was your picks?
Let me go back and see. Charm Monster.
Yep.
Greater Invisibility.
Yep.
Dimension Door. No.
Nope.
Compulsion.
Yep.
And Polymorph.
That's 4 for 5.
Wow, 4 for 5. That's
Not
pretty
too
good.
bad.
And our worst, Locate Creature. Yours was divided, but yeah. We're on the same page with this level.
Indeed.
All right. That was 4th level spells, everyone. What did you think? Let us know in the comments. What are your picks for 4th level Bard spells? What did you think of our picks? And yada yada, I guess. Go watch all the other ones and like and subscribe and all that.
All that.
And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst 5th level Bard spells. Woohoo! This list for me was difficult in a way that other lists have not been. There were too many good options.
There are a lot of good options here. I like this list a lot.
Even the stuff that met all my criteria for these lists, which are just being good and feeling bardy.
Sure. This is, I think, the first time I really need to mention. So that bards have a core feature that sort of makes them potentially really busted in the upper tiers called Magical Secrets. And Magical Secrets, you get at 10th level, which means you get 5th level spells at 9th level. 10th level, you get your first 2 spells from Magical Secrets. And they're just any spell that you have spell levels for, you can learn as Magical Secrets. So in the case of 5th levels, I felt this list, I've got like all my 1 to 5s and my 1 worst, all that fun stuff. I also made some quick mentions just to say, hey, these are really powerful magical secrets on a lot of bards that you may want to think about. They don't necessarily need to like super dive into, but at this point of bards, this is like a huge core pillar of what you're going to be doing is going to be wrapped around what you're deciding to spend your magical secrets on. So like mentioning that and having that context for all the other spells that are going to be competing with them, I think is kind of important.
So wait, are you saying that lists from or spells from other lists made it onto this?
No, I'm saying I did only Bard exclusives for my 5 and 1 worst, and then I've got some mentions that talk about non-Bard spells that you can get through Magical Secrets of 5th level and higher. So this is specifically the 5th level Magical Secret options. I just have a little bit of like, I can mention 3 or 4 names these are great spells to consider for your Magical Secrets.
All right, that's fine. Just so long as you stick to the rules here.
Have I ever?
All right. Well, caveat time. I do not order my list. I just pick my 5 favorites, and you can take those in any order you like. Sam?
I rank mine 1 to 5, best to worst, and then best to 5th best, and then worst. And then there's another little extra caveat on top of Magical Secrets, and that's that bards only learn a new spell every level, just 1. At this point of the game, you will have more spell slots than spells known, because you get more, you just end up getting more of those, more spell slots than you do when you just get 1 per level. So like, knowing and comparing these, you're not going to be able to get access to most of them most of the time. Most of the time, you're going to be like, all right, I get 1 of these 5. I would recommend any of the 5 that I'm talking about as the one you're getting.
Okay. Well, you ready to kick this off?
Yeah, let's do it. You want to start us off?
Let's see. Shucks. Where is my list?
I've never met a person that says shucks as often as you do.
I try to temper my language for the YouTube videos.
That's fair. Shucks is never the option I consider to be the default go-to, but anyway, what do you got for me?
All right, I've got. God, I picked these last week. I gotta remember why. But I picked skill empowerment.
Skill empowerment. I have read this spell ones of times. Why'd you pick skill empowerment?
Well, I just told you I don't know. but let me look it up and see what it does, and then perhaps I could better inform you.
So this is from Xanathar's Guide to Everything. You pick a creature, it lasts for an hour, you give them expertise and a skill of your choice, which basically doubles their proficiency bonus made using that skill. If you must choose a skill in which the target is proficient that isn't being benefited from like expertise that doubles proficiency bonus. So basically, it's an hour-long concentration. Anyone can have expertise at any skill that they're proficient in.
Okay, that just sounds pretty good. Actually, really good, depending on if you need somebody to do well with a skill, and it feels bardy.
Yeah. What I like about skill empowerment that I don't like about a lot of other skill effects is you really are really encouraged to put it on someone that's not you, because you probably have expertise in the things you already want, right? You already have expertise in your persuasion, in your performance, in your deception, one of your charisma skills, and probably something like sleight of hand or stealth, or another core skill that you are using regularly, right? Then having the option to give your barbarian advantage on their or expertise on their athletics checks will then scale with an advantage for those other mechanics that can give them advantage that way, which will feel really good, right? This will often feel it won't just feel, it will be +5, +6 to skill checks. And when we were talking about what was the one we were talking about with the Cat's Grace and Bull Strength?
Oh, the enhance ability.
Enhance ability, because it's not enhanceability, it's enhance
Right.
ability. Yeah. Unlike that, which just gives you the flat advantage, this stacks with advantage. It'll stack with the help action. It actually is a big, meaningful boost that scales as the game progresses.
Well, it's stacked with guidance.
Yeah. So I'm assuming.
Yeah.
You would do it first and then guide them after, right? So you choose a skill that isn't being benefited from an effect like expertise that doubles proficiency bonus. So anything else that affects it, that bumps it up, will work with this scaling, right? As long as they're not doubling the proficiency bonus for a skill check, it will stack on top of that. So advantage and guidance both work in combination with it, which is pretty cool.
That's if you absolutely need someone to pass a skill check,
yeah,
this is the combo to use.
It lasts an hour too, right? So like, you can get someone to do multiple skill checks well with this. I find that there are a lot of individual spells that will make one skill check way better. So like, I think Pass Without Trace is the easy example. Oftentimes whenever you need someone to do something well for an hour, it's Stink. So like, giving +10 to stealth is a lot more than +6. And that'll stack on top of your rogue's expertise. So like, they're never failing those checks because their flat is like +25. So you can like, you're not really in a window where I find myself often wanting skill empowerment. I think it is fine. I don't know if it justifies the one bard known spell, but it didn't make my top 5, and it's like, it's okay.
See,
it probably could be lower level.
Maybe. I mean, you said it is an hour, and it I guess it's gonna maybe depend on how skill heavy your game is.
Yeah.
But,
and not only how skill heavy it is, how much you expect to see the same skill happen within an hour, right? If someone's making 6 or 7 checks off this, I think it's probably worth the slot. If it's less than that, it gets considerably worse, right? Like, do you spend a 5th level spell slot for a +6 to 1 Arcana check? Mm-hmm.
Well, or what about for sorry, mind like if you're going on a dungeon crawl and you got like Barry the Grappler.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah.
I think there'll be some builds that are actively using a skill check over and over again, and on those builds, having a skill empowerment character is helpful. I would recommend this character take a dip in the rogue for 1 level just to get expertise, and that'll do it better, right? Because then you have to spend a level for it, where this is the bard spending their 5th level spell slot and a spell known, which is different, but is an option, right? You definitely have to really commit to bolstering your allies for this to be a spell I think you want. If you really don't want to be the center of attention and you want other people to shine brightly, this is probably a spell you could consider.
And the other thing I like about it is flavor. And this is just something I'm pulling out of my own imagination.
Sure.
When I think about guidance, especially with a bard, you just, strumming along, and, do your best. But then with skill, was it skill empowerment it's called? Yes, skill empowerment. Like, I don't know, I feel like my song, my words are bringing up this well of confidence within the target and making them be their better self. And
that's fair.
I think they will love me for it.
That's true. And unfortunately, guidance isn't a bard cantrip, which is weird. I think that is I can't believe I don't think I noticed this when we were doing the Bard cantros, but guidance being absent is really bizarre because it definitely feels like a Bardy thing, right? But it
Yeah,
does
it sure
go.
does.
It is a College of Spirits get it, and they get it at a 60-foot range, which is pretty cute. So Bard can get guidance, and this does scale with that. So like on the fantasy of
There are
helping
other
your
ways
allies,
to get
inspiring them to do
guidance.
great things, skill empowerment definitely fits that fantasy.
All right. Well, that's our first entry. What have you got for your number? Are you doing number one or what?
Yeah, sure. I think this spell is bananas. I think it is notable because it's like kind of the Bard's best damaging spell. It's animate objects. I love it on bards because it's the bard grabs a bunch of silverware or whatever he's got nearby, his instruments, his drum set, whatever, animates it, and then it beats the crap out of somebody. Animate objects hits like a bus. You get so many tiny little attackers that all have their own AC, own HP, own damage that they deal. You can upcast it to get even more things just to throw at people. It's really, really good.
It sure is. And do you know what, Sam?
Hmm.
It did not make my list.
I can't
And that,
fathom why.
you normally when this happens, it's because, oh yeah, I forgot about that. But not this time. This is what I was saying at the beginning. There were just like so many spells that I wanted to include on this list, and well, I think I didn't include this one because I included a different damage option. And yeah, I know you're looking at me like, wait a second, you included skill empowerment, but not animate
Yeah.
object. Yeah, I
I
got
am
it.
looking
But
at you like that.
but there was a reason. Maybe not a good one. Maybe not a one that satisfies. But
This spell is 10 plus 8 attacks that do a d4 plus 4 damage each bundled together. 10
look,
attacks.
I gave this a lot of thought. I
10
seriously wanted to put it on the list. It is a great spell. It perhaps
10d4
should
plus
have been on the
40
list.
damage, Bob.
Yes. It's a fantastic spell. I'm not arguing with you. I felt bad that
Skill
I couldn't put
empowerment
it
is
on the list.
expertise in a single skill.
But it makes,
This does so many more things than just damage too.
I know, but skill empowerment, I didn't want to not include it. And I only wanted to put one damaging spell on this list this time.
Okay, sure. Listen, I put animated objects on this list because it is genuinely absurdly powerful. It's the kind of spell that your DM's going to have to compensate for, whatever they're making every single encounter they go from there on out. Areas like damaging spells start becoming almost mandatory to deal with the swarm of 18 AC flying daggers and things that they have at their disposal that, again, have a massive plus to hit. It also has concentration that lasts up to an hour, and you only have to use your bonus action to make the subsequent 10 attack rolls. I'll just say that again for Bob because I really did impress how wrong he is here. 10 attack rolls that this thing produces every round. So
not wrong because
it's fine. It's great. This is a really banana spell, and it's wild to me that it couldn't make your top 5.
Yeah, it's wild to me too. I do. You know what? Maybe, like I said, I made this list last week. Maybe a part of me was thinking, I just want to see Sam's reaction when I tell him this isn't on it.
That's fair. This has to be one of my strongest reactions to your lists ever.
It is.
This spell's bananas. This spell's so busted. Anyway,
It's a good spell.
That's my number 1. Okay, so it's not on your list, which is crazy. We're 0 for 2. What do you got next?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. We might be 0 for 3.
Oh, goody.
I put mass cure wounds on here.
Yeah, we're 0 for 3.
Yeah. This I put this spell on here before thinking like, yeah, when I was on a rush to make my list, and I thought it was a mass healing word, but this time I put it here on purpose. I wanted a healing option. This 5th level, some people are getting bloodied. This is a spell to keep bring up more than one person. Solid chunk of hit points. Bard.
Let's use this as a learning opportunity.
Yeah.
So the reason I made the caveat at the beginning of this video that bards really care about the one spell they get here, right? You get one. You could forget a lower level spell to take this new one. In this instance, you could say forget Mass Healing Word, which is a 3rd level spell you've had access to upgrade it to Mass Cure Wounds. I think as a bard, you want to prioritize spells that are flexible, usable at multiple spell ranks, and do one thing well enough you don't have to worry about that anymore. Mass Healing Word is the spell that fits that mark for me, right? Mass Healing Word can be upcast to do 3d4 plus mod healing. Mass Cure Wounds is always set at 3d8 plus healing. So 3d4 versus 3d8, you are getting more HP out of Mass Cure Wounds, especially because it multiplies with the number of creatures you're hitting. The inflexibility, though, of not being able to upcast that, and it then costing you your only one new spell slot whenever so many other 5th level spells give you wild, powerful new things to do, I really am leaning towards and want my bards to have more powerful tools that empower them beyond something they can already do. I don't want to double up and have a slightly better version at a higher cost of something that I definitely already can get cheaper at lower levels. That's why I don't think Mass Cure Wounds should ever grace a bard's character sheet.
Yeah, that's you make a very good point there. There's a caveat at the beginning of this video where you pay attention to that and I don't.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps I should. But no, you've won me over with that argument. Yes, this should not be on my list.
Over
well,
3.
I mean,
we're doing great.
Right. This probably should not be on my list. If for some reason you had to take something else besides Mass Healing Word at 3rd level, then maybe you want a healing option.
I would take this over Mass Healing. I would take Mass Healing Word over this if I was given this option at 9th level.
Oh, yeah.
You can still do that.
No, but I'm saying if you wanted a different 3rd level spell.
Right, but you can cast Mass Healing Word as a 3rd, 4th, or 5th level spell. It's valid in all those positions. It has that flexibility. It upcasts to get bonus dice.
If you have Mass Healing Word, that's your 3rd level spell, right?
No, you can learn as many 3rd level spells as you want. You can learn as many 4th level spells as you want, but you're only gated by the quantity of total spells known. So you can replace 1st level spells known for 2nd and 3rd as you go, right? You could end up having no 1st level spells if you just keep replacing them, to my understanding. You probably shouldn't do that. You probably should have some 1st level spells known, but like you have a pool of, I believe at 9th level, it's 13 known spells. Because you start with 4 and you get 1 per level after that. So it's 12 known spells. You can have at maximum 2 level 5 spells right now where you forget a lower level one and get a new one. You could also at this point in time have 3 or 4 3rd level spells by just cycling out other spells as you go and adjusting for however many you want to budget to however many your spell slots are.
All right. Well, probably shouldn't have been on this list.
Listen, again, learning opportunity.
Yes. Man, I wonder if these videos make it look like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
We're all learning. D&D is a complex, hard game with a billion different classes in it. I would not know these things about Bard had I not just wrote a 26-page article on it. Okay, so
which you can find on the Caverns and Creatures website.
Mm-hmm. It's really in depth, like really in depth.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are 0 for 3.
This is going great.
Feeling good about this.
I can't wait.
What's your
I'm not confident
2?
this is on yours. I'm really not. Modified Memory is my number 2.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Over 4.
Nope, that's not. Yeah, looking at the rest of this, we're gonna be This is a fun list. All right, Modify Memory.
We're gonna talk about a lot of spells today. I love Modify Memory. I love Modify Memory. It's a bard spell. Again, I really wish it was just a bard spell, but it fits Wizard well enough that I'm not super upset it's both. It lets you reshape events in the mind of a creature that happened recently and opens up just a world of weird, wacky possibilities that you can use as part of a plan, right? You can go into it saying, I intend to use Modify Memory to get this creature to think something happened. Or whenever things go south, which is way more likely to occur, this is a way to damage control, right? To say, we don't want to kill you, you're an important person, or we're not murder hobos or whatever, because, some groups don't like killing people, which is a choice. You can then modify memory to solve problems after they've occurred, right? To say, this happened, they saw us do this thing, they're the only people that know we are the culprits, or they're the only people that, or this is the only person that has an exact recollection of who started this fight. Having the ability to make them believe something different occurred is really powerful and very interesting. And there just aren't a lot of spells. That's not true. The spells tend to try to give you new axes to play on. Modify Memory definitely lets you go on a completely different magical axes than almost any other spell in the game lets you. Its upcasting, being able to shape memories from long durations too, is also super spicy.
Right, but yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun to use, powerful in the right situations. However, how often are those situations coming up?
All the time. D&D is
Really?
filled with bad things happening and wanting people to not see bad things happening. You will be, I think, it won't be every single session, but I think there will be many sessions that a Modify Memory in both combative situations, right, where you need someone to turn a blind eye to the massacre they just walked into and not notice, that you have killed a bunch of things to go alert their boss or whatever, to non-combative interactions just with the regular espionage and intrigue of an average D&D campaign between who you're meeting in bars, how much you're being paid, making someone forget that they paid you entirely. Just be like, so anyway, when are you giving us those payments? Oh, you haven't yet. Check yourself. We don't have it on us. You just don't happen to remember that it occurred. That can be use cases for it. The more social encounters you have, the more you have this on your sheet, everything and anything becomes on the table as to what you want people to believe. And if you changing belief can empower your team, Modify Memory is a way to empower your team. And it isn't necessarily apparent how often this is usable, but it is almost every time you're interacting with a person, you can find uses for Modify Memory.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's
I might have rated a little bit. It is still somewhat niche.
It's cool, but it makes you work a little harder than I want to.
It's kind of like illusion magic in this way, where you have to, and sometimes it will fail horribly, right? Sometimes the way you're going to modify the memory isn't going to, either it's going to expire within 24, it's going to expire and disaster's going to occur because it does only last, because it only has a 24-hour duration that has lasted no longer than 10 minutes. So it is a somewhat small window for what specifically you need to change. So there will be instances where you'll cast it and not get necessarily, you won't have enough scope to sort of frame exactly what you want. But with creative minds, with the ability to think on your feet and come up with ridiculous convoluted explanations for things, this spell is a blast to play with. If you love illusion magic, if you love things like major image and silent image, this spell will be at home on your character sheet.
I could see it working well in combination with those.
Absolutely. This sells the greatest lies. It's a fantastic bard spell.
Yep, good pick.
0 for 4.
0 for 4. Get ready for 0 for 5. Oh man, I gotta remember my justification.
2 of these have to be gimmies. I'm looking at 2 of them like, Bob, you have to have at least one of these 2 for
I
sure.
think one of them.
Oh, good, good.
All right. My next pick is seeming.
I respect that pick, but now we are 0 for 5. This is by far the worst we've ever done as far as being on the same page for spells. Hit me with it. Why do you love seeming?
Not wild ass potential that I don't even know. So you can change the appearance of, what was it, any number of creatures within 30 feet of you. All right, now that's fun for planning heists or planning on some wild shenanigans or whatever, but I have to look the spell up to make doubly sure. But you can do this to unwilling creatures too, can you not? That's so much fun.
It is. It is really cool. This is a spell that I probably would take over my numbers 4 and 5 pretty regularly. It's definitely not as good as those, I don't think, but God, is it fun. Seeming is so cool.
I'm thinking of like a kidnapping mission where just all of a sudden everybody in the room is the king, and which king is being kidnapped? I don't know.
It's so, and you could turn the king invisible. You could teleport the king somewhere else. There are cheaper ways to solve that problem, but none look as spectacular as that, right? None will have the grandeur of everyone looks like the king, run, right? That is such a fun moment, such a big, high impact, splashy effect. And seeming, because it says the words any number, can do some pretty ridiculous things. Now, like, granted, the use cases are somewhat hindered by how many times you need someone to look like somebody else, right? The disguise infiltration mission, like I just said, lots of things do this already at this tier. Invisibility is going to do a lot of what Seeming is trying to do, in that gets you and your group into places. Teleportation is going to do a lot of those kinds of things. Doing it to unwilling creatures is really finicky because they can still talk. Nothing's preventing them from using their words, but you can
Oh yeah,
still
this
like
is
dark
for me.
like
This one's strictly for fun.
That's fair. And like I think The Dark Knight is a great example of Seeming, where the police are going into the building and the Joker has all of the policemen with bombs strapped to them that are like they're tied to guns and stuff or whatever. That's a great instance of what Seeming can look like. It's just really hard to get that to work sometimes. It can be really fun though. I wholly recommend trying it out. I think this spell's superbly designed and really fun. Probably be 4th level, but it's still like it's a really great time. I 100% understand why this is on your sheet. This is the first one I've actually really agreed with. Like, yeah, I get this.
I know. Next.
Next up on my list, my number 3, I have Synaptic Static, which I have grown progressively more fond of the more times I read it. I still haven't seen it cast, but it looks pretty sweet.
I thought that was going to be the other one we didn't meet eye to eye on, but that made my list.
It's the first one! We've done it.
Yeah.
We're only 5 in, and we got it. So, yeah, Synaptic Static is 8d6 damage in a big area, so it's fireball damage. It literally is in fireball damage in a fireball area, right? 20-foot radius sphere, you do 86 psychic damage. For a spell 2 levels higher than fireball, what you get in exchange is creatures that fail to save subtract a d6 from anything they roll that's an attack or ability check, which is really solid. Scaling a feature that works with a disadvantage to make things have a bad time hitting is pretty sweet. It being attached to fireball, especially on a class that doesn't get a tremendous amount of great area effect damaging spells, that's just excellent. Animate Object, I think, is probably if you want just raw damage, that spell's the spell for you. If you still want to feel like you're doing the supportive bard thing, if you still want to feel like you're making your enemies have a really bad time, Synaptic Static gives you the big chunk of damage that you definitely want out of this spell. It gives you enough damage that you're happy for the cost, because the debilitating effect is, I definitely think, worth it when stapled to this as something that you can get tons of mileage out of.
Yeah, that's why I chose. I wanted to choose one damage spell.
Mm-hmm.
There was Animate Object, and there was this. I chose this because it seems. I mean, Animate Object seems like a lot of fun, and it is. But this is a different kind of fun. This is more things happening, like with one spell. This is, okay, 20-foot radius is respectable. I like that. You can get a few creatures in there. Not throw like they get the saving throw thing. It's an intelligence save, but it doesn't affect creatures with like 2 or lower intelligence. So you're not going to run into that. Well, I guess there's a lot of beasts that could affect, but just like it's asking you. There's like a window for intelligence. You don't want
So
it too
yeah,
high, or they'll make the save. You don't want it too low, or it just straight up doesn't work.
most things in this game have an int of 3 or higher, typically speaking. So like even the dumbest beasts tend to have an int of around 3. It's only whenever you start looking at like Ooze and Undead where it's just like there is no brain, there is no thought. It is 1, it is 2, right? That is the very bottom of the barrel. There are even some beasts in the really low CRs tend to have like the ints of 2, but this hits most things. Then that makes it pretty solid. I think it's gonna hit most things. Your DM has a little shut off valve, but they for some reason think it's a problem. It normally isn't gonna be a problem. It's like, again, the fireball's been around for two spell levels now, 4 levels at the table. Like, this isn't going to be that much of an issue.
So I'm thinking, all right, you do damage automatically. If they fail it, you do half damage. That's cool. If they fail their saving throw, there's the 1d6 subtraction of their whatevers, concentration for spellcasters, attacks for everyone else. It's just more fun for me to prolong the battle a little bit rather than straight up killing them and watching them fail and then going and attacking them again.
I think Synaptic Static is going to be great against moderate-sized groups of powerful enemies, right? So this is a great set piece, like, way to enter into a set piece encounter, is you've got the 5 or 6, like, the one lead monster and 4 to 5 of their lieutenants. You go, okay, great, Synaptic Static them. Those 5 that would have all been threatening allies, most of them are substantially worse now. And then the entire fight can feel like a breeze whenever you just steamroll in there with them already taken a good chunk of damage and then having a really bad time hitting you to go out the gate. You're going to get a lot of momentum with this kind of spell. Plus, if you do drop this on an area, it can kill a lot of little things and then still have a debilitating effect on a big thing. And that's just like 86 is often enough to do that. And that kind of utility and flexibility, I think, definitely makes it a reasonable pick.
This one, again, I chose it for the fun. All right. Well, we have broken our curse. We agreed on a spell.
We've done it. We're turning the corner. Let's see if
All
we can get these
downhill
last
from
ones
here.
together.
Let's see. How many more do I have? I've only got one more because, yeah, Synaptic Static was 4th on my
Oh,
list.
right. Yeah.
And this has got to be on yours.
Has to be.
Hold Monster.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
We got there. Why is Hold Monster on this list, Bob?
Because I mean, you know how good Hold Person is. It's yeah, save or die. But I mean, just think Hold Person. When it works, that person is dead because
Correct.
everybody's beating on him, getting advantage on their attacks, auto crits.
Auto crits, baby.
Yeah, Hold Monster just opens that up so wide. You know, there's so many non-human things, you know, or non-person things out there that you want to hold and beat to death.
And yes, the difference between a 2nd and 5th level spell slot is pretty enormous.
But
This
so
still,
I mean, so many things though.
yes, this just turns on every and any big bad that's out there.
And it's got the upcasting thing that I like, where you can cast it on multiple creatures, and if it doesn't work on one of them, hopefully it'll work on another.
I really do. I've seen this once played with. I found that the character playing with this was spending 7th, 6th, and 5th level slots doing multiple views of Hold Monsters, just because, like, casting this for a 6th level slot to get 2 targets, I actually think is probably better than 1-on-1, just because you're way more likely to get at least one thing to paralyze, and that's normally good enough, because that thing, the paladin goes, oh boy, and then it's gone. There's just a crater where it once was. So you're going to find that Hold Monster, if it ever lands, debilitating. It being able to hit more things, absolutely worth it. It's yucky good.
Yeah, it checks all my boxes.
Yeah. It's still a save or die, right? So there's still chances
Yeah.
it does nothing. But the chances whatever it does something, like what
Those
happens?
chances can be mitigated. It's up to you. You can gamble on using it at 5th level, or you can upcast it and you know, increase your chances significantly that it will do something. And if it does, that something is amazing.
This is a spell for Eloquence Bards because they get a feature that lets them use their Bardic Inspiration to subtract the die from the save that's made. And let me tell you, subtracting a D10 or D8 from something making a Hold Person save when your DC is like 18, yeah, they're just dead. There's nothing they can do about it. They're like, great, I need to roll like a 19 or higher here, or I just lose the game. So yeah, it's pretty solid. My next is my
This
last
is your
one.
last, right?
Yeah, we've done it. So we have 2 of 5. And
2 of 5, yeah.
2 of 5, not too bad. This one, I definitely think is my most questionable. I probably would sub this in for seeming sometimes, as far as, like, I think it gets substantially worse the higher the game goes. But Dominate Person is genuinely, has crazy potential. Dominate Person can take the enemy big bad and just turn them into an ally that you use all their spell slots, use their powerful actions for. If you ever get this to land on a class level villain, it is backbreaking. It is as strong as Hold Monster, if not better, in those circumstances. The only issue that it has is those circumstances don't tend to be as frequent in the upper tiers, which is when you start to keep getting this, which is why it's a little bit lower on my ranking than Hold Monster is.
Yeah, I mean, let me look it up. Dominate. Keep talking.
Oh, so what it does is you beguile a thing, it's charmed, you have a link to it, you can give it general commands, or you can take finite control of it. Both those modes are excellent, right? Being able to say, you are going to take these actions, I'm spending your spell slots on these spells. Alternatively, you can just say, efficiently kill that, and it'll do the, like if you're doing it on a fighter or barbarian class monster, not even necessarily class monster, but entity with large amounts of attack rolls, that's going to be great, where it just goes out there and starts swinging it in like a truck. It is pretty great at doing that. Being able to turn an enemy into an ally is like, oh, you're not down a full character's worth of actions and everything, and our team is up a full character and action worth of teams. It's just so good.
Yeah, when I wanted to look up what the upcasting, it's not the same as Hold Monster where you get
No,
to
you don't get to control
yeah,
multiple people.
yeah, and I guess depending on what you want to use it for, if you want to use it in combat, you know, going up to 8 hours isn't. I mean, it could be effective, but the thing is, like if they take damage, they get to roll saving throws. That's yeah.
Then
They
again,
probably what?
in the instance where they're taking damage, that means like it isn't the end of the world, right? Because you're spending both its actions to attack the enemy and the enemy's actions to attack still the enemy because you controlled that entity, right? So like it's still pretty much net positive for you.
Absolutely. I'm not saying this isn't powerful. I'm just saying, I was comparing it to Hold Monster
Yeah,
in my head, and it doesn't tick the same boxes for me.
not quite.
You know,
There's the other
because
spell.
this is, yeah, this is better if it works for a few rounds, because then, like you said, you're really taking down two enemies. You got multiple enemies. You got the one that you're controlling and the ones that it's fighting. Whereas Hold Monster is just when it works, delete one or two enemy monsters.
And the ceiling on this too, right? It's limited by whatever the ceiling of a humanoid creature is. That can be creatures with 9th level spell slots. That can be creatures with ridiculous legendary actions. It can be creatures that do utterly backbreaking bananas realm warping kind of effects. Just because humanoids can have all that. Humanoids can have magic, right? Characters that are played in this game are humanoids 99% of the time. So whatever you can do, conceivably a dominated person can do. And that's why, like, it won't be always that bananas powerful, but it definitely has one of the highest ceilings of spells in the game.
Oh, but what about? I guess this isn't the dominate person video. We'll get into that, but just quickly, what about upcasting it? And worth it?
So out of if you know you're not going to be doing combat stuff and you're in an infill like an espionage intrigue kind of game, being able to actually pose as a person can be good, can be interesting. Hours probably enough. You probably never need this for the 8 hours. I really would love if it went to until you break concentration past. If you use a 9th level spell slot on, I think that'd be really cute. Where it's just like, yeah, as long as I can concentrate on this, you're mine. I think that'd be really cute. You could do some, or even like drop concentration. Let it be until they take damage. You get the control.
Mm.
There could be fun ways to do that. It doesn't do that though. But like as far as upcasting and the durations go, yeah, you're probably spending a 5th level slot on this for the combat stuff. Anything past that, you're doing for out of combat stuff, which is definitely going to be a lot less frequent.
All right. Well, that is that all? Everything?
I believe that's I had animate objects, modify memory, Synaptic Static, Hold, Monster, Dominate person.
Okay.
And you had?
I'm taking a look. Ta-ta. I had skill empowerment, mass cure wounds, seeming, synaptic static, and hold monster. I'm
Yes, it is.
feel a little bit down on the mass cure wounds. I stand by the rest, kind of. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, that leaves the worst.
Yes, it does.
You want to go first?
I hope it's the same, but it might not because we've touched on this one before. Legend Lore's awful.
Yeah.
Legend Lore is really, really bad. It is a library you pay 250 gold pieces for that sometimes doesn't work. And that's just not useful. It costs you spell slots. It's not even a ritual spell. Like you have to invest so much in this to only learn about things that are well known.
That are legendary. Yes.
Like I don't know what to tell you. This spell just doesn't do anything. You would be better off spending any amount of time, like downtime, just wandering around Waterdeep even asking the locals. That's about as effective as Legend Lore. This spell is abysmal.
Yeah. If I mean, just to be clear, that was my pick as well for the worst. This is one of those things that if the dungeon master wants to talk about this artifact, there are going to be ways to do it, or this artifact or this legendary thing. He's going to be dropping hints. There's going to be little slips of paper lying around. There's going to be legends, and there's going to be NPCs murmuring in the shadows or whatever. He wants you to know.
Yeah.
Look, this is a way to skip around role playing opportunities.
Yeah. At its best, that's what it does. right? At its best, it removes you go find the Rosetta Stone tablet and translate it, and it's a big, oh, cool, look, we did the thing. No, it's just like, no, but tell us about it right now. We want to know right now, DM. Poke, tell us right now. It's stupid. I do want to quickly mention.
It's worst. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah. I do want to quickly mention magical secrets. They're really important. And there's one particular magical secret that I think is really interesting, and it's Swift Quiver. So Swift Quiver, there's 2 bard subclasses that get extra attack. One of them is swords, and they really want to use 2-weapon fighting and dueling, so they're less inclined to do this. But Valor has no such fighting styles, which means its extra attacks can be with longbows. And if you take Sharpshooter, with Swift Quiver, a 10th level bard is making 4 attack rolls around with plus 14 to damage if they got a +8 or +4 dex. So, like, that's pretty bananas good. And that's pantsing the ranger that gets at level 17. Like, that's demoralizing for the ranger because you're living their top end fantasy 7 levels earlier with a full spellcasting suite to back you up on top of that, right? Like, it's really yucky good. Other options are magic hand, like big.
You didn't even mention combining this with Sharpshooter.
Oh, I thought yeah, plus 14
Did
damage
you?
is great. I thought I did, yeah.
Oh,
Sharpshooter is really good with this too, yes.
All right, plus 14 each, yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's where I was confused.
Yeah, the total ends up being like 48 plus 56, I think, is the total damage that you're dealing in a single round potentially, which is hilarious. You don't get the archery fighting style, but a 1-level dip fighter gives you that. So, like, yeah, if you can do some yucky things with that, and this is one of the reasons, like, this highlights the importance of magical secrets, right? That build is a magical secret, it is a 5th level spell slot, and it's a subclass, and you're off to the races. After that, other magical secrets to consider. Bixby's Hand is amazing. We both talked about how much we love Bixby's Hand. All the summon spells that summon creatures that make extra attacks are going to be great. They're worse than animate objects, but they're very good still. Anything that can make multiple attacks and give you a bunch of extra actions is pretty sweet. So all those are magical secrets that I would absolutely consider on most any bard except Swift Quiver, which is definitely like, this is the Swift Quiver build, but you can do it, and it's really sweet. So maybe try it out.
All right, that was the 5th level bard spells. We got to talk about a variety of spells in this video.
That's a great way to look at it.
Yeah, thank you. Glass is half full kind of guy.
Oh, I want to mention one other spell. Awaken is actually the best bard spell in the game, and I won't be hearing any contests about it.
I saw it on the list. We've recently done the Awaken video, but I could not, in good faith, put this on either my best of list or my worst list, and it belongs on both.
It does. It really does. I love Awaken so much.
All right. That was 5th level bard spells. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Let us know what you think down in the comments. We'd love to hear your lists and your thoughts and opinions on ours. All right. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy fantasy novels and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 6 bard spells. Yay!
Love bards. Bards are great.
This was not a particularly robust list.
Yeah, I actually don't think it's like comparatively that awful, at least. Like, I don't think most of these are offensive, which is nice to see. I would be happy with about 5 of these on my character sheet, as it turns out. So that's convenient.
Because we're doing top 5 out of 8.
Yeah, there are not many. And then we'll be talking about at least 6 of them because we have to have a worst as well. This is a really important moment to mention. Bards have a really important feature. Magical secrets. Magical secrets lets you take spells from anyone's spell list. So these may not appeal to you, and that's okay. So I think one of them probably should because it's an amazing bard spell. But the rest of them, and when I say amazing bard spell, it's an amazing bard spell. Not necessarily amazing in its own right. It's great. I love it. We'll get to it. But there are powerful 6th level effects out there that I'll touch on at the end of this video, like I did the 5th levels, where it's like, hey, if none of these seem great, consider your magical secret options. They're really important. They are a way to get access to some game warping, game breaking stuff. I'll touch on them whenever we get there, but it's a pretty big pillar of what makes bards bard. So, like, have that in mind whenever you're thinking about, well, this isn't the most exciting thing in the world, or I don't really, like, I want something that does more damage or has a bigger impact. You can get those through magical secrets. These are going to be for doing the traditionally bardic stuff.
All right. Well, and more importantly, these these list videos we're doing are just covering the class list spells.
Yes.
So yeah, there are other ways to get other spells in a lot of the videos that that's what we're doing in these videos. These are the rules as have been laid down by me.
Correct.
All right. Oh, caveat time. I don't rank mine in any particular order. I just pick top 5 and one worst in whatever order, except for
I do 1 to 5 plus
yes.
worst.
All right. And Bard spell caveat.
They're known casters. They have like 10 known spells to their name. At the time you get 6th level spells, you're an 11th level character. Yes, which means you have 15 known spells in total, including the one you learn this level. So you can sub out older ones. So if you want like 2 6th level spells, you can forget a 4th or a 3rd to get a 6th level here. But like you're not getting a ton of options. So you're gonna need to be, again, remember that your magical secrets is a big important feature that gives you access to any spells you want, and that these are going to be the supporting cast that you don't have a ton of that gets you to do whatever you want your bard to do, and you have to be ready to rely on these as being good.
All right. I guess I'll kick things off this time.
Do it.
Let me dig up my list. Nope, that's not it. Here it is. I picked Irresistible Dance.
My number 1.
Is that your number 1? Is that the one you were referring to before?
Yep.
All right. Well, why did it make number 1 on your list?
Okay, first and foremost, this is a bard wizard spell, and it has no business, none, zero business being a wizard spell.
I feel like we've heard this before.
It's stupid that this spell's a wizard spell. This is so bardy in every way, shape, or form. They're the performer class. They should make things irresistibly dance. I mean, the only people able to make things irresistibly dance. It's dumb. I hate it. Take this away from wizards. They don't deserve it anymore. Anyway, beyond that, irresistible dance is a really important effect is that it is a save or die with no save. It's just die. So you pick something, that thing is going to dance. There's no countermeasure they can take. They are dancing no matter what. That target then, at the end of their turn, can make the saves, but this does something really important, and that it gets around legendary resistance. If you've got an ancient dragon, if you've got a lich, if you've got some big bad, and you're like, I would love for you to not move, irresistible dance will make that happen. It's a kind of effect that you're going to be comfortable having on your sheet. It does everything you'd like it to do, including imposing disadvantage on their attack rolls. It makes them a disadvantage on dex saving throws, and then they cannot save to prevent it at all. They can save on the end of the turn, but you're getting at least 1 round of this, and that's definitely good enough to have against the monsters that you absolutely need it
on. Yeah, that's and if you're going against something tough enough and you think you're going to die, at least you can, make them suffer some indignity before you go. So that's fun. But really, I wonder, this feels like something you really care about initiative with. Like, if you can go first in initiative, irresistible dance, the biggest threat, and give everybody else on your team, advantages to an attack it, then that's a good place to start.
Agreed. It only having disadvantage on its attack rolls for like if it goes immediately after you is a bit of like well, I mean, this didn't do as much as we'd like. But if you go as the bard immediately after the big bad, for example, let's say the big bad gets like a 25 on their initiative, and you go immediately after that, then every one of your party members is going between you and it again, and they all get advantage on all of their attack rolls. So like the fighter makes it a 4 or 5 with advantage. The monk makes like 12 with advantage. Or you get a bunch of people just can lay into it and have a good time weaponizing that advantage, while simultaneously having a defensive like, well, you also have disadvantage on your attack rolls. Huzzah! And they're dancing hilariously, which is just like, there's something deeply funny to me about, dramatic big lich moment, and it steps out, holds off its skull-capped staff with horns poking out of it and yells some profanity at you, and then you go, actually, dance! And then it just, breaks it down. I think that's funny. I love that. It takes the tension, just psychs it all out of the environment. It's great.
All right. Well, what's your number 2?
Mass Suggestion. God, I love Mass Suggestion. Did it make yours?
Made my list. Yes.
There are only 8 of them after all.
This is going to be the opposite of our level 5 spells.
Where we only had 2 overlap? Yeah, that was brutal. So this is 12 uses of suggestion in a trench coat, but it's only a 6th level slot, and it lasts 24 hours with no concentration. And removing the concentration effect is great from the suggestion. It makes it a lot easier to just like get out into the world and use it effectively. And as I said when I talked about suggestion, basically every time, it is one of the spells that I am most readily able to cast at any given moment during a campaign. Whenever there's any kind of creature I can suggest, often suggestion will be an option. I'll be like, oh, I can use this right now to solve part of the problems we're having, to have a contributing factor that plays into the larger scope of, finding success in this dungeon or setting up this encounter or navigating the social environment. It's really, really usable. Now, multiplying it by 12 isn't like the number of creatures that it affects doesn't really like multiply its utility by 12. I think a lot of characters that have suggestion may not also feel they need mass suggestion. There can still be windows where this is, okay, the cronies are all not fighting with their boss and they're getting out of here, and then it's just you and the boss and you've used it as a tool to sort of dissipate some extra bruisers or whatever. This can be a tool that everyone, I need everyone in this room right now to get up and leave, and then you can have a big intimidating presence moment. That's pretty cute. But like realistically, 3 or 4 creatures is probably as many as this is going to need to affect to be that much better than suggestion. Maybe it could maybe not be worth the 6th level slot, but I think I will readily find an abundance of times to cast this. I've seen this cast probably about 3 times in my life. But that was on one character that I had taken, and I have not seen a character take it since. But I do think it's quite good, and that you can get a lot of mileage out of it.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it in combat, which I think is fantastic. You seemed not too excited about that, but the use you mentioned, I feel, is amazing. We get
It's great use.
a bunch
Absolutely.
of right, a bunch of people leave, so you can focus on the big bad. But I'm thinking about it as a bard, and the first thing that came to my mind was, you're playing for you're on the street corner, you got a little cup for their coins, and you say, "Give me all your money."
I suggest you put all your money into my guitar case
Yes,
and leave.
exactly. But you sing it.
Yep. Yeah, yes. I suggest you give me all your money and leave. Absolutely. Listen, I love that your viewpoint of bards is like the 6th level, the bard that has 6th level spell slots is still out on the streets begging for coin. I love that's where you're at on your bards. And listen, I definitely think that there will be a non-zero amount of bards where that would end up being the case, just because, being an irresponsible bard will get you places you don't want to necessarily be. But it's cute. It's fun. I think this is iconically bardic to me. This is right in Bard's wheelhouse. Something I'd expect them to be able to do. Whereas like warlocks do it in a really malicious, mind-altering, like control-y way, bards feel like they're just so darn persuasive, is how it kind of feels. And it's what I really love about it as on the bard specific character sheets.
Yeah, or I mean, it doesn't have to be begging for money on the street corner.
Yes, there are other uses.
Yeah, but you could be on the stage in a tavern or something, and you just some guy that's been looking for you comes in through the door, and I suggest you all go tackle that guy, and then you make your escape.
Again, the action still has to sound reasonable, but maybe that does sound reasonable, right? Maybe they're really into it. They don't want the bad vibes, so get them.
You make it like, that's Elvis. Go get his autograph.
Oh, perfect, even better. That actually is really fun. And then you just take, a quiet exit while the police are like, get him, get off me, him. And they're like, dude, that sounds amazing. I love that scene.
See? All right, mass suggestion. Good one.
It's great. It's a super fun spell. Yeah, it's good. Would recommend. What's your next one?
All right, we are 2 for 2. And in order, too. I mean, I didn't intentionally order mine, but this is the order that I wrote them down in.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. My next one, also thinking as a bard, Program Delusion.
That's my number 5.
Number 5, all right. Well,
these last 3 are kind of like nebulous. They're the ones where I would say, do I need this? And if the answer was like, am I playing that kind of character? And the Illusionist Bard might need this. So why is Program Delusion up here for you?
Because Bard, and I'm thinking about like stage effects and stuff.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Conceivably. Prestidigitation could too. Sparklers.
Do minor things. Now I'm talking about like light show and backup dancers or something, and I don't know, a whole slew of things. Or
This is something where I think
and wait,
as a
doesn't
DM,
this have like a permanence thing where it
it's until the
activates
spell.
on condition, right? Yeah. So,
Mhm,
and it activates on conditions that you set up, right?
mhm. And it can last up
You
to
can
five
have this.
minutes each.
Yeah, so you got a whole set of these on your stage,
Mhm.
and during the show, like one thing leads to another thing, and you keep having these broader and bigger effects happening to this crescendo of light. It's
Yeah.
yeah, I'm
It
putting on a good show.
if you're a player that really adores figuring out your characters, like the nitty gritty of their aesthetic, what they're about, what they look like, if you've got a Pinterest board with all kinds of art that relates to them, if you've got a color board and some song lists going around, and you've got a backstory all drafted up, it's like 15 pages of your DM, definitely totally read all of. Like, this could be a really fun way for you to take it one extra mile and show it off in play, where you go, okay, we've got a week of downtime, great. DM, here's the spell expansion, this is the cost of these, this is what I'm doing with them, and then you can just like create your own actual set bard show. It could be really cool using programmed illusions. I think that's really cute. It's definitely more on the cute side than it is on the practical side, though, as I think the other major uses of this, I'm always just like, but what if you cast major image? How much worse is major image than this? I think the answer is not that much worse, if that much worse at all. The flexibility of being able to pop down a major image whenever you'd like and have it just work for a much cheaper spell slot, like half the spell level is a big deal. Still, there can be some nice things on this occurring without necessarily being that perceivable, right? Like you can cast this off screen, if you will, re-enter an environment or a chat or whatever, and then you can have the program illusion take effect somewhere. That all can be a pretty meaningful way to navigate socially, to intimidate, to do illusion magic in its typically powerful way. I don't know if it's like 6th level powerful, but it's interesting at the very minimum. I do think it's pretty unique, as least as a duration base goes. Major image does upcast to go indefinite as well, but that's way more expensive. At least the indefinite durations on major image does tend to be like you have to commit a lot to this.
Yeah, I feel like this one's got more practical uses than what I'm giving it credit for.
It's an
That's
illusion
just where
spell,
my
so normally
mind
they
went
do.
as far. Um, but yeah, just having things set up around the world. If somebody walks by this point,
A shark
an
comes at
image
them.
or yeah, or whatever, an image of you appears and says, "Hey, I'm playing a show at the Greasy Spoon Tavern." Whatever, I don't know, but there are better things you could do than even that.
I
Um,
mean, it has a 10-minute cooldown, which I think is a little bit of a bummer for that use case, which means you definitely should have your illusions last all full of the 5 minutes. So then the 10-minute cooldown will be like, they're up 5 minutes, down 10 minutes, up 5 minutes, down 10 minutes. And you can just have ads basically however you want them and
you
wherever
could
you want
have
them.
the first thing that came to my mind was ads, but you can have like actual useful information or or warnings or something.
I definitely think on that particular front, this is an amazing DM tool, right? This is a really
Yeah.
easy way to give your players access to the villain or access to assisting help from NPCs and whatnot without them being able to physically interact with that NPC, which is going to be important, especially in the case of villains, right? It's really easy for you to be like programmed illusion of a villain monologuing, and they shoot an arrow and it goes right through, and they're like, "This is BS. I wanted to kill this thing. Get the drop on him," and he just mocks them because it's a programmed illusion. They can do that, right? That is, I think, where a really good use case for programmed illusion is. Most of the time, programmed illusion to me is a tool in the DM's toolbox more than it is really in the player's toolbox, as again, major image is a 3rd level spell. It upcasts at 6th level to be indefinite, and it does a lot of what you would want programmed illusion to be able to do. The spontaneity or the spontaneous effect appearing, it's about as good as you having it set up and ready to go, and then it goes off whenever you're near it, right? Like there isn't a huge gap in power there, at least not just by a 6th level slot, I don't think. But as a DM tool, as something that is definitely cute to have on the bard, that can be a side grade to upcast major image, I think this is a perfectly reasonable thing to consider.
All right. What do we got next?
Next
It's
up
your turn,
on,
right?
yes, I believe so. My number 3 is Hero's Feast. And the reasons my number 3 is because of its abuse cases, not because it's an actual good spell for the most part.
Is Hero's Feast a bard spell?
It's barred optionally from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything,
I
which
still haven't added the Tasha spells.
it's a pain in the butt, isn't it?
Well, no, it wouldn't be if I got responsible and updated my website, but I have not yet.
Oh, it's fine. This is, well, this should have always been a bard spell. I don't think anyone can disagree with that.
Nope.
You're throwing a party. This is as bardic as it gets, right? Second, like, it's gonna often feel like, so for super rich parties that are rolling around in Scrooge McDuck money of like the DM just dropped a dragon sword on them and they kept playing, right? This is gonna feel like every long rest, just everyone has a bonus 2d10 hit points. Plus advantage on wisdom saving or immunity to poisoned, being frightened, and advantage on all wisdom saving throws, right? That's just gonna become like a passive party buff that Hero's Feast can kind of produce for you all, and that's pretty great. But even outside that specific use case, being able to be like, we know we're going against the big bad, this is the climax, we Hero's Feast, we go. Really reasonable. Advantage on wisdom saving throws is baller. Immunity to frightened is pretty solid. Immunity to poison is pretty solid. It's generally speaking just a really cheap effect that doesn't really even feel like a 6th level spell slot to use because you're doing it as part of a long rest, right? So like altogether, I think is very reasonable.
I can definitely think of one of my picks that I would have swapped out for Hero's Feast.
Oh.
But yeah, I could lie and just say that, but I've already said I could lie, so
That's
that's
true.
gone out the window now.
I want to guess your next one, the one that you think could have been cut.
All right, well, that's not my next one. I still have
Okay.
2 left.
Okay, so we'll do your next one, and then I want to guess the one that you think should be replaced by Hero's Feast when we get there.
Actually, I think you should guess now because if I do the next one, then
Then I'll know more often.
Yeah.
Is Guards and Wards the one that you were going to cut?
Yes.
Called it. The called because the other two are awful. So
Wait, awful. Well, I still have one that I wouldn't have cut.
yeah, I know what that one is too.
All right.
We
All
figured
right.
it out. We're on the same page here.
Okay. Was it eye bite?
No.
Shucks.
Uh-oh.
is that one of the awful ones?
Eye bite's
I
pretty
know
terrible.
it's pretty bad, but I don't know. Eye bite. I figured it can do a couple things. Guards and wards. That's like unless you have a giant piece of property that you need to turn into a carnival, then yeah.
Guards and
All right,
Wards
but
definitely feels like a
oh,
dungeon in the box.
let's talk about eye bite first because
Okay.
that was my next pick.
Okay, eye bite it is.
I gotta go back and look up what it does.
So I like this spell. I was higher on the spell when we reviewed it than I am now. I think I've come around to just I don't think this spell is worth casting. And the reason I don't think it's worth casting is because it's not like the worst thing of human history, but it takes your concentration, it lasts a minute, and it gives you an at-will save or die that is either asleep, panicked, or sickened. And once a creature passes a save, I believe it's immune to it from there on out, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Once it turns, but that can't target that creature again if it succeeded on a saving throw, right? So like asleep is definitely the best one by a lot. Sickened is fine, but you much rather the target be unconscious than be getting disadvantage on all their stuff. And like panicked is a fear effect that makes it run away. That's fine. But all of those effects can be gotten at a cheaper level, a cheaper cost, and a higher duration or more potent effect. Like fear, for example, versus panicked. Fear is a 3rd level slot that panics a bunch of things. Eye bite does it to 1. And you can kind of do it to more if you're willing to spend actions, but are you willing to spend actions? I think the answer more often than not is going to be no.
No, this wasn't one of my favorite spells. This is something I picked because I liked the other options less.
That's fair. There are only 8 of them, so I can't really fault you for that. I am proud that you didn't include one that I did include, but I hate the one I included, so.
Yeah, I figured we might be talking about that one way or another. So
yeah, we're talking about all 8 of them, it looks like.
Looks like it, yep. Yeah, I just thought, eye bite does something at least. And sometimes when you get down to the bottom tier spells here, then that's all you can ask for.
That's true. I will definitely say this isn't a 1 out of 5. This spell does have text, and there will be some situations where like putting something to sleep, then putting a couple like 3 or 4 big things to sleep is going to be pretty solid. I just really want to be spending my actions doing cooler things than that. And I don't like if you're doing a really grindy game where you're like all of your spell slots matter a lot, then this becomes marginally better because it extends its utility over a fight and lets you spend 1 slot on the whole fight. I would much rather spend 4 slots on a fight though, because that's going to be way cooler. and have probably a lot higher impact. But that's just my preference.
Yeah, I like the flavor too. Your eyes turn dark, and
What does that have to do with bards, though?
bards want to have cool looking effects like that.
You could say that. I guess we did. Whenever we go to just say it's metal and it becomes bard, this definitely applies, right? If it looks metal, it can be bard. So
I don't really have any great arguments for having eyebite on the list. It was one of my strugglers.
that's fair.
All right, so
Well, I
what's
mean, we already briefly dropped the hint of guards and wards. I called my
let's
shot.
go for
Let's
it.
keep it
It's
going.
yeah. Cards and wards. You said dungeon in a box. Yeah, that's we go back to the same thing we talked about before, where you this isn't a game where you're defending a place as often as you're going out and causing trouble somewhere else.
Yeah.
But in this case, you find it's even worse than other similar effects because these effects aren't amazing. You a gust of wind or a stinking cloud, yippee skippy. This is level 6 spell.
There are a lot of them, right? Like you get a sinking cloud and a gust of wind and a suggestion and a magic mouth and a dancing lights and a web and several arcane locks. But like all that together still doesn't really equal a 6th level spell slot to me,
Well, no,
Where
because
it's like,
I mean, if you needed all of these
yeah.
effects at the same time, this is amazing. But
And then you're like, this is
that's
all in one convenient package. Wow. This feels like a Billy Mays commercial, right? Where it's like, I stopped needing what you're offering me like 4 items ago, but wait, there's more, is what this really feels like to me. But I still don't want to pay 4 payments of $29.99 for this, Which is what a 6th level slot feels like.
yeah. I don't think I don't know. I guess see this
This is on your top 5.
I know, but because my bottom one was that much worse, and then the one that didn't make my list at all, 2 if you include Heroes Feast, but that was an error on my part.
Mhm.
Yeah, I didn't pick True Seeing. I guess made your lists.
It did make my list. It is of my top 5 bard spells, and I really hate it.
Yeah, that should have been above guards and wards. But this like guards and wards just feels like fun if you can use it, but like not effective fun.
Yeah, so I think this is a great point to highlight. Specifically as a bard spell, I think this is where it fails the most. And it's what we said earlier about only having 15 known spells, right? Having one of them be something that is this specific. We're defending this castle, and I'm putting these down on the corridors, and we're doing the guards and wards thing with the glyphs of warding. Then not having it on your sheet ever for use ever again is just awful, right?
Yeah, like glyphs of warning. Okay, that will defend the castle. Guards and wards will just annoy people that are, storming your castle unhindered.
Fog fills warded in corridors. They have a 50% chance. I think they're going the wrong way. I don't know. It's honestly, I'm not gonna level with you too. As a DM, DMing for this is either a major headache or you opt to ignore most of the text just because, like, I'm not tracking where these monsters are in the dungeon. Are you kidding me? I'm just having them appear whenever it's, like, most thematically relevant, right? They're going to appear to challenge the players in their keep to show off their defenses predominantly, but I'm not like, all right, well, now I'm going to check to see if the orcs get turned around here every single round as this is going on. I'm going to make sure, they passed this door and they didn't notice this, and these are the perception checks on these 12 different invaders. No, I'm not running any of that. I'm just saying, like, we'll have a scene for each where it goes, they pass over it. You can look at your spell doing cool things, but, like, it's largely just mostly fluff.
All right. Well, that was guards and wards. No, that was, yes.
Yep, that was guards and wards. That's all 5 of yours, right?
Yeah, mine are done. You've got True Seeing to
That's
talk
my last
about.
one. I can't deny True Seeing it solves a lot of problems. And by solving a lot of problems, I can't fault it for being good. Like, there'll be times where you'll be like, True Seeing just beats this encounter. And that's the mark of typically a good spell. it just does it in one of the least interesting ways I can conceive of. It does it in such a boring blanket statement way that I don't want to be playing in games where it's an easy access tool that solves all of what I find to be deeply interesting and fun problems. I think illusions are a really cool element of the game. And while they can be challenging for some DMs to run, challenging for some players to use, challenging for, a bunch of different reasons, I think they can add some of the most interesting and dynamic moments to games. Them being turned off by this is a gigantic bummer to me. And invisibility, when handled well, can be a really fun encounter, specifically as you have the invisible man encounter, right? Where everyone's like, we don't know where it is, and we need to find ways to hit it. And you improvise things like throwing sand and smoke, and you improvise ways to get around the illusion text when it's a monster, which I would always argue should be handled differently than players using it, because they are foundationally different axes of the game, right? True seeing is still just a blanket answer to say, oh no, I solved the problem. True seeing's on. And it doesn't like kill the monster or anything, but now there's very little other counterplay to these potentially fun dynamic experiences. And that's where I find, while the spell is good, I really don't want it at the table. I don't want to be playing with it. I don't really enjoy players having it all that much, and I also don't love the experience of, well, whoever has true seeing just is the de facto just doing this encounter by themselves is often what it'll feel like. We'll be like, okay, you need to track where the thing is and just always be telling us. That doesn't feel like a really rewarding experience to me as for those kinds of encounters that the true seeing beats. And for that reason, it made my top 5, but I really don't like it. I do get that's personal preference. I know there are a lot of people that are like, oh, I love true seeing. It's such a cool mechanic. I can see everything. I hate it. I think it's really stupid.
Yeah, I think it didn't make my list because you soured me on it.
Great. I did my job well then. Less people will be
Sure.
playing with True Sight.
All right, that was your last one.
Yes. My list is Otto's Irresistible Dance, Mass Suggestion. What was my third one? I'm blanking on it.
Hero's Feast.
Hero's Feast. Thank you. True Seeing and Programmed Illusion.
Mine was Irresistible Dance, Mass Suggestion, Programmed Illusion, I Bite, and Guards and Wards. Not super confident on those last two.
Well, listen, none of those made my worst, so that's great news.
No, I don't think there was any question of what
Yeah.
our worst was going to be. You want to do the honors?
Find the Path is a map. It's a map that doesn't tell you where hazards are. So that's great for a 6th level spell. Yeah, Guards or Find the Path is horrific. It's terrible. There are a few spells in this game as bad as Find the Path.
Yeah, I mean, who is this for? If I am going to go to visit somebody in a different state, all right, I definitely want to put my GPS on the phone. I want the shortest way to get there. However,
well, okay, hold on. You want the shortest way to get there that doesn't go through a crevasse. You want the shortest way to get there that doesn't involve going into an active volcano.
Yeah.
This doesn't do that. This takes you through the crevasse. It takes you through the active volcano. This is worse than Google Maps.
But I'm just saying, even with all that, I mean, you will see an active volcano before you walk into it, probably.
That's true.
Yeah, you're around it, fine. But when I am a character in a role-playing game, I don't care if I spend 30 extra minutes walking around the woods.
Yep.
We gloss over that anyway.
Yep.
That's I mean, unless there's a very, very time sensitive thing, when there's not ever, like not that sensitive.
Or if there is, we're in a tier of play where like Circle of Teleportation is on the table.
Yeah.
That just gets you there instantly. Right? There's way better solutions to this kind of long distance travel at this tier than traveling mundanely.
It's true too.
I think the biggest offender, right, is that, survival checks just exist. Expertise exists in survival. There are mundane ways to find safe routes. People have been doing it since they started hex crawling. And this is like only in the hex crawl tables and isn't even useful at the hex crawl tables because you don't like, if there is a large obstacle that you have to go around, you have to figure out how to plot around the obstacle still. And that may be just avoided in the first place by making some survival checks. This spell has no business existing. It's terrible.
Oh man, is every spell with find? No, we got find familiar. I was thinking find traps, find the path.
Find familiars are really busted.
Yeah.
1s and 5s on the find spells. Only those two.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's that, huh?
Yeah. I will quickly mention. So again, Magical Secrets is important. I would say Disintegrate. If you want to kill things and kill them dead, Disintegrate's hilarious. And a bard with Disintegrate's just like you shred so hard their face melts off. Delicious. Love it. Beyond Disintegrate, anything that says summon in it's going to be great. I think summon Celestial is 6th level, I think. And then it gets 3 attacks. That's really baller. So anything with 3 attacks is typically pretty excellent. And I'll also mention Blade Barrier. Blade Barrier is a super fun build around that you can do some cool bard stuff with, so that's another option. Basically, any of the big, powerful... If we talked about in other 6th level videos, it probably could be a great magical seeker that you should consider as a bard.
All right, well, that was 6th level bard spells. Go back and look at our cantrips through 5th level bard spells, and stay in tune for the future, where we will have levels 7, 8, and 9 bard spells, and other spells, and other videos on other things.
Wow!
There's so much on this channel.
It's an endless well of content that is enjoyable from start to back.
Absolutely. All right. Yeah, do all the fun stuff, like, subscribe, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 7 bard spells. Woohoo!
Yeah, absolutely. I love bards. I love bard spells. They are known casters, which means they don't get very many learned spells. 7th level, they also have magical secrets, so you have access to every single spell in the game. And all those reasons make it so you really care about what you're picking, and you want to make sure it's the best of the best options whenever you got options to go from. You're only getting like one of these. So which one you pick matters a lot. Fortunately, as far as like having hard times making decisions goes, this list is pretty booty. So you are not going to be that pressed to like find the best one for you. There's like
it's ironic.
Options.
It's ironic because as hard a time I had choosing a top 5 list from this list, that means your options as a bard are that much easier.
Yeah. You're like, wow, with only 2 of these being remotely optional, this is great. I can just really flip a coin if I have to.
All right. Well, caveats. Yeah, Sam picks his spells in order 1 through 5, best to worst, or best to 5th best. I don't. I just choose my 5 favorites.
I have a hard time calling this 5th best in this particular moment, but sure.
There are a number. There are. It is kind of a robust list. I mean, compared to level 6 anyway. So, yeah, they're not the worst. I think there's a lot of worsts on here.
Yeah. I'll just quickly say towards the end, I will also mention like a couple magical secret options just briefly to be like, if none of these speak to you, these are magical secret options you should consider because bards get access to them. So that's something you should always be thinking about. Let's do it.
Especially. All right. Yeah, you go ahead and kick things off this time.
All right, my number 1, it's Force Cage. Force Cage is a baller spell. Make your list.
Let me see. I know it was considered. Actually, yeah, that was my my last struggler.
Force Cage is so good.
It's so expensive, though.
What
are you doing
with it? Consume the dust.
Well, maybe not. I guess not. But what are you doing with Force Cage? It's so amazing.
Putting anything you want in a box in a box. If it is smaller than 20 feet, which means like under huge, you can stick it in a Force Cage and it can't get out. And there's no save. There's nothing. It's just in a box for an hour. You don't concentrate on this. You just put it there. And now whatever you'd like to be stuck in the box is stuck in the box. It's great. This is a saveless save or die in the same vein as Otto's Irresistible Dance, where you just go, oh, hey, that ogre could be a problem for us. It's got class levels and something. I'm going to put it in Force Cage and we're not going to worry about it for the rest of this encounter. We can pepper it from a distance if we need to. You can make it opaque. You can make it so that they're bars. You've got all kinds of options when it comes to restraining and putting creatures in jail for an hour. And like, I'm pretty here for that. I think Force Cage is excellent. Plus, there's something about just pointing and laughing at something you put into jail yourself as a bard that feels deeply bardy to me. So just to be like, ha, look at you, you're stuck in a box. I think that's a great time.
Yeah, wow. If you've got, all right, I'll take this back. I'm seeing the value. Wait, can you cast spells at it while it's in there?
Yeah. If you put bars, as long as it can, so there's some little caveats. If you can shoot it, it can shoot you. So that's, keep that in mind. But
Mhm.
yeah, you can
Yeah.
put you can
So
leave gaps, let things get in if you want.
in the last an hour, I'm putting somebody in a cage, and I'm going to kill them with vicious mockery.
That's something you're allowed to do. Just keep making fun of them over and over again for a full hour until they die.
Ah, all right, all right. I feel better about that making my list.
Yeah, I think Force Cage is yucky good. I've seen it cast like a handful of times. We're definitely the tier down. We probably should have this caveat to all these videos too, where it's like I've seen these spells ones of times, zeros sometimes. So like this tier isn't normally reached, but for what I have seen, I have thought Force Cage has been exceptional every single time. So
All
would
right,
recommend. Easy number one pick. If you're a bard, like what's my 11th, 7th level spell I pick? It's Force Cage. It's great.
all right. Well, then, yeah, that was one of my iffy ones, but I feel pretty good about it now.
Great stuff.
I'm gonna go next. I'm thinking maybe this one didn't make your list. I picked teleport.
Teleport's also on my list.
Oh, is it? Okay.
There's
Um,
some real stinkers here, Bob. Don't you worry.
well, just when we were so like, I mean, yeah, Force Cage made both our lists, but you were a lot more enthusiastic about it.
Mhm.
Um, but teleport, I have to go back and look at exactly what it does, but it's
You and the squad teleport somewhere. 8
right,
willing creatures.
yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, and
I
this one's got the chart. You can,
mhm.
yeah, that's fun. That's
I
yeah,
love the chart. For
definitely
readers,
great.
for viewers at home that haven't like memorized the spell, there is you roll a d100 depending on how familiar you are with the place and if it's a real place or not. Because there are outcomes that are like you. There's a false destination place that if you try to go somewhere that doesn't exist, you end up somewhere else, and the results lead to on target. So like you're somewhere within the vicinity of where you want to teleport to similar area, which can just be anywhere on the same plane of existence that does vaguely the same thing as where you're trying to go, which I think is deeply funny. And then you have off target, which is like you're a little bit far away from where you actually want to end up. And then there are mishaps, which are normally just like damage and rerolls. So I think it's really cute. I love that the DM does all of the rolling here because they basically have to pick where you go to make sure that the narrative is as streamlined working with this spell as you'd like. Some DMs can that are willing to like throw caution to the wind and just say, yeah, let's see what happens. I'm ready to improvise a whole session if you get off track and have to truck through some weird random undead fueled marsh for the whole next session. Let's do it. They can actually roll it. Alternatively, they can just fudge it and put you where they want you to be, where you want to be, and have it be a nice, cohesive, clean experience. I think it's excellent. I think this is a fun spell. Now, granted,
Yeah, well,
they'll go for it.
I was gonna say it's got practical value, and that inherent randomness feels bardish to me.
I agree with that.
Like
This,
I wanna, oh, I'm gonna do something useful. I'm gonna get us the hell out of here. Oh crap, where are we?
where do we land? I think that's a really fun experience to go through as really powerful characters that just end up in like a random hamlet in the middle of nowhere, and they're like, I thought you said we were going to the city. He's like, I guess we got somewhere close. Listen, maybe we're close. Where are we again? They don't speak the language. Well, we're gonna have to figure this one out. I think that's a very fun experience and exchange that the spell opens up. Plus, like this is kind of a spell that designates a tier of play, right? Teleports we now have access to the whole of the plane. Where are we going on this plane? We can access anywhere. Travel is no longer a problem. If we need to get somewhere, we can get somewhere. I think that is a good spell to have on a character sheet, just to say we've reached this specific environment. Let's have a different kind of adventure now that is opened up, and bars can do that.
Wait a second, we're in Naples, Florida. Shit.
That is definitely a kind of event that can occur. I like the idea of, you're trying to teleport to some evil furnace of rage powering a demonic army or whatever, and you just end up in a random forge. And the blacksmith is just like stumbles awake from a drunken slumber, goes, Oi, what? And just like looks around at the random party of adventurers that spontaneously arrived in his little. I think it's great. It's so cute.
All right, teleport. Yay.
Yay, teleport. Two for
What's
two.
what number on your list to teleport me? Three. All
Twist.
right. So what's your number two?
Etherealness. A yucky
Made
good,
my
really
list.
powerful tool.
Are we 3 for 3?
Yeah, these are the three that I thought we would have 3 for 3.
Okay.
After this, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm scared. So etherealness is really great. You can use it to scout dungeons. Your DM's gonna have to be like, oh god, if I don't want them to see the entire dungeon, I have to have contingencies for this, or I have to have a timer, or I have to have 12 other different things going on to make etherealness not a I scout the dungeon and get perfect information kind of deal. It's an infiltration tool. It's pretty fun. It can upcast to eventually get more parties in different interesting places, which is pretty cool. It definitely challenges an axis of play that the DM isn't necessarily prepared for, and for all those reasons, I think it can be exceptional. I don't think it's the best bard spell on planet Earth, specifically for bards, just because I don't know why it doesn't scream bard to me. This screams wizard. This screams strategist.
Yeah.
This screams like extraplanar explorer using math and nerd crap to like figure out how to go between worlds and whatnot. And this doesn't scream like, oh yeah, bards can totally do that. But it's on our list, so it should probably deserve a spot here because it is a yucky good spell.
It is a good spell, and I was thinking the same justifications you made for invisibility way back when on that second level list. You know, that's we're talking 7th level here. You know, Bard probably doing something other than you know, stealing pastries off of windowsills or something. But if you need to get away and you've already used your teleporters, I don't know, whatever. Etherealness is there for you.
This harkens back to our last video where you're playing in the streets as a bard with 6 level spell slots, hawking coin. This is the instance where you're stealing pies off windowsills as the bard that has 7th level spell slots and uses etherealness to sneak away and eat the pie by themselves, which is deeply funny and something I really need to see happen now.
But yeah, it's an amazing spell, and just even upcasting it, you get 3 more willing creatures. Wait, 3 including you.
3 including you, so 3 total.
All right, still pretty good.
I think it's really solid. I think it's a big headache. So make sure you talk to your DM about it if you want to take Etherealness and use it proactively.
Big headache for the DM. No concentration. That's nice too.
It also takes a while to get anywhere because yeah, your speed is super slow, but you have 8 hours of it. So like, go nuts.
All right, that was Etherealness. I guess it's my turn.
Yep, right, this is where things get shaky.
All right, all right. This one I chose, and I feel very confident about it as a bard. Project image.
It doesn't make my list. I wanted this to make my list. I just don't think it's good.
It's not. But I am envisioning bard specific uses for it. The thing is, I don't need the 500-mile range. Is that
no?
No.
Yeah. Why would anyone need a 500-mile range? That's ridiculous.
I just need this to be across the room. I want people to think I'm over here, but actually I'm over here. And when the time is right, that will be revealed. And I think there are going to be times when a bard in particular doing his music thing, his showman thing, can take advantage of that.
So like, I just think that so the trickery domain cleric's got a feature called Invoke Duplicity, right? And that feature is harder to use than I thought it would be whenever I played a trickery domain cleric back in the day. And I really like the feature. I think it's really interesting. Having a duplicate of yourself is very cool and interesting and fun. Illusion spells can already do this though, right? Like Major Image and Silent Image both can do this effect well enough most of the time. This is a little bit better in that like you can have it speak and stuff. Is 7th level slot better? Maybe not. Is it better than my last 2? Maybe. But like, I don't find it. I agree that it's super bard. 100%. This is like at minimum a bard would do this just to get a chance to talk to themselves, right? Like this is just a way that you can really lean into the egotistical, you know, in love with yourself from the mirror. What's the character's name from Greek mythology? I didn't even remember.
Narcissus.
Yeah, Narcissus, that's the one. Because that's narcissism. Yeah, obviously. So you got that whole MO going that's really cute that you could do with this. It can be really fun. I could envision myself putting this on a character sheet and knowing full well I don't probably end up using it that proactively or that effectively all that much. Maybe that should be make it my top 5, but
what if can you mimic yourself or have it look like you're about to cast a really powerful spell, get all the enemies to waste their turn attacking you, and then find out it's only an illusion.
I mean,
and then you actually cast the spell.
Get one creature to attack it, and then everyone goes, why did that sword pass through them? Oh, right, because it's an illusion. Where's the real bard?
Yeah, okay. Well, still, maybe that makes the difference in the fight.
It could.
Probably not.
I like my illusions to be flexible and cheap, and this is not flexible nor cheap. So that's why I ultimately don't think it's that great. Again, if I can say, well, I can probably, with the right circumstances and some dim lighting, get the same effect out of a silent image, I'm like, am I willing to pay 5 more spell slots and not need those little heroics? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it all comes down to the list we had to work with.
That's true. Again, like I said, I'm not confident this is worse than my other 2 options. So
All right, let's hear one.
So I defended the spell. I think I overly defended it last time. I keep waffling on it. I'm like, this spell is fine. This spell's bad. This spell's fine. This spell's bad. It's regenerate. It's a lot of hit points. And that's kind of it, but it's a lot of hit points at the right tables over multiple encounters, which could be really impactful. I don't know. To make your list?
Yeah, I looked at it and I remembered the good points and the bad points, and I thought, you know what? I don't want to deal with it. It's not going to go on my list.
Fair enough. Yeah, this made a cleric's list, I think, for me. And I stand by that. If you're getting 4-ish encounters where you're regularly getting close to 0 within its duration, it's going to feel like a full heal in between them a lot of the time, and that's pretty excellent. Beyond that exact case, there's probably no reason to ever put it on a sheet, and that leaves it in this weird nebulous space. If you're a bard that knows those kind of rolling encounters you're going through and you want a healing supportive option that just gets the fighter, gets the barbarian, gets the paladin back to full HP every single fight, as long as, again, you have like 4-ish, 5-ish minutes between fights, I think this is great. If you aren't in that environment and you're doing 1 or 2 encounters, one big set piece, you probably have no business ever putting this on your character sheet. So, like, that's ultimately where I think it lands. This is probably the most niche of my list, but on the characters that it is good, I think it is very, very good. There's for many of those characters.
If you have any like healers in the party, I mean, yeah, I know you're talking about multiple encounters without a short rest, but if you got healers in the party, there's other healing options that even if they're taking a bunch of damage between fights, man, how many fights are we talking about?
A lot. It is a lot of fights for sure. It is, again, with like a short rest in between them, you would need to be having 2 short rest, and I would consider this then being like maybe that's fine. Any more than that, I'm happy with it. Any less than that, I don't think it's worth it. I think because I'm really down on most other healing effects, as you know, though, right? I'm normally not a fan of like taking things like anything that restores large quantities of hit points usually isn't worth the level. This is a case where it can just be a gigantic pool of hit points, and that could be worth its level. Like, compare this to heal, which is just a flat 60. This is going to heal way more than 60 hit points. It just has to do so over multiple instances of several different encounters, right? That's where is it good?
For one creature. If you're getting in this kind of fights, if you're getting in these fights after fights after fights, chances are is more than one of your party is going to be taking a beating. So
yes, I would throw an asterisk, or I throw in a point to say you do expect several members of the party to take more damage than others. You do expect the barbarians, the paladins, the fighters, the front line to get hit substantially more. So the hit points matter more on the characters that are spending them more frequently. And being able to ensure the ones that are spending the most have the most can be a way to leverage the whole party's HP.
So what I'm thinking is that if you got more than one frontline fighter, this is only or frontline. Well, yeah, not fighter as in the class, but attacker. Then somebody's gonna have regenerate. Somebody's gonna be still in a lot of pain.
Yeah, and you just have to trade it off between encounters. It's fine. And again, that's in like the 5% or less of tables that this is playable in. So
other options, though, like mass cure wounds or something, you can. Yeah, it's probably enough to get everybody up, but that's only for after one fight.
Yeah, this is definitely something. I don't think this is on the same axis as any of the mass cure wounds or mass healing ward more specifically, just because this is doing a very different job. This is specifically has the purpose of someone is getting a shitload of hit points over many fights. Mass healing word I put on sheets to say these characters are all up from 0 now. That's the value I find it has. That is not remotely the value that Regenerate has. Regenerate happens to get your paladin off of 0 over and over again. That often is going to mean that the monster's going to hit them at 0 to make sure they die because they want the paladin to stay down. So, that's a juggling act. But like, I think there is some mileage here to consider. I would
Yeah.
say know your table before taking it. I would not recommend this to almost anyone playing in my tables or tables similar to mine, just because I don't run that many encounters, and you will not get that enough hit points out of regenerate like you're suggesting.
All right. Um, so that was regenerate. I guess it's my turn now.
Yep,
We're still
three
with
for
other
4.
spells. All right, you got one more?
Yeah, I got one more.
What do I have?
I'm curious to see if they're the same.
All right. Oh yeah, I'm down to my last one. Okay. I picked Magnificent Mansion.
That wasn't in my contenders for worst, but it's also not on my list. And I was like, is there a worse one than this? Kind of. Talk about why you like it.
You don't. This is the one I was. This is the last one I was looking at all these spells like, oh my god, which other of these pieces of crap am I going to put on this
Yeah,
list?
I feel
So,
exactly the same about my last one too. Don't you worry.
so I ultimately went with Magnificent Mansion because well, I mean, it can be useful. I really don't like the effect. I think it could screw up your DM's plans or whatever, just like the tiny hut thing. But I got to thinking about when we were talking about it, and things we went off on tangents. And he's got those 100 servants. You could bring in raw materials and have them craft like items that you can export from the mansion and either use or sell.
Bobby,
And
here's another video that we need to make, and it's top 10 spells to have your own building simulator in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. And this can make that list.
yes, I definitely would. But yeah, that's why it made my list.
I think that's respectable. I also think there's something inherently super bardy about being like, hey, we're partying at my place. It's just right through this door, and then a magical door appears, and the suave bard kicks it open and goes, eh, yeah. And there's like some like drunk barbarian doing head spins on the table and this disco ball and all kinds of crazy stuff. Super bardy. Absolutely love that use of it. I also love the use of it right where you just make a new mansion every time, so you never have to clean up the mess. Where it's just like you trash the place and then it's gone, and you trash the next one. Is that practical for a Dungeons and Dragons adventuring? Probably not, but it is very flavorfully fun, and for that reason, I'm a big fan of it. I don't find the tiny hut argument to be that compelling when tiny hut's a 3rd level spell.
You could have a hero's feast in a magnificent mansion.
You could
Now
go
you're
all
living.
out.
Yeah,
Imagine
it's a shame.
sinking 2 of your
If
known spells and spell slots on that.
yeah, if this was one of those things where, I mean, it isn't. You can't do this 100 times and make it permanent, right?
No, because it's extra dimensional, right? This is
Right. Yeah.
somewhere beyond the realms.
If it did, if it had that, it might be up higher on my list.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, it did not make my list, but it could have. I feel about as good as I feel
What
about this
did?
next one. Symbol. I think symbol.
Symbol? I thought about symbol.
Yeah, it's one of those spells where in the situations it's good. Oh my god, it does so many things, and those things are super interesting. It can make people feel hopeless. Like one of the spells in the game has built-in wording for making things feel hopeless. The problem is the same problem that most of these kinds of effects have, and it's just that there aren't a lot of encounters where you're playing defensively with it, and that's going to make it pretty niche. You need to know you're going to be using this to defend a space, and that's just not going to be most encounters. I have a really hard time putting this on character sheets. Is it better than Prismatic Explorer? Maybe not. Is it better than Magnificent Mansion? Maybe not. Is it close? I think so, and I would rather have this on my sheet than any of those 2 options just because I think the effects are particularly fun.
Yeah, for a 7th level spell, I feel like they should let you make it mobile. I want to draw my glyph on a big blanket, fold it up, and be able to deploy it where and when I want.
Yeah, give me deployable insanity. That's what I'm looking for.
Deployable hopelessness.
I mean, some of those are really busted. Like, everything. There's no repeated save stun on this. So if this ever lands, it can just be debilitating, right? If you ever have a minute to set it up in Strahd's house, could be
Strahd's having
really
a bad
good.
day with us. And it also has the fear that makes people drop their stuff. I like that.
Yep. I like insanity a lot. On a failed save, it's driven insane for a minute, and then it can't take actions, understand what things say, and speaks only in gibberish. And then it just moves erratically. That's cute.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah. Where do you use it? You take a minute to cast this. Hopefully, hide it under some leaves or something, and then wave a chicken wing and hope somebody comes to get it.
Yeah, this feels like a kind of thing where you play that you put this on an infiltrator character, on an infiltrator bard, maybe you're the College of Whispers or something, and you sneak into an assassination target's bedroom. You open their diary to the most recent page, you write your little symbol in there, and then you leave. And the next morning, they're found hopeless in the corner, curled up in a ball, crying. And that was, or
That's
death.
not a bad use.
Death works too. Yeah, I think there are out of combat uses that aren't the end of the world. You can do that with poisons. You can do that with a lot of things. Like killing people in their sleep isn't exactly a hard thing to do. So that's where I'm not super high on it even for those use cases, but it is a deeply flavorful use case. That's cute.
I mean, the infiltration thing, I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, you go in there, you put a big glyph right up in front of on the other side of the gate or something. The guards come to see what you want when you knock on the door, and they pry and drop their stuff and run away. And I don't know. There's potential here.
I think there is potential here. I would love to hear from the commenters of how they've proactively used Symbol, and if they did in fact cast it more than like 3 or 4 times in the entire duration of the remaining campaign.
Or it does say the item that you cast it on can't be moved more than 10 feet. So, maybe, write it in a book, chuck it over the wall.
You also could get really nitpicky and be like, what if we move the chamber in which it was written in? Can we transport the symbol? And then you can pick up the do it in an outhouse, put the outhouse on the back of a cart, and then trek it places and say, like, we wrote it in there. Does that count? I don't know. Maybe your DM will be lenient and let it happen. Maybe your DM will be like, it has to be the latitude and longitude of it that matters. I don't know how it works. It doesn't say it beyond where it was written. So,
Yeah. All right. Are we done?
That was my top 5. Force Cage, Etherealness, Teleport, Regenerate, Symbol.
What did I have? I had Teleport, Etherealness, Project Image, Magnificent Mansion, and Force Cage.
I love Force Cage.
Now the fun part.
The worst.
I think we probably both chose this one.
Hit me with it.
Was it Arcane Sword?
It was not Arcane Sword, but it's my runner-up. Arcane Sword is pretty terrible.
Goodness. Thank goodness. I thought you were going to choose Arcane Sword, so we wouldn't have 2 spells to talk about. But I chose it anyway because it's so damn insulting.
It's really insultingly bad. It's just basically saying, did you not know you had better options? And that is demoralizing, because you definitely have better options.
Arcane Sword. That's...
Morcane and Sword and Arcane Sword are the SRD
right.
name of the official character, right? Because they can't let that character go into the public commons or whatever.
Yeah, whatever. But yeah, the worst part of it, I think, is that it requires the component, a miniature platinum sword with a grip and pommel of copper and zinc worth 250 gold pieces. You know what the spell does? You hit somebody with it, you piss them off, and let them know that you have a piece of jewelry that they can steal when they beat you up.
That's true. That's very true. The worst part to me, right, is we started this video out, bards get magical secrets, which means you can take spiritual weapon, and spiritual weapon you can upcast. Did you know that? Whenever you upcast spiritual weapon, it does more damage, and it ends up, if you cast it with a 7th level slot, doing more damage than this does.
Yeah, because what's the damage on this?
This is 3d. I think it's 3d10. I might be slightly off. So it will do. So 2nd level spiritual weapon does 1d8. 4th is 2d8. 6th is 3d8 plus mod. All those are plus wisdom mod. So 8th is 48 plus mod, which is more than 3d10. So then you can also cast it on all the lower levels, which makes it way, way more flexible. And it also doesn't have concentration, and this has concentration. Yeah, there's.
Oh yeah, concentration. Didn't even think about that. But oh my goodness, 3d10 at 7th level. What the standard bearer fireball? What do we get? The 7th level fireball. 8d6.
Oh, 7th level fireball.
Yeah.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13 d6, right? It's 12 or 13
Okay.
d6.
That's better than
3d10 by a lot, and it hits more things.
Yeah. This
getting 4 and all the summon spells make multi-attack have durations of hours. So that's gonna hit more than this is. This spell wasn't good whenever it was initially released. And it has gotten so much worse comparatively with things like Mantle of Star or Crown of Stars or whatever that shoots the little meteors at people that does way more damage than this, that doesn't have concentration attached to it. All the summon spells make the spell substantially worse. Like Arcane Sword has aged like milk. Only gotten worse over time. You have no desire to put it on your sheet anymore whenever you've just so many better compelling options.
Yeah, and before you write your comments, yes, we know it's different things than a fireball, and bars don't get fireball or
But
whatever.
they could.
They could, yes. But yeah, the one to compare it to, like you said, is spiritual weapon, and I mean, this is the arcane caster's spiritual weapon.
Yeah,
and it's not as good.
Well, here's what I will touch in on the magical secrets. Crown of Stars is a 7th level spell that does 40-12 radiant damage with a bonus action. So and that doesn't take your concentration. So that's just more damage, less hazards, and less, yes, you're gated to a specific number of attacks, but that also can be upcast to shoot more attacks, and you're never going to be making more than 5 or 6 attacks with this thing. Ever. And at all those instances, you're doing less damage with it anyway. There's no reason to ever take this.
All right, well, what's your worst?
Dream of the Blue Veil.
Worse than Arcane Sword, Dream of the Blue Veil. I don't even know what that does.
So it's like, what if Astral Projection was lower level? You and up to 8 willing creatures fall unconscious for 6 hours.
It's called drinking.
If the spell reaches full duration, the visions conclude. So you see visions of other planes. So other worlds like Eberron, Kryn, or Toril, right? This is a way to travel between different game settings, basically. And for that reason, it has no business existing. If you want to travel between game systems and settings, ask your DM, or your DM will be like, hey, I'm bored of playing in this pretend world. We're going to move to Eberron. And everyone's going to be like, cool. And then you'll shift to Eberron like nothing ever happened. You don't need a codified way to do that. That can result in you just being unconscious for 6 hours and getting irreversibly killed by the random wandering kobolds that find your stuff. You also need an item for the world that exists in anyway, which again makes this a DM feature, not even a spell, right? Like the fact that you have to have something from this other world to be able to go there in the first place means your DM has to say you're going to this world and then make you spend a spell slot on it. Make you spend a known spell on it.
Not cool, DM.
Not cool. Agreed. Just get them taken there. Oh my god. Stupid spells for stupid people. Don't take this spell. It's stupid.
That might be worse than Arcane Sword.
Because one kind of actively does nothing. Arcane Sword, you can still be like, it was a bonus action, 3d a couple of rounds, it's fine. And at its floor, I agree that it's fine. But it's so much worse than all the comparable options, is why Arcane Sword's bad.
It insults me.
Yeah.
All right. That was our list. What do you think? Let us know down in the comments.
Yeah. Some other fun fact on my little Bard article, I even mentioned spells to avoid Dream of the Blue Veil and Arcane Sword, so that's cute. Some magical secret stuff. Reverse Gravity is a baller time. If you want to be a bard that loves chaos, Reverse Gravity is right up your alley. And most importantly, Simulacrum is a spell you're allowed to legally take. And go watch that video about why that spell's busted and shouldn't be allowed, because that's a really compelling magical secret. Yeah, so if you want to do busted things, those are your options. Have fun with it. You got the access to the best level spells in the game. Don't be stuck with Regenerate or Dream of the Blue Veil.
All right, those were our 7th level picks for Bard spells. Go back and watch cantrips through level 6, and stay tuned for levels 8 and 9. And go look at all the other spell lists that we've done and the other spell videos that we've done.
Full article about the Bard class and what magical secrets you can take and how it works. All that's on the Caverns Creature website too.
Yeah, and if I remember, I'll even link to that.
Wow.
Yeah. So go look at all that, and yeah, thank you. Leave some comments, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 8 Bard spells.
Now, Bob, you want to pull back the curtain and reveal to our viewers at home how many spells we had to read to do this list?
Yeah, well, we got lucky with this one. Originally, it was 5 spells, which would mean top 4 and 1 worst. But good old Tasha's Cauldron of Everything put another...
Gave Bards an optional one, antipathy to sympathy.
Yes. So
which is
we
baffling to
do.
me that wasn't a bard spell before.
Yeah, that sounds very bardy.
Yeah. Really important note. I would say this is the top 1 and worst 5 bard spells. Worst 4, I don't know. They're not great. So like Magical Secrets is a feature you have to get any 8th level spell you want, and like just like Animal Shapes is a banger of a time. So like if you're gonna do upper level magic stuff with your Magical Secrets, 8th level seems like a great place to put it, because I don't love most of these. So
Yeah, let's see. Man, I did have a little trouble picking a worst, but I think I got a pretty good one, pretty solid option. So as we say in every one of these videos, Sam ranks his 1 through 5. I just picked my top 5. In this case, meaning all I had to do was pick a worst.
yeah, this is also, again, this is the tier where I have played with these spells ones of times. These are some of them I've never seen cast. Some of them I have seen cast a time. I think one of them I've seen cast twice, and that's my number 1. So like there isn't a lot of you know empirical data going into these opinions.
No.
Let's go with that. Ready
All
to kick
right.
things off?
Yeah. You want me to go first?
Sure.
All right. Let's see. Was your number 1 pick? Where the hell is? Was it Dominate Monster?
It was. It was Dominate Monster. Not only is it the most bardic feeling of these, I think, it's also just like Dominate Person on steroids. So
What, you think this is the most bardic feeling?
absolutely. Bard's manipulating the mind, singing a song, and the monster turning around under his control, dancing to the song as it kicks the crap out of things. I love that. That's high level power Bard nonsense to me. This is Pied Piper to turn up to 11, is what I view Dominate Monster as. And name
Yeah,
more iconic Bard than the Pied Piper. You can't do it. Not even Shakespeare. The Bard.
All right. Well, let's see. Yeah, this is a powerful one, and I picked it because it didn't have many other options, and because it's got my favorite little thing there at the end, higher levels. Oh wait, no, this is
It doesn't let you duplicate it.
shucks. Oh well,
It
I
does.
mean, still.
It turns the
Go
duration
ahead.
up to 8 hours, and like dominating something for 8 hours is kind of like a summon anything. So that is genuinely potentially very powerful, right? If you can ever get this on like a CR 14 or 15 creature, you can be like, yeah, you're our pet now, and it just runs around with you and does things. That's pretty banger. Although it does make saves if it takes damage. So like that 8th hour duration has to be an out of combat use, not really an in combat use. Just something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's useful, but I'm mainly picturing this in combat. You got a monster that, and among a group of its peers, slaughtering its peers for you.
Yeah. This is also like a lot of times I don't love Dominate Monster just because the thing you want to use it on probably is going to legendary resist it, and you don't really, if you the minigame of legendary resistance typically means trying to hold on to your higher level spell slots as long as humanly possible, because if it ever lands, it's probably the end of the encounter. So like in an adult red dragon or an ancient red dragon fight, getting it with lower level stuns, try and bait out its legendary resistance so that you could hit it with a Dominate Monster, that ends the encounter for anything that is in the dragon. And then even the dragon, you'd be like, okay, everyone 3, 2, 1, wail on it. That is going to be a particularly powerful thing you can do. It's also the kind of thing where if there's ever like multiple groups of medium-sized creatures, and not even multiple groups, just a group of medium-sized creatures, one of them being on your side, removes an enemy combatant, gives you a new ally, which like is a exchange of 2 actions, and then also is going to be using their actions for good and attacking things and doing damage. It's pretty excellent.
Yeah, it is a saver die, but the yeah, I don't feel like there's there probably is, but I'm not picturing as much out of combat utility as, let's say, Dominate Person, or person can go do person things you want. They can,
Dragons can go do dragon things.
yeah, but what dragon things do you need done? I guess
Killing
go
a lot of
poke.
cattle.
Yeah, all right.
Terrorizing some local villages.
You got a dispute with a neighbor farmer or something.
Remember that bar we were talking about that's begging for coin in a 6th level spell slot, and this one dominates a
Yeah.
dragon because the farmer didn't like caught him stealing wheat or some crap. That's very bardic to me. I would
But yeah,
normally want
with
this to be like,
people, you can have them like vote a way you need them to do, or something like that, or go do some reconnaissance for you in a bad part of town or something. I don't know.
Well,
But
so
yeah,
there's
with
also consideration
monsters,
where
go ahead.
in big upper scale environments, if we're on like City of Brass, if freed aren't humanoids and getting a free noble to do your bidding
Yeah,
is
that's true.
basically a upper caste version of old dominate person, right? It's kind of this. That's where I think the parallels sort of lie. That's not given, granted. A lot of times, dominate person is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. I wouldn't even advocate this on most bards just because it's a save or die for 8th level slot. That's a pretty tall order. There isn't a lot of competition though, so like, take a look at your upcasting options and then consider what we're going to say after this.
All right. All right, so what's your number 2 pick? Because I'm curious. I think there's at least one more. I don't know. It's a good one, but not horrible one. What do you got?
I think it's supposed to be power word stun.
Ooh, really?
I think
That was not the one
it's
I was
that or
thinking
antipathy
of.
sympathy, and I don't like antipathy sympathy enough to pick it over 150 point guaranteed stun. So like this is a more expensive version of Irresistible Dance in a lot of ways, but it's a stun and it doesn't work on everything. And 150 hit points is a lot though. It's like mid CR big bad. You can guarantee a stun. Is that worth an 8th level slot?
I wouldn't think so.
It depends. Usually not. Is it more usable than Antipathy Sympathy and the rest of the spells that we haven't touched on yet? I would say probably. I don't know. Where's your thoughts on Power Word Stun?
Uh, like, I don't know. It's an 8th level stun.
Like, monks have been
That's
doing this
it.
since 5th level. That's not a ringing endorsement of it, right?
Yeah, a lot of these I have problems with because 8th level
Yeah.
is enormous, and I
Like,
get a stun.
even Dominate Person is a single target effect, right? It's one thing. That thing
Dominate
has to
monster.
be really important. Yeah, Dominate Monster, sorry. That has to be a
Right.
really important monster for it to be worth an 8th level spell slot. We're in the tier of play again, where animal shapes exist, and you can turn a whole bunch of villagers into squirrels, and then have them turn into giant scorpions, rip everyone apart. It's really funny. I love that spell, and that's the kind of power that we're dealing with. And neither of these spells are on that tier, but this is still a guaranteed.
Yeah, but
If
with
it ever
dominate
misses,
monster,
you're
you can turn the tides of an encounter real quick.
oh,
With power word
definitely.
stun, like I don't know. I'm just flat. I'm stunned that this is an
So
8th
like,
level spell.
let's look at liches real quick. How much HP do liches have? That's a pretty relevant question, right? So a lich has not, it's a lower HP version of this. So yeah, liches only have 135 HP. If you're going to
Okay.
fight a lich, it can't legendary resist out of this. This guarantees the stun, and stunning a lich seems really good. You can do a lot of things after you stun a lich. That's a
Yeah.
consideration, right? Most things that are CR21 don't have 135 hit points, though. And that's where this is a little bit less exciting and might be a little dicey when you go, okay, we don't know how many hit points this thing has. We've hit it for like 60 damage. Am I wasting power word stun if I use it now? Should I just be bursting it down anyway? I don't know. I don't know, Bob.
Yeah, that's where all these power words come down to. If you get them down to their the requisite number of hit points to where this is effective, then you could probably just take them down the rest of the way.
I mean, 150 is a lot. 100 is a lot less than
Yeah.
that. And it's a 9th level spell. That's why I think power word kill is like abysmal. This is lower level, but it doesn't feel that way because it's like 8th level spells, right? We're looking at big, fancy 15th level play. Like most players haven't reached this point. So it's whenever we're asking what is that worth, is it a guaranteed successful stunning strike? I don't think that's great, but I do think it's probably the second best thing on this list.
All right. Well, if I was ranking them, I think my second best would have been antipathy sympathy. Um, and I think we did a
You like this more
video
than
on
I do.
this. Yeah, just for the sheer number of people it can affect if you because it's like all it has to do is be visible. So if you have this massive, it was like a 20-foot cube or something, and or
I'm reading the text.
oh, all right.
So it says you target something within range,
Yeah.
either a huge or smaller object or creature, or an area that is no longer than 200 foot cube. Then you specify kind of intelligent creature, choose antipathy or sympathy. The enchantment causes creatures that designate and feel a need creature you can see comes within 60 feet of it. It makes a whiz save or becomes frightened. Sympathy is what comes within 60 feet of it. It becomes X, Y, or Z. So
Oh,
we
wait,
were wrong in
comes
our
within
video.
60 feet of it. I thought it was, or they could see it. No?
You can, when a creature can see the target, you're right. There's an or there. Or
Yeah.
can comes to 60 feet. Okay, just double checking. So
Yeah.
yes, you're right. It is a C thing. I'm glad we didn't make a mistake in the last video. There's so many words in these spells. Yes,
Because
anything
that's
that
what I
can
liked
see
about
it
it.
can do
Because
the
it's
things.
a pretty huge thing that can be,
Mhm.
put it on top of a mountain or the tallest spire of a palace. Then, yeah, it could be seen by the whole city. Like that's
Yeah.
the potential ramifications are massive.
Yeah, giant
Depending
area
on
effect fear, giant area
if you
effect
need
charm.
yeah, if you need them to come closer or need to evacuate the city for some reason, go steal all the crap.
Sure. I just find that, like, will there be more encounters that I will find this? Will there be more gameplay sessions where I'll find ways to cast antipathy, which this is my level, this is my third. This spell, antipathy, sympathy, or will I have more encounters where I'd rather have power words on my sheet? I don't truthfully know the answer to that. I have a hunch both of them are fairly low, and I would guess power words on slightly more castable, but this is definitely more interesting, which is why
Yeah.
I would probably put this on my sheet more than I would take power words done.
Yeah, more interesting is just the how I rank these.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
All right. Anything you got to say about antipathy, sympathy?
It's neat. Having
Think-
everything move towards a point is pretty cool. The other kinds of utility there is still could be like a giant 60-foot fear, so that's not the worst floor in the world. It could be a giant 60-foot, everything has to move this direction. That's not the end of the world. If you're dealing with huge quantities of creatures, this seems like it's an effect that could be good. How it specifically plays out, I truthfully don't know. I've never seen it cast. I think I've never heard of anyone casting and having a great time with it. That doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It's just I don't know how to envision this. I don't know how this would play at the table. I think there's a lot of factors that come into the power of this, and I am unsure of it. And I don't love giving like a concrete this is good or bad whenever I'm like, this seems nebulous. It does affect a potentially gigantic amount of things. Is that good? I don't know. It's still just kind of like a fear or a they think to move closer. That's not like game warping, I don't think. But maybe it is. I don't know.
Yeah, and like I don't know, there's another thing you could do. You choose a type of creature. So if you're worried that something is in disguise and it's a different kind of creature, then that's somewhere else you could go with it.
It's a very, 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 very expensive detective magic.
Yeah. I like it better for my original purposes, but
Yes.
that's just a thought that popped into my head.
And I do think there'll be a lot of instances where creature type specific effects like this may have great value. And like wars and stuff in the top end fantasy war, doing battle on a city. If there's like evil enemy orcs, classic Tolkien style, where they birthed out of muddy cysts, as we learned was the text on a different spell description, then like, yeah, maybe that is clone. That was what that talks about muddy cysts.
Yes.
This could be something that the orcs specifically don't suffer from it, but the humanoids or whoever else are fine. And that's potentially interesting. Is it like a thing I'm casting every session? Probably not, though. And I would,
No.
when you're a bard, you get like one spell level. That's where I'm like, which of these do you pick? Any of them? Maybe not.
All right. Well, what's next on your list?
I'm gonna go with Feeble Mind.
All right, Feeble
I'm not
Mind. I
proud
think
of
that
it.
was going to be mine next as well. That's not. I mean, it's not. That one's just like mean, but it's still effective.
Against some things, I think I'd like if I'm gonna feeble mind something, I would much rather dominate it, right? And a lot of the things you're feeble minding are like wizards, and you can normally dominate person those. That's way cheaper. And then you have their spells. And that seems way better than them not having the ability to cast spells. So like as a saber die, 46 damage and debilitating intelligence already is only gonna matter against a subset of creatures. And then on the subset of creatures, this isn't even the best saber die in combat or out of combat. And for that reason, like you take this to be cruel, or you take this as a DM to really be a jerk to your players. And neither of those use cases I'm a particularly big advocate for, right? So I don't know. It's
I mean, just like you were saying with Dominate Monster, though, not every wizard is going to be humanoid. This
I would say you are more likely to run into upper tier monsters that you would rather dominate than Feeble Mind. Would you agree?
yeah,
And they're both the
absolutely.
same level, right? So
Yeah. No, we got no argument here. Just making that clarification.
yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I think archmages and stuff tend to be humanoid for some reason in this game. They don't make a lot of dragon wizards like they used to, although they should. I think that's a missed opportunity. Dragon magic should come back in a bigger way. They came back a little bit in Fizzbands, but give us like full spell sheets for them and stuff. I think that's cool. They deserve it. Magic is neat. In any case, Feeblind is, I don't know. What do you like about this more though? Then, right? Like, is there any other compelling reason to put this on a specifically bards?
Well, I like this more than the ones we haven't covered yet because of the ones we haven't covered yet.
That's
but
fair.
yeah, this one, I mean, I think it is really powerful. Except I'm baffled why they even put damage on it at all. If it's
Yeah, me too.
4d6 at 8th level, that does nothing. But this, one thing it has in its favor over dominate monster is that they don't get to save for 30 days, right?
Yeah, so like if this hits, it is debilitating for a long duration to some specific creatures. Again, I would say like that long-term debilitation in a 5-round combat is not as relevant as burning their next highest level spell slot or killing all their friends. So like that's where I'm.
However, if they take damage, they can save, and then they're back in the fight again. This one, they're just out of it.
That's this in that way. It's kind of like a banishment, and that's fine, right? You could if you think about it in terms of is this as good as polymorph banishment? This is polymorph banishment that you don't deal with consequences later, and that is a real upside. Again, this is a specific subset of creatures that care about their high intelligence. Even like a warlord or a marshal or a mercenary or whatever, an evil overlord that doesn't use magic specifically, and it's notably also charisma and intelligence-based magic. If they're wisdom, this has no meaningful text. They're still going to defend their allies. If they're wisdom-based, they can still use their spells to defend their allies in an organic way. And if they're martial characters, they still can use their weapons perfectly efficiently. If you're against T-Rexes, they go, my aunt is already here. This is exactly where we started. Great. Like, there's a lot of monsters in the upper tiers do have higher intelligence. This does hit a lot of things. I think more often than not, I would much rather have those other things on my team. Plus, the downside of Feeblind being, like, entirely save or die, it doesn't even necessarily have that fun of an effect for me as a person. I think I just don't jive with this text. And that's maybe a reason why like I rate it lower than other people might. I still don't think you should take it. I would recommend Dominate Monster over this. I would recommend, again, most 7th level or 6th level spells Upcast over this. This is a great place to say, hey, Summoning Magic gives them a 4th attack if you use like Summon Element or Summon Celestial here. So like do that instead. Or any of the cooler ones. Summon Celestial is like the least cool one.
Yeah, I'm not in love with this one either.
It's fun.
But I mean, yeah, it
is
powerful in certain situations.
Yeah.
Much more so than. Let's see what I've got next on my
There's
list.
only 2 left.
There's only 2 left, and let me double check and make sure that. No, right, that's definitely the worst one. Okay, let's see. I think. All right, man, I don't know if we're going to agree on this. I've got Mind Blank for my.
Mind Blank's your number 5.
Yeah.
Mine's Glibness.
All right.
They're both pretty terrible.
Yeah, they are.
Neither of these spells are very good.
Oh, but
I mean, let's start with yours. Mind Blank. Let's talk about it.
All right. Why did I choose Mind Blank? Let's see. This all right. Yes, the divination crap, whatever, but also immune to psychic damage. So at least you get immunity to a damage type.
If you get immunity specifically to half of Mind Flayer's bite.
Okay.
Very exciting. There's so few creatures that do psychic damage. It's actually pitiful.
Yeah, and again, I want to reiterate, I don't like this spell. I would never use it. But when the other option is glibness, which, to be fair, I think maybe the on the bardy side of things. But oh my god. All right, but Mind Blank is what we're talking about.
This feels like non-detection upcast.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone should ever cast non-detection. And that's why I don't think you should ever upcast it into this. Non-detection could have this upcast text. I'd be like, you don't cast it. This is bad. You could do the cute thing where the barbarian, like the totem bear barbarian rages, and you give them Mind Blank to make them immune to psychic damage, and they have resistance to everything that isn't the damage they're immune to, and that's cute. But like, I don't think there's any other upside beyond that, and that's entirely just like flavorfully, and will come up in most campaigns will not have any monsters that do any psychic damage. And that's like the only meaningful text on this beyond the you can't have your thoughts divined, but other creatures around you can have their thoughts divined, and it mitigates mostly all of that text if it's important anyway. It leaves this being like a 8th level spell for 24 hours that just does nothing. And you're like, well, that was nothing.
Well, there are spells that do psychic damage.
Yeah, that's true. Psychic Scream and stuff, especially the newer spells released, do psychic damage. This ignores Vicious Mockery damage.
Yeah, there you go.
Are there other meaningful ones? Let's find out.
Now, it ignores Vicious Mockery damage, but you'd still get the other like effect of Vicious Mockery, right?
So this spell specifically, yes, the spell still would have you have taken disadvantage on the attack roll. You are immune to the charm condition though, and that's also a little bit of extra. And
yeah,
okay.
All right, yeah. Again, these are not amazing, especially for an 8th level spell, but compared to Glibness, I feel like it squeaks ahead.
I completely forgot that I did a full breakdown on psychic damaging spells. There's Feeble Mind, which we just touched on. There's 46.
Yeah, but again,
so you get immunity to that damage.
Yeah, yay. You're still feeble-minded.
So yeah, Weird is the other one that's like
matters.
Big upper level damage spell that doesn't matter at all is Weird, right? That's the other thing. So then you're left with like Maddening Darkness, which is a very specific kind of character takes that. Psychic Scream is like similar kinds of characters take that. And then after that, we're looking at like 4th and 5th level slots before it's reasonably in cast. Like Tasha's Mind is probably the most common thing you're going to see that's going to be mattering here. And that's not ideal. Maybe some aberrations, if you're going against aberrations, maybe? I'm trying to talk like this isn't my worst, but it is my worst.
Yeah, the problem is all of these spells you're mentioning, most of them, the damage doesn't matter. It's the other effects that you want to avoid, and this doesn't help with that.
In Weird's case, neither its effects nor its damage matter.
That's true.
So, like, yeah, But listen, you might be right. This might be better than Glibness, because Glibness is you can't roll lower than a 15 on charisma checks. And like, listen, if you're a 15 or if you're a 15th level bard, that's not an issue for you. You don't need to cast this spell. You are getting big enough numbers that you don't need to do this. There are bard subclasses that start to do this at level 3, basically, when they get a minimum of 10 on theirs, which means you're getting, like, I don't know, averages of 18 to start at level 3. And if you really wanted this to happen, you can be a 5th level character getting, like, minimum floors of in the mid-20s. So there's no reason why you need to be getting consistently 30 plus on your charisma checks. It's just not important. It will never be important. This spell isn't good. Is it better than Mind Blank?
I mean, I had a difficult time choosing between those two.
I really do think these are both the worst. I don't think either of them is worth casting, and neither should make anyone's character sheets. I have seen Glibness cast. It was awful. It did nothing. The character made one charisma check they would have passed anyway because it was a DC 25, and it's at this tier they're making that DC on almost every check.
Yeah, it's baffling to me. This is available to bards and warlocks, like two charisma casters.
Like you don't need this. Like I guess this means there's no nat ones. So if the 5% chance if you're auto losing, you just don't. I guess. Yeah. I don't think that's worth an 8th level spell slot. I really don't. You don't need this. No, get us out of here. This doesn't even charm. This like if this auto charmed everyone around you, I'd be like, I kind of get it now, but it doesn't even do that. I'd rather just charm a thing if I need to absolutely be certain I'm making the super high charisma check. Listen, you can just do that with Charm Person, right?
Yeah.
This is awful. Glibness is terrible.
Yeah, agreed. Embarrassingly bad. All right. Well, you want to run down your list one more time?
Do I have to? Dominate monster. Power words. I'm gonna call an audible. I'm gonna say Feeble Mind is better than Power Word Stun, but I'm gonna say Power Word Stun is better than Antipathy. So it's gonna be Dominate monster, Feeble Mind, Power Word Stun, Antipathy, Sympathy, and then I'm gonna just say there isn't a 5th one because neither of these other 2 spells are castable. I don't know which one is worse. Don't put either on your character sheet.
All right. Let's see if I can order mine. The Dominate monster, definitely number 1. I forgot what the rest of them were. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna go with antipathy sympathy next.
Mhm.
Then feeble mind. I don't like it, but I think it's more powerful. And power word stun. And I still think mind blank squeaks just ahead of glibness because glibness effectively does nothing. And
So does mind
worse is
flank.
glibness. Unless you're facing psychic damage, then it does something. Nothing
Maybe you
you're
need a
happy about.
35 DC floor on like 6
Yeah,
consecutive charisma checks. That I think is as likely, right?
perhaps.
Like,
All right. We're agreed that both of these are terrible.
again, this is a great place to say bards can take any spells they want thanks to magical secrets. So animal shapes is hilarious and easily my favorite 8th level spell of all time. Sunburst is like a chunk of damage, I guess. That's kind of cute. Reality Break is. We talked about Reality Break
I don't think so.
recently-ish. Oh, okay. I read about Reality Break. It's a weird little
Yeah.
spell, but not quite like breaking reality. I would recommend beyond that, maybe like Illusory Dragon is a pretty cool one. I think I would put all of those in this top 5 over my bottom 3. So all of those I would highly recommend.
All right. Well, that was 8th level bard spells. Kind of a disappointment.
Yeah.
Go back and watch our cantrips through 7th level bard spells. Next week we'll be doing 9th level, wrapping up the bard spells and moving on to something else. Yeah, and we've already done what wizard and ranger. No, not ranger.
Cleric.
Wizard and we did cleric. That's right. Okay, so go watch all those, and we will see you next time. Bye bye. Oh, also let us know what you think in the comments. Your own personal list. What would those be?
Have you ever
Yeah.
cast Mind Blank and been like, that was amazing? And it wasn't, was it against exactly not an Illithid related encounter? If it was an Illithid related encounter, I can accept that it was good. Anyway, yeah, let us know.
Yep. All right, we'll see you next time. Bye bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy fantasy novels and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 9 bard spells.
This is like
We've
big
made it.
symphonic finale. This is George Lucas has got the band and they're jamming out. And everyone's like, yeah, this is sweet. This is Star Wars or whatever. This is big, splashy, exciting music at its finest. This is what it's supposed to be. In practice, it's kind of like the Wizard spell list with some misses, but that's fine. It's still pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I like it. For the most part.
I wish there was any Bard exclusives, just like a single one, but alas, there are not.
Yeah, none of these. Let's see. Do any of them feel really bardy? Maybe not super bardy, but not unbardy either, I guess.
I kind of wish like we got Wish here. It seems like it's in the realm of things that it could be able to do. That's a lot of lag, but we're chilling. Like it like Arabian Nights kind of style, bards being the storytellers that talk about grand tales of genies and stuff. I don't know. That feels more than the rest of these as a bard spell, but you know, these are also
one of them feels really bardy to me.
Oh.
We'll get there.
Okay. Well, caveats as usual, Bob doesn't do any kind of rankings, which makes his job much easier on these, where I have to rank them best to worst by my own curse. I decided that out the gate, that's what I would do. And the other thing is bards are known, or they're known casters with a very, very small list of known spells, so you're not going to get access to all of these. You're probably going to get access to like 2 of these at most. And also you have magical secrets to get other better 9th level spells if you want Wish or True Time Stop or any of the other super exciting stuff like Meteor Swarm. You can get those through the magical secrets. So, you know, to keep that in mind if none of these speak to you.
All right. Well, you want to kick us off?
Sure.
What's your top pick?
My top pick, I have rearranged them recently. I think Psychic Scream is my favorite bard top and 9th level spell, just because the other effects you can kind of do lower level, but with Psychic Scream, it's just a big explosion of moderate damage. It causes people's heads to explode. It does the bard shredding thing in like the most metal way humanly possible, and it also just like it comes with a giant stun. Like it's everything's gonna take a bunch of damage, a bunch of stuff is gonna get stunned. For a 9th level saber die, it's pretty high impact, and 9th level spells kind of need to be. So I think while it isn't probably in a vacuum the raw most powerful, I think within the context of bard, it's the one I want the most on the most bards I'm making.
All right. I was not expecting that to be your top, and it's mine.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I mean, that's the one I was saying. This one feels bardy. Just, I'm picturing a bard. He's just had enough. He's going, "Rah!" And heads are exploding. I
See,
love that that line of text is in there.
yeah, it's really, there are little lines of text in a lot of spells that take them from like, yeah, sure, whatever, to, oh, never mind, I get it. And this is one such one, much like the mud-filled cysts of clone. This is its equivalent of exploding heads whenever
I
it
don't
kills
know that
things.
that's true because mud-filled cyst is icky, and like it paints a picture, but
Yeah.
that's not why I take the spell.
Oh, that's the only reason I would take clone is to. But in the case of Psychic Scream, so you also, this is your favorite of the bard list just because of the aesthetic.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, it's a cool spell too. It does cool things. I don't have it pulled up. I can.
14d6 damage and a stun on a failed save, and then half as much on non-stun on a success. And they get in saves at the end of each of their turns, ending it early. It's good. It's juicy. It's I think the ninth level spells the bards get aren't like this. I think this is a tier lower than most of like the Wish, Meteor Swarm, even True Polymorph. I think is probably a little bit better than this as far as the
Well,
grand scope of ninth level spells. But those are
yeah.
bard options.
Even
So
true polymorph, like that's some loser spell.
listen, Psychic Scream still is only 14d6 damage, but a giant AoE stun is good, and I'm not going to turn down a giant AoE stun whenever it's offered to me, especially on a character that's playing a supportive role.
Oh no, I absolutely agree with you. I think it is on a lower tier, but you said like even true polymorph as if that's some loser spell. No,
Those
I
are
mean
like the S tier ninth levels,
yeah.
right? And this is just like an A tier ninth level.
I don't even know if it's that, but it's
The
one
bard
that I
list is
like.
pretty bad.
Well, all right.
Let's get into your next.
All right. Yeah, let me pull my list back. Oh wait, my list is the bard list pretty much.
There are only 7.
Right.
One of them, the courtesy of Xanathar's Guide to Everything, or Touch's Cauldron of Everything, was added to the bard spell list.
Right, right. All right. Well, let's see. I guess I'll try to order these a little bit. Oh, I know. Here's one you don't like, but I think is pretty good. Foresight.
Yes. Foresight would not have made my top 5. It is my 6th. It's not the worst, but I really don't like Foresight. Why do you put Foresight up here?
Well, we made a Foresight video, and I think we talked about it before we did the video, or no, we just got a lot of feedback on the video, and I recalibrated my thoughts on it, and like, you know what, this sounds pretty good actually. And I brought that up in there. Yeah, it's just advantage on everything. Your argument was, oh, you can already get advantage on everything, but that's not guaranteed.
I will come at this from a different angle than just saying it kind of is at the right tables, right? I will come in at the angle with this 9th level spell isn't doing a large enough impactful new thing, is why I don't like Foresight as well. So with something like Psychic Scream, there aren't other spells in the game that do giant AoE done with 14d6 damage, right? Getting advantage on things is relatively mundane compared to other 9th level powerful magical effects. If I can make meteors rain from the sky, or I can give my fighter advantage on their attack rolls, one of those things does something that you couldn't do in mundane means. And if I'm casting in a spell with a 9th level spell slot, I want it to be beyond the realm of the mundane. And I don't think Foresight leaves that for me.
It's not just on attack rolls, it's on like everything. What does it do? Let's see. Attack rolls, ability checks, saving throws, and other creatures have disadvantage. There's I don't know. It makes one dude like super effective.
It makes one dude moderately better at everything. And that doesn't scream high-end fantasy to me. If it said your fighter gets 3 extra attacks, I'd be like, that's sweet. That's so cool. They're using superhuman speeds and stuff. If it had more interesting text than it does, I'd be all about it. But it's really boring to me. And I don't think it has a high enough impact to justify the slot still. I have been unconvinced.
Yeah, I could see it being like a 7 or 8th level spell. But yeah, you're probably it might not be 9th level material, but it does like I wouldn't call it boring. I think it's pretty exciting just to see the guy going in there like Neo from the Matrix, dodging bullets and slicing off heads.
And this is where I'm like, he's already doing that. Nothing changed. Yeah. He's just doing it slightly better. It's like if Neo from the Matrix got a pep talk, not like if Neo from the Matrix like learned he was in the Matrix. Those are very different avenues, right? This isn't suddenly he can jump 3 stories. It's just he has advantage on the check to jump as high as he can. And I don't know. That doesn't sit right to me. Anyway, we all know I don't like Foresight. We all know you do like Foresight, and that's fair. I know a lot of people do like Foresight. The 8-hour duration certainly is very appealing to a lot of people. I find that it's like not that great still. And that's why the minute cast time means it's not really usable in combat, which means this is definitely something you want to use as your whole day adventure kind of 9th level spell, and I would rather have a giant, splashy, impactful, cool thing to do.
Well,
Might just be
to
personal
be fair,
preferences, but
I would rather have 8-hour duration, like rather than short duration and immediate use. I mean,
I don't think changing the spell to be a short and easier to use shorter duration makes it better. I'll agree with that, but I do think that this isn't the kind of effect I'm ever really looking for. For a 9th level spell slot, at least. I get that. I will say specifically to bards, this is slightly more notable. And again, it's not my worst, just because bards are known as the supportive class, right? They are the class that is most likely to care that they're doing the supportive thing. So spending an action may fulfill your 9th level fantasy of giving them the best buff in the game, that just being advantage on all their attack rolls and advantage on the 2 ability checks they make in combat, or advantage on the saving throws from 3 of the saves they get. But the fighter's getting indomitable anyway, and a bunch of other different save stuff, that's kind of moot. There's a lot of mess that gets into this, that jumbles it all up and makes it different table to table, of course, but I can see it being like, oh, I get why a 9th level bard would want the best supporting spell in the game. I don't think it is, but I understand the mindset.
All right, well, what do you got next?
My next is Mass Polymorph. I think Mass Polymorph is pretty baller. I've always thought Mass Polymorph is pretty baller, but it's not that much better than Polymorph. I don't think it's better than Psychic Scream. I think I'll take an AoE stun with damage as opposed to Mass Polymorph more often than not. I think I've come around on it. But still, 10 things getting polymorph just can, if half of them fail, it's backbreaking for an encounter.
Are you using this more polymorphing enemies than allies?
Almost always,
yeah.
I mean, you could turn a bunch of your friends into giant apes, but yeah.
Can you mix it up?
You transform up to 10 creatures you can see within range. The unwilling target makes the whiz save. An unwilling shapeshifter automatically succeeds, and they each assume a beast form of your choice. You can use the same or different forms for each target. So yes, you could say barbarian, you could be a giant ape. Everyone else is turning into chickens. That is a thing you're allowed to do.
Cool.
It's neat. I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty fancy. Again, for the same reason where I'm like, Fourth is kind of boring. Mass Polymorph is polymorph but to 10 creatures. That's kind of exciting comparatively, but it's still not super new. This isn't it's not on that S tier echelon of brand new, splashy, powerful, game warping, crazy new magic. You're not granting wishes. You're not getting access to every spell in the game. You're not turning into archmages. You're not making the hell rain from above. You're just turning a bunch of people into chickens. And I love that. But that's, it's
right,
fine.
question.
It's moderate. I would probably take this one in Psychic Scream as my top 2s.
All right. Question. This works the same as polymorph. All right, you turn them into a chicken, and then you club them down to 0 hit points.
And then everyone readies actions and just wails on them.
Right, but they revert back to their normal form after that, right?
Yes.
So what happens if you turn yourself into a T-Rex, turn them into chickens, and swallow them whole?
Then we have some weird fun interactions of when shapeshifters get larger inside of people. Which is an interesting question to ask your DM.
Yeah, maybe
don't
feed them to somebody else first and then see what happens.
Turn the frost giants into chickens and then feed them to a whale and then let the whale deal with the repercussions, not you.
No. Turn
or better yet,
giants into chickens, feed them to a halfling.
Better yet.
A halfling couldn't swallow a chicken. Never mind.
Okay. I think what you should do is you turn one of them into a hungry wolf and the rest of them into chickens, and then you let the wolf eat the chickens, and then I guess that doesn't work. So it'll kill them before it eats them.
Kill them before it swallows them. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so we do like a mammoth or something, and then you let the mammoth swallow the chickens whole.
I think mammoths are vegetarians.
I think they're probably more things in nature eat meat than they should.
They're turned into elephants. Elephants don't eat meat.
I mean, that's true. They don't normally eat meat. Sure. Listen. Turn them into something that can eat the chickens and then let them have the problem of the chickens becoming creatures in their bellies. Maybe. Probably not. This is really dumb use cases of a fairly mediocre 9th level spell. But it's pretty fine. I like it.
The viewers at home, why is this video so long? This is why. Okay.
Because we're talking about elephants and turning enemies into mammoths and them being vegetarian. Yeah, that's exactly what this video is, as long as it is.
Okay. That was a mass polymorph.
Indeed.
Agreed.
Not even remotely bardic, but
no, not really. Let's see what else I have. All right, I don't. True polymorph made the list, but I don't want to go polymorph to polymorph. Let's knock out kind of a boring one. Power word heal did make my list.
Power word heal is my number. Is my number 5? No, power word heal. Yes, it's my number 5. We figured it out.
Okay.
Also, I definitely lied about my number 1. I literally forgot True Polymorph was on this list, so we'll definitely cover it in a second.
Okay. This is unprofessional, Sam.
I'm sorry. I did this like 5 minutes before. I may have napped earlier.
That does not make it more professional.
All right. Power word heal, though.
Power word heal. Big healing.
Yeah. I don't ever want to take this in my bard. I will if I absolutely have to. You heal someone up to full, like that can be a lot of hit points. Going from taking a 250 hit point barbarian and putting them from 0 to full is not like a large chunk of hit points. It takes you to touch them, so you're like running into whatever killed the 250 hit point barbarian. I don't love that, but it's technically a lot of hit points. It's worse than mass heal by a lot. Like it's not even close to mass heal, and that's why I don't ever want to take it. If I could not include it on this list, I wouldn't. But there were only 7, so it's included here.
It is satisfying to think you get the big bad takes down your strongest player, and he's looking smug and satisfied, and then whoop, reset all the way back up to full.
You run up to the giant evil demon king who's stomped your friend underneath his evil inferno heels and is like breaking them into tiny bitty pieces, and you go, "Don't worry," and then you get him with the power word heal from touch range as the man with the loot in the background. And I think that is a silly scene, but yeah, sure. There could be also climactic moments of turning around the jaws of defeat, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, that one gets ranked for potential and for lack of other options.
It is a giant chunk of HP. It incidentally removes paralyzes and stuns and stuff. So if you don't really want to use it unless they're unconscious, and if they're unconscious, typically they're not suffering those other conditions. So that's a real thing to consider. You don't, and maybe if someone's at 6 and they're paralyzed, you go, okay, great, this is better than lesser better than lesser restoration. But that's a 2nd level spell, and it does if your paralysis is what you care about, and you know you're going against paralysis, that's what's gonna do that job, not this. So the conditions are technically gravy on a giant chunk of hit points. If you need a giant chunk of hit points,
then again, if they are paralyzed, then they could have 8 guys beating on them,
for crits, and they're probably almost dead anyway.
Yeah. So
yeah, I don't know. I don't love power word heal. You don't seem to love power word heal either, but it's not the end of the world if you take. It's just not very good.
Well, I mean, in the situations where you need it, it is very good. But I don't know.
Those situations being also you need to be able to get to the body, and that is somewhat of a challenge if you're against a 6-headed dragon that's shooting 12 different breaths in a very short range.
Well, that's you probably have a familiar. I mean, that's a bard.
Deliver the power word heal.
Yeah,
that could be
that's what they're for.
Sure, they are very expendable. PSA: your familiars come back whenever they die, so just keep sending them in.
All right. That was my turn. I guess we're doing True Polymorph.
My number 1 is actually True Polymorph. I don't know why it slipped my brain whenever I was ranking these, and I'm like, oh yeah, this spell exists. This spell is bananas broken. True Polymorph is definitely an S tier, unbelievably obnoxiously overpowered spell. It gives you the spell lists of the things you transform into. It gives you all their features. You could pick anything of CR your level or less, which is anything CR 19 or 18 or 17, whatever 9th or upper tier, final tier you're at. There's a laundry list of busted monsters that this thing is, really, really gross at turning you into. So if you just want a second, if you burn through your 1st through 8th level slots, and you're like, I kind of want them all back. Turn to an Archmage, get your time stop, and do it all again. That seems good. And that's the floor on this thing, so.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
Yeah. You can also turn creatures into objects, which is cute. So if you want to be save or die the big bad and then throw them in the ocean, that's an option.
And is that permanent?
No, less than an hour.
Oh.
But they have to wake up at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah. You could turn them into a piece of hard candy and eat it.
And then I believe it reverts back and destroys you whenever that happens. But yeah, sure.
Spicy candy.
transformation lasts the duration until it drops 0 hit points. You concentrate on the spell for full duration. Oh, never mind. If you do concentrate on it for its full duration, it does become permanent. So yes, you can just turn someone into an oyster and throw them to the bottom of the ocean, just leave them there. So neat. This is like the actual saber die, where it's like, yeah, you're just permanently this down. Which also, other than it not being like, this feels very wizardy to me, but you could just be a really spiteful bard. Again, the 9th level bard that's like still has a tab at the local bar goes over and is just messing around their upper tier spells and be like, you really annoyed me all evening. I turn you into a toad as I walk away, and I'm not going to talk about it anymore. And you're just going to be a toad for the rest of your miserable life. And it's really petty, but it's a thing you're allowed to do as a bard.
Yeah. By the time you get to 9th level spells as a bard, this feels like it could be a bardy thing. Like, depending on how time goes in your game, I'm thinking this is like, the retired musician who's just sick of everything, sick of all the fans and the fame, and like, yeah, Toad.
Sure. In the most passive, like, disgust, true polymorph way. Not even rage-filled, just be like, I don't want to deal with you right now.
Right.
I'm going to turn you into a goldfish and you're going to deal with my manager. All right, that was my next. What do you got for us also, Bob? We've only got like 3 spells left to talk about in this whole list, so.
Yeah, we're flying through them, aren't we? Except for mass polymorph.
Mass polymorph was a lovely conversation.
What else do we have? Did I go through all mine?
Are you a 5 for 5? Have you got them all?
Let me see. We did Foresight.
Yep.
We did mass polymorph.
Yep.
We did true polymorph.
Yep.
We did psychic scream. We did power word heal.
Oh,
all
okay.
right, yeah, I've got 5.
My number 5, or my number 4 then. So my full list is True Polymorph at 1, Psychic Scream at 2, Mass Polymorph at 3, Prismatic Wall is my 4, and Power Word Heal is my 5. And the reason Prismatic Wall is my 4 is because the remaining 3 spells I like less than it.
Yeah, well, that's a good reason.
Yeah. So it's an action for 10 minutes of wall that doesn't require your concentration, which is nice. It has a bunch of layers that do 10d6 damage per layer if things like try and break through them. So that's like against the dumbest, biggest idiot creatures, this will just shred a large chunk of hit points. And then it also has Indigo and Violet that have these neat little effects that are like turns to stone, or the last one is teleported to another plane of existence. So there's like neat effects in here. I think its practical use is very suspect. I've seen a player prepare this. I don't think I've ever seen it cast. Well, it was on a wizard, and it was in their book. I think they only used Meteor Swarm and Time Stop in that game, not this. So I've never seen this cast. I suspect by how it reads, it is probably not very good still, just because you just don't run into the prismatic wall. That seems like the easy solution to this problem.
Yeah, but there are a lot of effects that make you move places you don't want to move.
True. So if you build towards that, this could be a fun end game, probably.
So let me ask a question about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This guy is standing 5 feet away from the prismatic wall. You shove him 10 feet. Does he go through the wall and take all those effects and all that damage?
So it's
does the wall stop him?
It's an inch thick.
Mm-hmm.
The wall sheds bright light. It is a wall basically of light. So as it passes through it, it makes a save for each wall. So it'll make the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet save. And because it'll do them in that order, but it will, I believe, make all of them.
Okay. I think we talked about this when we did the prismatic wall video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it has a lot of potential to be good because of, shoving and different force movement features. But it's just too much for me to keep track of.
It's a little bit of too much work for this, I think. Like, if you're doing the blade barrier thing, this is probably a fine step up, right? Where you're getting 50d6 damage. That's a lot of damage if you can get something to go through the wall. I don't think ever our monsters going to try and puzzle their way through the red, orange, different, like, oh, strong wind breaks this one, 25 cold damage break. No, they're just going to either charge through it or go around it. But like,
or wait.
It's only 10-minute duration. So, it's nifty. I think this is an interesting spell. I don't think it's particularly practical, but if you are doing the build, if you do have supporting options that are like gusts of wind and anything that pulls creatures or pushes creatures, this probably is a top end fantasy you can weaponize in some fun ways.
Yeah, and I do like that kind of build, the push pull build, but yeah, I don't know. This just gives me a headache to read through all this crap.
Yeah, this was optionally added to bards and Taught Scholar and everything, and I don't understand why, but here we are. I guess
Well,
it's a big light show, kind of.
Bards are colorful.
Sure, that's a good enough reason, I guess.
All right.
Your list, Bob. What was it?
My what?
Your list.
Oh, my list. Let me go back and look at it here. All right. In no particular order, I've got Foresight. I got Mass Polymorph. I got Power Word Heal. I've got Psychic Scream. And I've got True Polymorph.
And my list is True Polymorph at number 1. If watch any of our top 9 or level 9 videos, like the Wizard one, and you'll hear me talk about at length why this spell's really busto, and our True Polymorph video and all that fun stuff. Number 2 is Psychic Scream. I really like that spell. It's going to be a lot. Mass Polymorph is number 3. It's just Mass Polymorph. It's good. More than like the B-ish C tier range is great. Prismatic Wall is worse than those, and Power Word Heal I wouldn't consider in a top 5 unless I absolutely had to, and here I absolutely had to, because I really hate Foresight. Maybe that's bias. Who's to say? In any case, we both have the same worst. Look at that. We've talked about all 7.
I don't think that's a surprise.
No, it's not.
I thought maybe he's going to pick Foresight, but no, I don't think he is.
I'm not that irresponsible.
Yeah.
Foresight does kind of do something. This doesn't.
Oh, yeah. All right. To do the honors, what is it?
It's Power Word Kill. Power Word Kill's horrific. It's so bad. The spell is awful.
Oh, yes. And all right, I'm going to read it. You utter a word of power that can compel one creature you can see within range to die instantly. If the creature you choose has 100 hit points or fewer, it dies. Otherwise, the spell has no effect. So you're at the level where you're casting 9th level spells, and if your target has more than 100 hit points, it doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do anything.
If it has fewer than that, you can look at it and it will die. You don't even need the power word. It should be very easy to kill.
Yeah, agreed. So Disintegrate is a 6th level spell. You have access to it thanks to magical secrets. It does 10d6 plus 40 damage. And 10d6, if we're doing averages, is doing 35 damage on average. Which means, by hitting a Disintegrate, you're doing 75 damage for 3 levels lower. And even if something has more than 100 hit points, it works on that. 75 damage is a lot of damage. Oftentimes, it's going to just kill whatever your Power Word Kill is going to kill as well. Are you ever risking firing a Power Word Kill at something that has 100-ish hit points? Absolutely not. Because what if you're at 101? You just spend your 9th level spell slot and go die, and it goes no. And you're like, bummer. And that is why this spell is utterly uncastable. There is no reason to put this on your character sheet. It is a trap. It is supposed to be the big, edgy, powerful, angry, angsty, upper tier spell. And then it's like 60 damage maybe at its best if a creature's already that low, and it's metagaming.
100 damage at its best if you know.
If you know, and then you're like,
right.
Your DM goes, why do you know what this thing's HP is? And you have that awkward conversation that you're like tracking everything, and this mechanic is bad, and they should have printed it, and here we are. The Power Word Kill and stun and stuff need a revision. This
is the worst of them though, because
it's the lowest threshold.
The lowest threshold and the highest effect and the highest level. Jeez Louise.
Hear me out. Meteor Swarm does 40d6 damage in a bunch of areas. What if this just did 50d6 damage to one thing? I'd be like, yeah, okay, sure. That's a 9th level spell. Save or take 50d6 damage, half on a failed save. I'm into it. Instead, it's bad.
Yeah, or all right, power. It ages you like 8d100 years.
I love that ranges from 8 to 800.
Right.
It's a slight inconvenience. You're a little bit older. All of a sudden, you can legally drink, or you instantly die and turn to rubble, like just dust. I think if that, like, the aging text should be alongside damaging text for a Power Word Kill, it's a 9th level spell. It can be more complicated than this, certainly, right? Like, if I will say from, like, coming at a perspective of what are these spells supposed to do, if you've been playing a full caster for months and months, you can handle 3 or 4 paragraphs of text for these, I think. I think we're at a stage where you should be expected to have more complex, kind of cooler, exciting stuff than 2 sentences of bad text.
Of course, that's coming right after I said I didn't choose Prismatic Wall because I don't feel like bothering with all that crap.
There's a difference between having to buy in and like work around a minigame and just understanding a functionally complex object, right? Like, I think Mass Polymorph is a fairly complicated spell, but it is one that you can readily use and cast and do different cool things with. That doesn't feel like it's a gigantic burden. It's complicated, sure, but it's digestible and like you can figure out quick and easy ways to use it. It's a complex tool that has easy solutions.
It's something that you can think about outside of the game and then you implement in the game. Whereas, Prismatic Wall, that's always going to be complicated.
There's no getting around like, oh god, we have to figure out how I'm going to get in this specific situation all of these things into this wall somehow. And then track all the effects. Oh god, tracking all the effects. I don't ever want to track all the effects. Don't use Prismatic Wall on my tables. I really don't want to deal with it. If I don't want to deal with Prismatic Wall, if I'm expecting the players to break through it. If it's just a giant damage wall, that's fine. But like, I don't want to remember which layers does what. It's not important. It's not here or there. That's the Bard level 9 spells, and they're outside of power kill. Mediocre.
All right. Well, let us know what you think down in the comments. Did you agree with our list? Do you love Power Word Kill? I'd really like to hear from you if you do. What are your lists? What do you think about Bard spells at 9th level? That's all the Bard spells. Go back and listen to all the cantrips through level 8 and then this one again. And
eventually the supercut. Or if you're in the supercut, you're at the end of the supercut. Congratulations. Well That's done. 4.5 hours well spent.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Go subscribe to the channel and like all my videos and watch them. Leave comments.
If you want to just be like, Sam, you're still wrong about Foresight, that's also as valid, and I will gladly read those comments still. Sure.
All right. That was that. We will see you for whatever spell list we decide to cover next. Bye-bye. Thank you for watching. If you found this helpful, informative, or entertaining, I'd really appreciate it if you hit the like button below. You needn't smash it. A gentle tap will suffice. If you want to see more videos like this, subscribe to the channel. And make sure you check out the links in the description where you'll find my Caverns and Creatures series of comedy fantasy novels, Sam's full review of the spell, and other fun things.